Hello, good evening. I'm here for another night flight. Um, we'll see what happens, see where it goes. This is just basically open panel. Um, Looking at the news. Hackers steal Trump's J.D. Vance dirty laundry dossier. Experts warn of election disruptions after Trump says campaign was hacked. What does that mean? Election disruptions. Hmm. Well, that's all the politics stuff that I'm trying to ignore anyway. I'm trying to stay um, intellectually humble about things. Hey, Daniel Barry. I've still been thinking about that humility thing. I'm I don't know if I'm completely sold. It's because I don't completely understand it. I'm still not sure. Some of it seems to involve trust, like putting trust in another person instead of yourself. And every single time I do that, I get in trouble. But I think it's something more than that or other than that. I think it's not thinking that you know everything. You know what? We'll just ask the AI. Oh, I think we already did, didn't we? Yeah, I remember it from yesterday. Knowing your limits is essential is essentially the understanding that your knowledge is limited and that you can be wrong. It's about recognizing the fallibility of your beliefs and being open to new information or perspectives. Yeah, this is hard. Um, if I'm reading a book that's offering a new perspective, it's a lot easier. It's me sitting alone with a book. I can listen to this not impersonal author because some authors write very personally, but this it's kind of like an AI. It's what am I trying to say? It's a human. It's interaction with like a human consciousness, but the human's not actually around, so you don't have all that social pressure. So I can absorb new perspectives and ideas that way, or from watching a YouTube video sometimes, or maybe a movie. Um, I wonder how much of it is the autism, like that rigidity that we get locked into. I even remember that with music growing up. I would have my favorite bands, or my favorite songs, or my favorite genres, and friends would try to turn me on to new stuff, and it either fit with those genres or I just had resist. I like I it was hard for me to give new things a fair hearing. I knew what I liked, and it either fit that or it didn't. And if it didn't, it was hard for me to like be open to it and try it as something new. Um, I missed out on a lot of good music that way that I had to catch up on as an adult. I'd be like, damn, this is why didn't I like this when I was younger? When all my friends were trying to turn me on to it. This is good stuff. It's because of that resistance. That's not necessarily epistemic or intellectual. Um, but it does go along with like being open to new information. This is hard for so many reasons. Reason number one, through no fault of my own, I have a large data bank of experiences of which I just happen to be right consistently over and over and over and over, to the point where I've learned to rely and trust on that. It almost always is. This like the thing with the man getting lost and they don't want to use the map, like they're convinced they I'm not lost, I can get us there. I know where I'm going. It like a pride thing. Is it sort of like that? Hey Philip, good to see you, my friend. Um cuz some of it is that, like, because my past intuitions or conclusions or interpretations or whatever, um I don't mean to be right. It's just like I look at a situation real quick and I'm like, okay, I can see I can see where this is going. This is the most likely outcome. And it 8 times out of 10, it's that outcome. Sometimes almost exactly like I could see it happening in my head. So when that happens that many times, you start to, it's hard to be humble because you start to rely on that. Like you start to be able to trust it. And then you don't want to challenge that or give that up because that's what you rely on to get you through life. So maybe there's some self-preservation at work too. Why was it so easy for me as a kid? I loved to learn. Like so each new year in school, I couldn't wait. I loved preparing for school. I didn't necessarily like going to school itself, like waking up, having to be there at certain hours, etc. Hey, freak, what's up with you? What is that logo? Um, but I did the like the days before school, you would go shopping for school supplies. That was one of my favorite things in the whole world. I would plan out I'd have the 5 subject notebook and I would plan out which color tab would be for which subject, and I would get all my stuff ready for the first day of school in your little pencil box and sharpener. I was so excited to see what we were going to learn this year. And like so when I'd show up at a new grade, I was so open to whatever the teacher had to teach. I didn't have any expectations or any resistance. Like whatever they taught me, it was so much fun to learn it. Somewhere as an adult, that ossified, that fossilized, that rigidity hit in. Is that a normal process? Like, is that just part of becoming, like, as humans mature, we get locked into one set of things? Anyway, I don't know why that's so hard, but it is hard. Now, I can tell you this with people that I trust, that I've built up a sense that they, much like me, they often know what they're talking about. Their perceptions and observations can be relied on because they correspond to reality enough times. People like that, I think I'm more open. If they're trying to get me to see a different perspective, I'm more open to it because they've developed that epistemic trust, I guess, that makes that easier. But just any random person, or like any person coming up on stream, or that I would meet on a street, or you know what, even like a professional, a therapist, a, a, a mental health counselor, maybe even a doctor, I don't know that I'm going to just automatically consider what they have to say. I think you have to earn that openness from me. I think it's earned. I think that's part of what it is. Because I have that existing model that I've developed of my own, and because I'm very critical naturally. So I'm always sifting for, is this reliable? Does it make sense? Now, having said all of that, I still keep getting fooled over and over and over in big major ways. So my knowledge can by no means be perfect, right? It would this would if I was as smart as I thought I was, this would keep happening over and over. So some of is it Dunning-Kruger? Like my sense of what I know is obviously flawed, like out of calibration with reality. But it's still hard to give up that sense that I can rely on myself, like my knowledge. Um, oh my God, freak! I was definitely naive as a kid, and every time I think I've grown out of it and gotten better and better, every time it happens, I feel even more naive than when I was a kid. So it's hard to measure because it's like one of those things where you think you make progress and you look back and you're like barely half an inch away from where you started. Um, I don't think one of the things that's been hard for me lately is I don't like to call it a disability, and I don't even necessarily put it down, all of it down to the autism itself. I don't think that's the only reason a person can be naive. But it really makes me feel my limitations. And sometimes I wonder if this is just going to be life always. I'm always, always, always going to end up in these situations. Like, there's no way to never. I just need to plan my life for getting food, getting tricked, thinking things are one way, having to be in it. Like, there's no way to ever make gain on that. And so it's a limitation. It's built into my brain, my cognitive processes, whatever. But it's something I just have to face. Talking about facing yourself and your limitations, which I think this humility thing is part of. It's just coming face to face with our limitations. Because we want to believe we're more powerful and more capable, and we can execute our will to more of an extent that we actually can. And when what we have in our imaginations collides with what reality actually shows us is possible, all kind of frustrations and emotions develop. But also, like the contrary, when we think we can do something and we test it and we find out we can do it even more than we thought we could, then we get that sense of power and mastery. Like, wow, look at me, I'm even more powerful than I thought. And so I think it goes in both directions. But either way, I think it's like a guess. We aim in a direction, but we don't ever have it perfect. Is some of it perfectionism? I'm not overly perfectionistic, although I do have very high standards. And I promise you this, a lot of you may not believe me, but my standards for my own self are even higher than my standards for other people. So if y'all think I'm like hard on other people or ask a lot or expect a lot of other people, I ask even more of myself. Y'all are getting it easy. Y'all are getting off easy with what I'm capable of demanding. But I've also learned patience and like self-compassion over the years, and it helps like growing up being like me. I knew from the beginning that I wasn't perfect. Like there were things about me that was off or delayed or that I was just never going to be able to do. So I had to adjust my expectations of myself early and just accept and accommodate myself to the fact that I have some limitations that are just not ever going to be overcome. Um, Freak, I think that's some of it. I think you're right. I'm learning things. There's it's kind of conspiracy rabbit hole because depending on how deep you want to go, it can get more and more bizarre each layer in you go. But even the surface layers, I'm learning that things are not always what they seem. here, and some of it is with a profit motive, or at least a content motive, a numbers motive. Bex actually is a great person to talk to on this topic. She has a she has a very keen sense of how this world operates. But I'm talking about this YouTube universe. If you meant the world in general, I think people are always scammy. Like I think in general, if people have a chance to get an advantage, or scam, or get a leg up, or do some kind of little white lie and gain something for themselves, I think most people will take it or do it. Like the experiments where they have the camera, they don't know they're being watched, and they put some kind of temptation, and they see how many people are going to fall for it. Like take the extra cookie or something. I expect most people to do like it. To me, is you're just a normal human if you take those opportunities. I don't always do it. Half the time, I don't even know they're there. But I think people that do it, I think the moral standard that you judge them against is very high in relation to how humans and even monkeys and animals and primates actually operate. Okay, let's see. Oh, what was? Oh, I was doing this AI thing. It was telling me more information. Acknowledging limitations, understanding that you don't know everything. Okay, that's hard. That fucks with my world. But even if I grant this, that I do, how do you know what you don't know? How do you know what you know and what you don't know? How do you know where what you actually do know ends and what you think you know but don't actually know begins? That how do you find that line? I guess everybody would like the answer to that question. If any one of us had that answer, we'd probably be billionaires. Willingness to consider okay, here's the thing. I'm always willing to consider. I'll listen to anybody. I will consider I will consider that the earth is flat. You can try to sell me on any crazy viewpoint you want. I will consider it. I can't tell you how long I will consider it seriously, but I will at least let it into my brain and let it sit there for a few seconds and think about it, evaluate it for sense or practicality or so. I will consider anything. So I'm at least willing to do that. Hey, Spike. Um, Freak, yeah, we need to talk. Or me and your JC need to talk. It's it's not working. Nothing's happening. But I reached a point earlier this week where I was going through a lot of complex, even maybe some of that disintegration that I talk about when I look at that personality map. A lot of things were disintegrating, like beliefs, illusions, stories I was telling myself. And I was turning to everything. I was like, okay, Satan, do you magic? Help me. I need you right now. What do you have to offer in this situation? And then I said, okay, Jesus, let's try you. What do you have to offer? And so I tried like a few deities. I think I tried maybe Holy Spirit. Um, I tend to stay away from Yahweh. I don't expect much from him. But none of them felt adequate to the situation. It's like I tried several energies or deities or whatever, getting in touch with something, whatever you call to beyond yourself. And I was left with this like sensation of I'm alone. That if there are deities out there, they're not working right now. They're not available to me. None of them, not Satan, not Jesus, not Christ. But at the same time I was like, I atheism is not enough. Like that does I didn't feel atheist, even feeling that way. I didn't feel like, oh, then that means that's all an illusion. There's nothing out there. This is just me playing stuff with my mind, which it still may be, but that doesn't necessarily invalidate it. But it was kind of empowering actually. It was more of a sense of you're on your own. You have to get yourself out of this. There's no Jesus to call on. Or even if you call on him, he's not working. He's out of service, out for lunch. There's no Satan. Satan's not helping you. So, God or no God, belief or no belief, ultimately, it's on me to get myself out of this. So, they're not a resource, I guess is what I'm saying, which could be a good thing. Me. Community. I'm trying, girl. I'm trying hard. I've tried so hard. It seems like the more I try to build it to be an enduring thing. In fact, I want to get back to that. I've shared this quote many times before. There's a few quotes I kind of keep in my head. Like if I had a little community building office and people came in throughout the day to talk about community building, I would have motivational posters on the wall with some of these quotes. And this is one of them. I'll go ahead and post it. It's by an Italian writer, Italo Calvino. Hang on 1 second, please. Where am I? All right. Yeah, the inferno. Okay, the inferno of the living is not something that will be. If there is one, it is what is already here. The inferno where we live every day, that we form by being together. You could even call it the Paddleverse. There are two ways to escape suffering it. The first is easy for many. Accept the inferno and become such a part of it that you can no longer see it. The second is risky and demands constant vigilance and apprehension. Seek and learn to recognize who and what in the midst of inferno are not inferno. Then make them endure. Give them space. That is what my mission is, to find what is not inferno, make them endure, and give them space. And that is the community I'm trying to build. And that ties into everything I've been discussing. The limits of knowledge. How do we think we know what we know, but it's not always what we think it is. And how do we overcome or guard against that? Because that's important in community building, knowing what to include in the community, knowing what is inferno, who and what are not inferno, who and what have not become so much a part of the world around them that they can no longer see it. Right. Yeah, they're good for all of those. You know who I really love. In fact, I modeled my channel after him. Some of the very first streams I did when I was trying to figure out the direction I want to go was Michel de Montaigne. He wrote in the 1500s, French. He was an essay. He invented the essay form. He would take different topics and he would just kind of write about them and explore them and see where it took him, see where his mind went. And in the process, he would explore his own mind. And he wrote over time, so he would go back to his early essays and he would add to them and come back with a different perspective and add new thoughts to them. And so there's like layers to his work over time. And I said that these videos are kind of me turning on a camera and just Essay in French means to try. It's an attempt. I'm just going to turn on a camera, take a topic, and kind of see where it goes. I'll learn about the topic. I will learn about my own thinking in the process. Maybe you'll help somebody else to see a process like that, etc. So that was my approach. It was very much in the spirit of Montaigne, and he draws a lot on Seneca and really the Romans, the Greek philosophers, the kind of that prudential, practical wisdom. And a lot of his thinking, like he'll take a quote of Aurelius or a quote of Plutarch or Seneca or Cicero, and then he'll start to build his thinking around that and wander off from there. And so I know a lot of that stuff through Montaigne. Okay, let's see. Back to this humility thing. God, fallibility, recognizing that your beliefs can be incorrect. Yeah, but see, they're usually not. That's the problem. Because another reason, pride, pride. I work very hard. I pride myself. I work painstakingly hard on using all of this fancy logic and critical thinking stuff that I went to school for and trained in and learned to make sure that my beliefs are correct. I check my beliefs. I do that on this stream. I do this with other people's beliefs. I'm autistic about it. So when they're still wrong after all that, that I feel that. That hits so hard for me. It cuts so hard into my vanity and my pride, which I guess is the point. But that's my question. Once you start chipping away at the pride, at the ego, at the vanity, and you start, it starts to crumble and humble and realize that it's not all that. What's the end goal? What's the result? How low does it have to go? What does it do when it gets on the ground, which towards the ground? Like that's territory for me. I don't. It's like when you're in water and you put your face underwater and you blow the bubbles or whatever. That's new. I'm dipping my face into something that's not my normal awareness. And so once I dip my face down there low enough, what do I look for? What do I do? What do I see? What am I supposed to? I don't sense. What direction? This is where I need a coach out there because I don't. This is good for me because I do a particular type of coaching. It's more it's kind of the opposite of this. This was very disempowering. I do the empowering kind where you like embrace your strengths, you build on them, you acknowledge, like you build confidence in the things you're good at, you cross that zone of transformation, you become empowered and self-determining, etc. So I'm really good at getting people into that territory. This is the opposite. It's like breaking that down and seeing the other side of you. Life is not always that. Your power is not always adequate. Your knowledge is not always omniscient. It has limits. Technically, because I'm reading in the Bible, I'm trying to get to know Jesus and Yahweh. In one of these books, they make the point that Yahweh himself is not omniscient or omnipotent. That there's descriptions of him having to go and find out things, to go to a place and see and find out, which an omniscient, omnipotent being would not have to do. Yeah, freak that. Ooh, you might have touched on it, because when I was first playing around with Jesus, this came up too, that authority theme, and like Daddy Jesus. First of all, it opens up a whole bunch of bedroom, like erotic, kinky realm, like there already. Because that's where I know a lot of that from. But keeping that separate, because I can compartmentalize all that. It's hard for me to let people lead me that I don't have the trust. Because not just anybody, here's the problem, not just anybody can lead me. This has shown up in school over and over with teachers. It's a certain type of person that knows how to speak Jeff and knows how to lead Jeff and knows what Jeff needs, because I'm not on the same path as everybody else. And so the leadership styles and practices that work. This came up, I'll tell you what, this came up very recently. I went to that men's retreat, that like man warrior weekend thing. And the very first day I was there, they kind of use these like systematic cookie cutter templates and some of their approaches, and they'll process them. Like a man will come out in front of the group and they'll process him in this very like ritualized rote way, and then the other man will come up and they'll do the same thing. And it was my turn, and they tried to run me through this process, and I, like right off the bat, I got confused. I had no idea. The way I was conceiving things was so completely different from them. And the guy kept trying to like force me into this process. He's like, just say this, just do it this way, just follow my lead, just. And I'm like, dude, it's not working. I don't understand what you're saying. The things you're saying to me about my own self are not making sense. Like, this is not working. And there was an autistic staff member that recognized what was going on, and he stepped in, and he's like, I got this one. He goes, I'll take it from here. And he was able to get the process back on track and individualize it to me and understand where the disconnect was, and then I was able to complete the process. So I need to know that you can lead me first before I even consider following you. And part of that, Steve yesterday, or God, it was this morning, I feel like it's been 2 days already, talked about building that trust. So for the leadership to happen, I don't let anybody lead me that I don't trust. And I have told bosses this before. I have told supervisors this before. I've said this in job interviews and still got the job. I work for the client. My loyalty is with the client. That is who I'm here to serve, not you. You are a resource. I see you as a resource. If I need assistance or have questions, I can go to you. You are not here to tell me what to do or how to do my work, or like, and I'm very strong about that. And they hire me anyway. Even supervisors don't always get to lead me. Now, I will say, when I do those rare people, when I find authentic mentors that I trust enough to give them the reins and let them lead a little bit, I can't tell you. I wouldn't be the person I am today without the benefit that I've gotten from that type of leadership, from childhood on to this day. It's just hard for me to find personally. Surrender, that's another good, hard concept. I think I've told my ropes course story. I did one of those ropes course one time with this outdoor group that I used to have. And one of the exercises was they had this telephone pole. They call it the pamper pole, as in a diaper. You put a harness on, like a rope harness and a helmet, and then you give the end of the rope to your friends, like 4 or 5 of your friends are holding the rope, and then you climb up to the very top of this telephone pole. I think it was 38 feet. Is that high? It was a couple of stories, like 2 or 3 stories. And you climb up your feet onto the top of this little cylindrical pole. So it only holds your feet. There's no room to turn around, anything. So once you climb up on this pole, and I didn't know this until I got on the pole, you can't really maneuver your body to climb back down without falling. So you're stuck on that pole at that point. There is no way down but to jump off. And they had this little trapeze bar you're supposed to like jump and grab. And the catch is that the only thing holding you is your friends holding that rope. And you have to trust that your friends are going to keep that rope held. And that pole was wobbling, and I was When the awareness hit me that I couldn't just change my mind and climb back down the pole, that I was stuck and I had to jump, there was no other option, I panicked. I started hyperventilating. I'm like, fuck, fuck, fuck. And I was on that pole for like minutes. And my friends were there with the rope, like, jump, come on, jump, jump. And I'm like, I don't know how. I can't. My mind would not let my body go. I had to do something with my mind to overcome that resistance or that fear, to allow my body to obey the command to jump. I was in freeze. And my friends kept talking to me, telling me they had me, it was okay, I could trust them, etc. And I knew intellectually I could, but my body did not know that up there on that pole. And what finally did it was one of the friends, she was this girl that I had a good rapport with. The topic of the Chariots of Fire song had come up earlier that day, the Vangelis song. Da, 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 da. And she said, Jeff, think of that song. And she started humming it. She said, think of Chariots of Fire. And think of yourself running toward the goal. And she started that song in my head, and it started to play. And I had the vision of like running down a course toward a goal. And that song was able to put my mind at ease. And with that vision of me like going toward my goal, I was able to jump. And I missed the bar, of course, because I'm not coordinated. And I kind of dangled in the air, like a few inches from where I jumped. It was not scary at all. So most of it was in the mind. Once I actually realized what the jump was like, I was like, oh my God, I could have done that 10 or 20 times. That wasn't scary at all. But it was that surrender, that trust that I was forced into was one of the most physiologically. I was sweating, I was hyperventilating. My adrenaline was pumping. My bodily reaction to that was so intense. I don't have a lot of practice with surrender and trust. There was not a lot of people around growing up that I could trust or surrender to. Not that they were bad people. They just didn't know how to. If I surrendered, nothing would happen. They're like, I don't know what to do with you. Yes, exactly what Shameless is saying right here. And on top of that, I've told this before, the one time in recent years that I've tried that was coming up here to Seattle with the ex. He convinced me, in my mind, we had built that trust. And not only my mind, he verbally told me and confirmed that we had built this trust. And his exact words to me to get me to move up here was, trust me, put your life in my hands. Like, that's a big ask. Put your life in my hands. Your life. And that's literally what I did. Definitely my sanity. And I remember thinking, like, this is a big, if I do this, if I hand over my control of my life to another person and trust that it's going to be okay, and that they know me and have my best interests at heart. This is huge. I've never done this before. Even with Mike, I didn't do this. That grew gradually over time, kind of organically. It wasn't a decision I had to make. And the thought process I went through in my head it was humility. Without even realizing it at the time, it was an attempt at humility, because this was my reasoning. And it made sense to me at the time. It was this. It was as an experiment. So here I am experimenting with my own life as an experiment. I think I was just trying to talk myself into moving out of New Orleans and coming up here. As an experiment. Maybe, for once, somebody knows you better than you know yourself. Maybe somebody knows more about what's good for you than you do. Maybe. Let us try the experiment and test and see if that was my reasoning. As an experiment, try it. If it doesn't work, I'll be in Seattle. I could start a new life up there. I didn't want to be in Louisiana anyway, et cetera, et cetera. So it all made sense. And I said, okay, I will consciously make the decision, self-determining adult, to turn my life over to this other human being who I had known for like a week. At the time I did it, it was exhilarating because I had all this hope and possibility that I saw. I was convinced. I had convinced myself that we were going to have the best life ever. But he also had convinced me of that too. Oh, really, Philip? You're coming up this way? Oh, luxury. My friends keep telling me to try to ride a train. Well, if you're up for it, let me know and we'll definitely get together. We will at least, you have to do at least this. It's a Seattle thing. We will at least have coffee. That is what they do here. We will meet for coffee. So that was that decision was the portal to hell. That led to more trauma, more complete mental breakdown, crisis, and rebuilding and growth. That led to the dissociation that I still feel to this day from some physical trauma. From that one experiment of let's try this. Let's try letting somebody else lead your life. So the odds that I'm going to be talked into trying it again are very, very tiny. It's going to have to be. Whew, I can't imagine the kind of person it's going to have to be. Really? Wow. Well, if you all happen to be here at the same time, we could do a little mini panel reunion. Even stream it. Yeah, anyone. My God, I am so lonely up here. Anybody ever coming to this area that wants to get together, I'm all up for it. If you like to hike, even better. Okay, I keep remembering to do this thing. Learning orientation, a desire to continuously learn and grow. All right, I got to be honest about this because part of this is being honest about yourself and with yourself. I love to learn. I do. I'm also an autodidact. I need zero help at all learning. Anything I need to learn, you tell me what you want me to learn, and I can learn. I got it. I got it from there. I've never understood teachers or needing people around to help me learn, or other than as a resource to ask a question to. Um, I know how to learn. I don't need any other humans for that, other than like for content. And I do have a desire to continuously learn and grow at my own pace, in my own direction, in the way I determine for myself. Knowing that and agreeing to that, I still have a lot of resistance to letting other people help me with that. I like to drive my own car, and it's some I just resist the idea that somebody that's not me has anything to offer to help with that. I know they do. I know you do. I benefit from it all the time when I overcome this. But that's in there. That's that ego. Um, that's the story I tell myself every time. For what reason I don't know. It's a trust thing. And part of it I think goes to childhood from just growing up as a gifted kid because there literally was often nobody around that could teach me anything. Like I didn't have like I was smarter than a lot of my teachers, or there was very limited, especially at the lower grades. I remember like some of the teachers would go and get textbooks from the higher classes. And they'd come in with like an eighth grade science book, and they'd be like, "Here, go sit at the table and read this, and I'll ask you some questions." Like they tried to challenge me or give me something that to learn that stimulated me at my level. Or sometimes other teachers, like I remember like if the junior high kids were doing a science experiment, sometimes they would come pull me out and let me go sit and watch their experiment. But outside of stuff like that and the enrichment programs, even if I wanted to learn, I couldn't. There was no one around I could rely on to really teach me in the way I needed to learn it. And so I grew up relying on myself and having to plan for the fact that there's not going to be people around often for you to learn from. And so when there are people around claiming to be able to teach me stuff, I'm like, okay, let's show me your chops. Let's see what you have to offer. Because for the most part, I can do it on my own. So why should I disempower myself and let you into the process when I'm so good at it myself? And maybe that's ego too. But when it comes to learning, and this I'm pretty rock solid in, and I'm willing to test and challenge this. But when it comes to learning, I can almost always do it better for myself than someone else can help me with it. If it's just like learning information, absorb this information. And I distinguish that from wisdom. I think we used that little model one time of understanding versus wisdom. Like, how does it go? Understanding versus knowledge. Knowledge was perception plus judgment, and wisdom added understanding and experience to perception and judgment. So wisdom builds on, it's not separate from knowledge, but it builds on knowledge. And so it's the wisdom part, I think. This is hard for me to admit, but I think that I could use help with. I'm horrible at asking for help, even though I preach it to everybody else. I just don't know what kind of help, who to help, who can help, how to help. But the wisdom part, taking the knowledge that I'm able to do on my own and turning that into wisdom, that's the part. I think there's room for some leadership and some followership. Philip, I honestly don't know because I learn without even realizing I'm learning. Like something will pop into my brain that I'm interested in, and next thing you know, I'm in the middle of like learning it without even. I'm like, how am I this far into learning it when I just thought about it? I'll have like 10 tabs open with all these articles on the topic, or I'll have like two or three books on the topic that I'll be sifting through. So, growing up, we had encyclopedias. We had the Childcraft and the grown up version, like the World Book, and I had library access galore. And so anytime I wanted to learn something, like I knew where to go I could go to this encyclopedia, that encyclopedia, this library section. So I always knew where to go. It was always books because later as a teenager we had PBS and it had some educational programming, but for the most part it was like I knew I knew how to find information in books, which now that I think about it, made me a good. I worked in a library for about 2.5 years when I was in college, and I was really good at that, and I liked it. In fact, when I was in college, and this was before I started work at the library, like my first year, I took one of those career tests where they ask you all these questions and you fill in the dots, and then they run it through this machine, and it lists all the careers that you would be good at and that fit your personality or your interest. And librarian was number one, like hands down, head and shoulders. It was so clear that librarian fit me better than any other profession out there. And then number two, believe it or not, and I never understood this one, I still don't, was ad man, like advertising person, creating ads, advertising. No interest, no talent, but that got number two. Yeah, an aptitude test, right. Oh, shameless, that's a good point, because there are people on YouTube. If I need like practical learning, there's YouTube's great for that. I could pull up. There's different YouTube people I follow, and like when I was starting my business, there was some channels on how to start a business I followed that would help. And when I started my channel, there's some channels on running a practice for neurodivergence and autism. So I get really practical tips from following people out there that are doing the same thing I'm trying to do and sharing all the ways they're doing it. That's a really good point. That's a good resource. In fact, Chris, he used to be part of this and hang out here all the time. He repaired his entire. He had some very complex problem with his car that involved taking apart the entire dashboard and going into the digital wiring and everything. And he used YouTube videos to fix his entire car from just watching these different people on YouTube take apart their car, that same car, and show how to do it. I'm laughing, Philip, but I'm so Gen Z slacker. I would be I could just walk. I'm just a walk-in resume, just walking in the door. The customers would probably start asking me for help the minute I walk in the door without even knowing that I don't work there. The only thing I don't like about thrift stores, and it's minor, maybe it's an autism thing, the smell. They have this old clothes smell too. I hate the smell of thrift store clothes. But yeah, I'd probably, and plus I know butt ass about fashion. Unless it's like, I don't know, I could work at a satanic thrift store. Um, Anything facing with the public though. Like I worked at a bookstore. My dream was always to work at a music store, but I never made that happen somehow. Um, I'm really good with the public. I've done customer service for years. I loved it. I was good at it. I got customer service was one field that it was like very easy for me to just move up in very quickly. Um, so I have a lot of experience of success, like way more success than failure in customer service. Just I'm a people person. That's it. Philip, I don't know if you know this. I don't think they have them anymore. Seattle might have a few used like vinyl record stores. I think they have a used. It's like DVD CD store here, with like one old guy in there working it. Oh, maybe I'm just not that materialistic and hungry for treasure. I mean, I've shopped at thrift like I've had a thrift store wardrobe before, or a large portion of it. So I've gone in thrift stores. I've tried them on. I've had the smell on me, but I still like clothes that don't come from thrift stores better. The smell, even like Target or Walmart smell is better. Yeah, even growing up, because you had Musicland in the mall, or Sam Goody, or what was the other one? There's the third one, and Sound Exchange. Um, but the prices were higher than your like independent music shop. They were corporate, but sometimes it was convenient because if you were at the mall, you could get a whole bunch of other stuff and get your music at the same time. It was the 80s. There was a cool like shopping at the mall feel to it, and I forgot the other one. I don't know what the other advantage was because I almost always tried to shop at my local music store. The only time I ever bought it from the mall was if I had to have it that day and no other store had it, or sometimes they were having a sale, but not often. The corporate store prices were almost always higher, except for I'll tell you the secret of the 80s. Walmart. Walmart had the cheapest tapes. Sometimes you could get cassettes for like $3 or $4. They were always having sales. They carried the latest new releases. I would find albums at Walmart that I didn't even know were being released. Like before I even heard them on the radio, I would see a new release at Walmart from this artist. Walmart was great for music in the 80s. It stocked all the latest music you wanted at the best price in town. Walmart was my very first stop for music. See, and I'm not good at. I don't wash my clothes when I get them home from the thrift store or from the store. They get washed when they end up in the laundry from being worn. It really was growing up. Like we had never seen anything like that. We had dollar stores growing up, but nothing like Walmart. We had it was called TG and Y, and it was a kind of a department store. That was or a Howard's. That was as close as we and we had Kmart. But Walmart was like at a whole new scale and the prices. And the thing about Walmart, especially when they first opened, was the entire town was there was more people at Walmart than the mall. You could go to Walmart and see half your friends, half the people at your school, your teachers were shopping at Walmart. It was the public square. Every person in town was at Walmart. The bougie kitchen stuff. Um, when I left Vegas and got back to New Orleans, I took a seasonal job at Pottery Barn at the mall for like I don't know a month or two, selling all that bougie kitchen stuff and decor. I I probably should keep my lips shut about it because it's I don't want to get sued. Um, it's talking about. No, I'd better just shut up. It was good for seasonal work. I think this is all subjective on my part. This is the story I'm telling myself. I have no facts to base this on other than the impressions in my head. I think because I was gay, they expected more flair or home decor touch for me I was great with the customers. I had the people touch, but I didn't care about the stuff I was selling. The pottery board stuff, tchotchke, pfeffernuss. Um, so I didn't have the passion for it that like I think like an actual gay would would bring to the job. Well, that was the nickname for it. There probably was a Wally World from the movie, but people would call Walmart Wally World. Like, where are you going tonight? I'm going to Wally World. Or I have to go to Wally World. You want to come with? And for us, because we lived in a little town like about 20 minutes outside of the larger city, and so it was a little drive. And so it was a trip into town, like it was going to town. So if you and Walmart was right at the edge. It was like one of the very first stops as you're getting into town. So you could go make a quick jaunt to just Walmart without going into the rest of the city and having to fight traffic. Or if you had other things to do with the city, you could center it around a trip to Walmart and to get all your other errands done. So yeah, people were always, I'm going to Walmart or I'm going to Wally World. And another good thing about Walmart, because I hated shopping as a kid, especially with my mom, because she was a shopper. She could shop for hours and hours and hours and look at clothes. And I would sit there falling asleep underneath the clothes racks. But Walmart was big enough and spread out enough that I could wander around that store and there was enough for me to look at. I didn't have to be in my mom's way. She could do her shopping. She could come find me when she was ready to go. Um, a lot of space. There was room for everybody to have their space. Targets, I remember growing up, Targets were, they were the best. They were even, more sought out than Walmart. Our town didn't get a Target for years and years, and it was a huge event when they finally got a Target. I like the clothes at Target better. Just fits my style better. And I don't know the shopping. Like it seems like it's a calmer shopping experience. Maybe the music. Walmart seems active and it seems like the bazaar, the marketplace. It's bustle, hustle, and bustle, and loudspeakers and people talking and shopping carts. Target seems just a little more chill. Like I can roll the cart around Target and they have pleasant music playing. There's not a lot of commotion. It just seems more. It's more like the grown-up store, and Walmart is like the store where you could take the kids and they could all run around. No, I have a year and a half of interior design at the university level. I actually was a interior design major for a year and a half. I thought I was gonna have it be a career. So I learned all that stuff. I had to practice. We had to make the boards with the fabrics and the materials. We had to do the floor plans and create the designs. Um, I was okay at it. There were people way better at it than I was, I think. Um, I kind of have an eye for what looks good, what matches, proportions in a room. I could tell when a picture's crooked or straight. I could tell when the colors match. But I don't have a passion for it. I'm not that big into. I'm not very visual. I'm not. I don't care much how my surroundings look as long as they're functional. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Me, it feels that way to me too. It just it feels a little more grown up. Like, and then here they have the Kroger chain has a kind of a Walmart type store spinoff that's similar to Walmart and Target, and they're pretty decent too. So it was a good shopping model growing up for sure. It met especially if you had a large family. You could meet your entire family needs in one stop, keep your household going, and it was an alternative to the mall. So it was like the mall and or Walmart. Those were the two places to see and be seen. Yeah, Fred Meyer, that's right. Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't know this at the time. I don't know why, but it was especially in my little small college town. It was all women. I was the only male in the entire probably the entire building, I think. It was taught by little old Baptist ladies, um, housewives, very trad people, and I'm in there, no kidding, with a purple mohawk, spiked dog collar, kink gear, gothic T-shirts. I had my black combat boots. I stood out like this. Like I was there a year and a half. I think the first semester, if not two, you could cut the awkwardness with a knife. Every single class, the teachers did their best. The classmates did their best. Sometimes we were assigned group projects. They were all very gracious and did their best, but there was no getting around. It was like if you put Ozzy Osbourne in a class full of church ladies, or say, like there was no getting around the contrast. But it worked. We all made it work. Everybody was professional, and they taught what they were supposed to teach. Yeah, you're right, Spike. I in general, like I don't keep up with the latest Target fashions, but at any given point in my life, I can usually walk into a Target and there's going to be some styles there that I like and that fit me and that are a good price. Can't believe we're talking about Walmarts and big box stores. Oh well, we follow the conversation where it wins. Oh, by the way, did I put the link? I don't even know if I put the link. This was intended to be a panel. If anybody wanted to come up, I might have had forgot. Oh no, it looks like I had it. All right, cool. Well, in that case, I've been going for an hour, so I think I'll wind it down. It was great hanging out late on a Sunday night. It's good. I love seeing the different time slots and the different crowds that hang out at the different time slots. It's like a different little energy each time of the day. Trade straight. I'm looking for a trad guy for the gay guy. I need I'm looking for a trad husband. You talk about leadership and surrender and all that. That might be something I consider. Uh, leading or following or something. But anyway, and I am always in need of a queer eye for the gay guy. I was a very, I did not get that part of the gay. So I always, in fact, I had to find other gay people to go shopping with. I remember when I first moved back to New Orleans and I needed to get like work clothes and clothes, like new clothes for my new life in the city. I went online on gay.com and I'm like, is there anybody that can meet me at the mall and help me shop? And there was a gay guy that said, yeah, I'm not doing anything. And he met me, total stranger off the internet. And he met me at the mall and we went through the J.C. Penney's and some of the other stores. And he picked clothes and I tried on and he told me what looked good. I think I took him to lunch. Um, I had to go recruit me a gay just to help me shop. Yeah, I'm attracted to masculinity. I'm not gonna lie. I like me some men. I like me some masculine. Um, at least my rule is at least as masculine as I am, however masculine that is. But preferably more. They at least have to be more masculine than me. They don't have to be big butch who won the football game masculine, but at least more masculine than me. I am recruiting. If there's a hiking friend out there and not a serial killer that's trying to get me alone on the trail, which is what I would normally attract, please hit me up. Call me. Yeah. I want the husbands in the recliners in front of the TV. Maybe there's a fire in the wintertime. I want like the Berenstain Bears husbands. Berenstain Otters. Or is it Berenstein? I'm not getting that right now. I want the division of labor. We can both work. We can both have household. However it works. But I want the what is it? Beaver cleaver. No kids. Without the kids. We're gonna skip to the like after the kids leave, retired or semi-retired lifestyle. But I want that. I want the home. In fact, Mike and I had that in many ways. We had a little comfortable suburban life. We worked. We had a few friends we got together with now and then, a little social circle. But for the most part, we had our life. We had the meals we like to cook and eat, the TV shows we like to watch, the places around Vegas we like to go for entertainment. We just had this little life we carved out for ourselves that we were enjoying and we were happy in. And it was cozy. And the best part, especially for me, I think one of the best parts is we built a home together. And when I lost Mike, I learned the difference very viscerally on an emotional level, the difference between a house and a home. Because when it was just me, it was just a building with me in it, my body. When it was me and Mike, it was a home. It was something more, it was something we had built together. And we talk about here on truth and meaning and finding meaning and religion and different ideologies and art and subcultures, etc. But I think I've probably found more meaning in that than maybe anywhere. That in the hiking group at the time. Just doing something like building a home with another person that you care about and sharing experiences together. There's so much meaning in just that. I'm getting I've been like this all day. There's emotion under the surface. It's been coming out all day as people have been talking, and it's coming out now. Conan. I don't know about it. I was real quick. I think I'll wrap up on this. I had another thought earlier about the male female thing and what is masculine and feminine. What is the masculine energy, etc. And I think of the feminine as like if I were an actor and a director or coach said, okay, give me a female or a feminine character, or do this here, read for this female part. We need a stand-in. Or I'm at the Globe Theater, play this female Shakespearean character. I would be able to call, oh, hey, hi there. How are you? Like, I'd be able to call up like a feminine feeling energy or character. Or I could do like a big man care. Hey, bro, what's up? But both of those feel put on. They both feel. Neither one feels like I'm tapping into some cosmic archetypal energy. It feels like I'm enacting a caricature or a stereotype of something female, or I'm enacting the stereotype or caricature of something male. So there's that, if that's what people are talking about. But I'm still on the quest. I'm on the quest for Jesus. I'm on the quest for the self. I'm on the quest for humility. I got a lot of quests going. I'm going to need a whole murder board. I'm on a quest for humility. I'm on a quest for this male-female energy balance thing you're supposed to be doing. Get in touch with your female side. I think both. And Steve said this today too. Like he has this support system of men that he's built. I think that's what I want. Talking about being hard to ask for things, because I tend to like let things happen. Or my like rough epistemology to when something like when things are working and when to tweak them is if they emerge naturally or organically, then that's probably what is meant to be at that time. And so if something hasn't organically found its way into my life, I don't really focus on it, or I just assume, okay, at this point in my life, that's just not the energy that I'm meant to be fooling with. But there's definitely a void of men in my life, like support men. That's one of the things I was trying to build on here and still am. But I have a support system. There's just not a lot of men in it, or if any. And like if there's a single male I needed to turn to right now and said I need some man talk. I need another man to talk to. I'd have to. I don't know who that would be. I have candidates, but I haven't tested any of them yet. Like I have another support system that I know right now I could pick up the phone and call. Just none of them are men or straight men, like traditional men. Let's just say trad men. Um, so I think men can be support. Like I think striving to be supportive, I associate that as a male thing because I strive to be supportive to other men too. But I think striving to be better. I think both those are human things. Steve made the point today that he can find very few characteristics that men have that you can't also find in women. So dividing things into this is male, this is female, those are very fuzzy categories to begin with, but then I still keep coming back to, but I know it when I see it. I know what I'm attracted to. I know when I'm with masculinity and it's turning me on versus when I'm with femininity and it's not turning me on. So there's this subjective quality that seems to divide that way. But when you start trying to, maybe it's like quantum mechanics, when you start trying to look at it, it gets slippery. And the gender ideologues don't help, I will have to say that. Oh, yeah, me too. I don't know who to turn to for help either. I think we're all trying to figure it out. Oh, okay. We might have a guest. We do. Welcome, our one and only beloved D'Afrique. What's up?
It's me.
Do you think you could entertain the show for a few minutes while I go get
Yeah.
another cuppa and then come back and we can chat?
All right. Sounds good.
Wait, Mel is talking about if kids are blessed or cursed. Oh, like from a religious perspective? Hmm. All right, well maybe we'll peek in, Fatty. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me hand you over to the freak right now. Speaking of leadership, he's in your hands, or you're in his hands. I'll be back.
Yeah, so it's good to see everyone over here at Gen X. Jeff's, hanging out. Uncle Fatty, me, Philip, Bex. I hope you're still out there. Spike. Jeff is brutally honest with himself. Especially, it seems to me, like he just will just lay it all out on the table, which is pretty amazing. I don't think I have that much courage. Especially after, like, when I first started paneling and stuff. Like, I didn't know there was a whole, like, it's like a gang, like gang politics or jail politics, like in the YouTube panel versus like panel politics. It's a real thing, and I didn't expect that.
Panel
It was
politics.
panel politics, but
they're,
you know you,
they're
you
I want to say like they're the same as any other human politics, but there is definitely something about this medium that adds some new elements to it, to the politicking.
Yeah, and you don't really know exactly what angle any one in particular person or their little clique is coming from at any given point in time. Like, you know, um, it's just wild. It's just a bunch of what do you call it? Free radicals out there just spinning around, bouncing off the walls and seeing, I think, what they could destroy, and it's just crazy.
It looks to me like a lot of dysfunction, like people that grew up with abuse, or sometimes AA, alcoholism, addiction. They're more comfortable and trust people more. They build trust better with people that are as dysfunctional as they are, or that mistreat them, than they do with people that treat them well or that treat them in healthy ways. It's because the dysfunction is just more familiar to them. And so I see a lot of dysfunctional people getting their needs met through each other and getting enmeshed with each other.
Yeah.
So it's
Um,
like this little network or nest of dysfunction. And that's the bond between the panelverse, between like most of the panelverse.
the
Because
first
the
set of
same patterns keep playing out.
yeah, definitely the first set of characteristics that you mentioned at the very beginning of what you just said reminds me a lot of my family, and I'm going to start thinking that maybe schizophrenia is a factor as well.
Someone pointed that out to me once. They said, Jeff, you are running a mental health channel. It's going to draw people with the mental health issues and the spurgs and everything about my channel is not going to draw the most normal people. But normal and functional to me are two completely different things, and I was hoping it would draw at least functional or healthy. What do you want to explain panel politics for the viewers?
Myself, well, I would just say that it's things aren't what they seem.
Yes.
What you see broadcasting and what you see in terms of like connections with certain people may or may not actually be the case. And the one thing that you can be certain of is if there's a chance that someone is desperate enough to use you for material, they definitely will.
Let me tell you what I talking about humility and the limits of knowledge. What I think I am learning. I am just now getting tuned into this, so I could be very off here. But it looks like what the picture that's forming is there's actually, I don't know how loose or tight they are, but there's groups or networks or little clusters that coordinate to create content or exploit content, existing content, and build this kind of inter-stream network and drive viewers to each other's streams to keep each other's numbers up to keep revenue coming in. So they'll take something like a conflict or some panel drama, and they might make it seem more sincere than it actually is because they know that they could slant it toward content. So, like, you never know what's content and what's sincere. And somebody could be having a conversation with you, like you and I are doing right now, but at the same time be aware of an audience in their head that they're playing to, that they're slanting the conversation toward. And so you never know if you're just talking to a person or if you're talking to somebody that's in the middle of a production and you're part of that content.
Absolutely, 100% right on. Because not only do you have these clicks form that do that kind of stuff, but they can those bonds are so fragile that a click can unclick at any second. And the second thing is, oh shoot, what was I going to say? It has to do with the same thing, but the clicks are fragile, and also now we've seen evidence now that there's actual political buyouts of influencers in terms of what they're broadcasting and what their slants are in the political realm and other realms. It's not just about advertising. So you really don't know who's on the agenda and who's not now.
Because there could be agendas even behind just their immediate panel, like content creation agenda. There could be larger. So that's when you start getting into conspiracy territory, because how deep could this go? It has the potential. You don't know the depths that it might be possible, and so then your
We don't
mind
know. Yeah.
starts getting carried away.
Yeah, you definitely don't know. The one good thing I guess you could say is that there's so many dysfunctional broadcasters that, and they're all paranoid enough that the clicks don't really, they're not like solid concrete clicks. There's like no contracts going on or anything like that. So everyone's still
But
kind of a
it's the
free
same
radical.
dysfunction that, because when
Yeah.
you say they're fragile, I see the opposite. I see this tight core of dysfunctional people that are bonded so tightly together in their dysfunction that they're never broken up completely. Like, they're always on each other's panels over and over, as many times as they fight and feud. That 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 clique doesn't ever seem to break apart, and it's a clique of dysfunction. It's not a healthy clique, but it seems like a stable one.
I think I could only think of one example of that. Maybe one or two, but otherwise, I think it's just a free for all chaos machine right now. And anyone can turn on anyone at any second, kind of a
Well,
thing.
from what I
I could be wrong
understand,
though.
and I'm trying to get more information, but it seems like there's a few groups that are coming together to organize and do something a little more coordinated and targeted. So,
Well,
yes, I do agree that some of it's chaos, but be prepared for some of that chaos to be part of something more organized.
yeah, yeah. Maybe they are getting more organized. That's definitely possible. Moose probably it'd be a great interview for those kind of questions.
Are you saying that as a troll?
No, I'm saying that as someone that he's been around a little bit and he's interacted with a lot of the
Oh,
people, and he builds up channels, and he helps broadcast. So he's kind of seen the whole picture, and could probably take a step out and look down at that whole thing, and give a real good perspective on the whole thing.
yeah, he very well could, especially if he's one of the main people doing what I'm describing. He would definitely be the person to talk to. I don't know if you've seen the last few dream streams or if you've been in on the drama lately. Um, Also, we have Mr. Axis Ratblood again. Welcome.
Hey Jeff,
What's
I
And DeFreak, real
hey,
quick, what remind me of your channel again?
It's just my name,
Oh,
and I
why
need
can't I
four
find it?
more subs to start to be able to stream from my phone. So I'm looking forward
Can
to
you
that one.
pop it in the back? For some reason, I can't seem to
yeah,
find
I'll
it.
subscribe to you, the freak, if you
Okay,
give
cool.
me the
Yeah,
link.
one second. uh,
Hey, Axis.
Hey, I'm too wound up to sleep and too tired to give a shit. So I seen you were live. I was about to go live, but I didn't want to do that. Not while you're live. So I didn't know if you minded me hanging out with you for a while.
Not at all.
Or
Not at all. Join the conversation. What's on your mind?
oh, I'm just listening to you guys and remembering how social media and all this transpired from old MIRC chats and F serving and back in the day when you had ICQ, before there was face to face and YouTube peer groups of you know, panel
Did all
birds.
this drama going back then too?
No, because we had when you went into MRC, um, you had to have an etiquette, a protocol about yourself because they had bots that guarded each room, so that if you got out of line, it kicked you. Uh, ICQ was a chat program where you could communicate back and forth, and people started doing bombing on it. Flooding is what it was called, and they would hit you with like 10,000 messages at once. So, eventually, during the turmoils of all that, and was still in the DOS age, we wound up with Windows, and I think it was Windows 95, Windows 98, and then you had MySpace.
Yeah.
And
And
so
AOL.
MySpace, yeah, yeah, and it just from there it just took off exponentially.
Yeah. I remember them days, but this adds the element of content because it's public facing, and so I guess like Twitter and Facebook kind of do too. But this adds like the video part of it where it's more three-dimensional, interactive. So it's more like television, I guess, than text, and everything can be exploited for content for other channels, and so you never know what's real. Like you don't know what's content and what's authentic.
I agree. I agree. And with you know, the AI programs that they're giving us, um, now you're not even sure that what you're talking to is, even real or not.
True.
Uh, I hope I didn't run
Not
the
only
freak
do,
off.
oh no, I think it was connection.
Sorry about that.
Not only do you have to worry about if the people around you are authentic or producing, but now you have to worry about is it even a person?
Right. Um, I took that 2 year journey introspectively, and whenever I come out of it, I was going to take on algorithms, machine learning, AI to what degree they have. It's not sentient AI. What people are calling AI is actually machine learning.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not true AI. Now they may have that, but they haven't let us know that they have it. So people are misconstruing machine learning
Hmm.
for being
But even with the
AI.
machine learning,
Oh man,
it's
yeah, yeah. So I did a few endeavors in the last couple, last 3 4 weeks, and was going head to head with AI technology. Um, and man, I'm telling you what, it don't take it but maybe 15 minutes to find out that you're altering your vocabulary. You're coming at it like a thesaurus so that it can't determine what your thought pattern is. You give incoherent, indescript messaging to it to relay, and its information comes back, and eventually, within a matter of a few moments, it's got it figured out, and it starts schooling you.
and it's just a machine.
Yeah,
Talk
Yeah.
about humility.
Oh, it's a trip, man. It really is. And then I got to looking into to Hanson Robotics um, and private robot companies and what China's doing with automation, where they've developed some of DARPA, um, and then not to mention, the home of the birth of the internet, so they say, some of these quantum stuff that comes out of there and the D-wave computers, the qubit, and superpositioning
Oh
of
yeah, with the quantum stuff.
oh man, yeah, you cannot get a picture of the quantum interface. They will not release it, though there are quantum computers. There's one here in Indiana, close to me, at Indiana University, but you've got to get authorization and permission to use it. And even at that, it's just being used as a resource to general computing.
Mhm.
So even though it's going into a quantum state, it's still only delivering a binary response.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So what true AI, or not AI, but quantum D-wave computers and qubits, the actual interface to, because it's all possibilities and positions
Hmm.
at once.
So it's
Um,
not they're not locked into binary.
no, 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 not at all. Um, but they will not reveal, what type of interface they're using to interact with a quantum state. Where you have all possibilities at once, and I guess you would put in your equation, and it would give you all possibilities. And with the qubit, it's already surpassed the human mind.
Yeah.
And it gives you back the greatest potential in a quantum state of whatever your query was.
And now we got quantum genders, quantum
Shit,
race,
no.
quantum everything else. Maybe
Well, they
that's
want.
maybe that is like the herald of the quantum age. Maybe we are on the horizon of a quantum age where nothing's binary anymore.
Well, my view on that is they want to destroy gender because one is if you have, let's say, you have an AI companion, an automated partner, it's still not male or female. It's still just a machine. And if they start doing transhumanism with us and putting chips in so that we can neuralink and start augmenting the body, well, they can actually do away with the type of sexuality you are. And when you're immersed, you can be androgynous, um, hermaphrodite, you could be male, female, unidentifiable because you're in a digital state at that point.
Kind of like now, where you could create your own identity.
Pretty much, but this is more interactive, way more interactive. They have
So we're gonna
they
be
have
interacting as these avatar creatures that can be anything. So
pretty
we're
much
never
that's
really
what
gonna
the
know the
metaverse.
person behind it.
That's what they designed the Zuckerberg's metaverse was all about.
Oh yeah, I remember something like that. Did that thing ever even take off? I haven't heard anything about metaverse in years.
Um, Actually, what they wound up doing is he discarded that for a different state of immersion, but there is a global simulation that is under military and government observation that's determining the outcome of each of our algorithms as put into Facebook, YouTube, um, any of our social media and private platforms.
Freak, what do you have to say about this?
First of all, I think the whole quantum thing is not possible in our current configuration of the physical plane, because in order to have quantum anything, you have to have 0 Kelvin, which is like the absence of heat. And
Yeah,
at
it's
that point, you're at the singularity, and at that point, you're at basically you're at God. So
have
for
you
anything,
Quantum Jesus.
yeah,
yeah,
if I made the freak, I would like to correct you on that. If you do
right.
any of the research, you'll find that they're holding particles in symmetry at just above absolute zero in these refrigerators called quantum computers. And when they introduce the particles and they sustain them at just a fairly above absolute zero, that's how they're reaching, slowing the particle down to be able to reach that quantum state of entanglement. It virtually stops the particle from moving.
I did hear
Like,
that one of the issues was like keeping the right power
Yeah,
source or level or to keep it stable for long enough.
yeah, the refrigerators, man.
Uh,
D
but
wave.
that'll eventually be overcome. Humans always overcome those kind of technological limitations.
Yeah,
uh,
and you don't have to take my word for it. Just check into D wave computers and how they operate, and you will see they have absolutely been able to do this, and they can get the quantum information out of it. But I beg you, please do your own research on that. Don't take my word for it.
I haven't looked at it in a while, but first, I don't know if the actual 0 Kelvin is even possible. I don't think it's physically possible. At least that's what they said back when I was going to school. And if it was, that'd be a different story. But the thing is, if they're slowing down the particles and the electrons down to 0 Kelvin or right above 0 Kelvin, so that they can basically freeze frame it and then look at it or whatever. Well, that's the exact opposite of what electricity is and what we're doing right now with the internet and with the bandwidth and with the telecommunications, uh, via whatever G that we're doing right now on the stream. So how are they going to get a particle that's frozen to be everywhere at once all at the same time? It just something's not jiving.
I'm getting ready to send you some links on this.
And for once, I am very intellectually humble. I have no clue how to answer those right now. That is beyond my
Yeah.
intellect.
But I did want to say, Jeff, the reason I came up here was I
To
wanted
sell me
to
some Jesus.
show you some Jesus. Basically, the it's just like any relationship that you have with anyone else. You have to build trust. You have to get
But
familiar with the.
why though? He's Jesus. Why is it like anybody? He's supposed to be
Well, he
so
knows you.
different than anything else.
He knows you. We just don't know him.
I
But
well, you're right that I don't know him. But if he knew me like I know me, he wouldn't be acting this way. It would be going differently.
I think you just need to get on the same page, and everything will work out.
But I feel like it's on his end. You're right. This is like being in a relationship, a gay relationship.
Whatever. If Jesus says you're gay, you're fucking gay. That's between you and him. I have nothing to do with that.
I feel like it's coming from Jesus' end because I'm doing my part. I did the work.
You did the work. How many times did you pray today?
Well, I
Okay.
kind of I stopped after a while. I haven't been doing it the last few days because it hasn't been working, so I stopped doing it. I didn't see results.
There's the old parable of the unrighteous judge who basically has no fear of God, no fear of man, or whatever, and he's a judge or whatever. And so there's this old lady that was somehow she was done wrong, that she kept going back to the judge and saying, "Hey, relieve me from my adversary," whatever, however it's worded. And at first he didn't really care. He didn't rule in her favor. He didn't do anything, but she kept going back. She kept going back. And so it was started to basically tire him out. And sometimes that's what we have to do to
We have to
Jesus.
tire Jesus out. Like why?
We
That
have to
why?
we have to
That
become
doesn't
the
build
squeaky
trust.
wheel.
I care about you and I know you and I want you to know me and I love you. But first you have to tire me out to get to that. That's weird.
It is weird. It's weird, but this is a parable Jesus said. I mean, I don't know why it's like that exactly or
Because
whatever,
he's
but
kink Jesus.
maybe maybe he's testing our heart. Like, how bad do we do we really believe? How bad do we want that to be our intent? Is our intent pure? That kind of stuff. But yeah, it said basically after a
Well,
while,
you
the
may
church
have a
got
point there.
weary and he ruled in her favor, and it was just a matter of being a little bit persistent at times. So what I wanted to do was just read out a short chapter, Timothy 3, 2 Timothy 3. You're familiar with that one?
Is that one of Paul's?
Yeah, it is, but it's pretty short. And what it does is it explains it kind of lays out what to expect during the quote unquote end times, the end time of mankind or whatever. And if we read it, we see that there's a lot of truth in what we're seeing now, and so that could help, like kind of build trust. So, but if you don't think it's a good idea, then
No, read it. No, absolutely. As long as it's not copyrighted, can you get me a strike?
I
Go
don't think
ahead.
so. Do you want to?
What version do you use?
I use King James. I like
Okay.
King James.
Yeah, that's the one I used to. It's
If
good.
you
It's
don't
I
simple to
like
mind,
read.
Jeff,
King James. I like New International Version, and I like the Message sometimes.
if you
I
don't
don't know
mind,
about the
Jeff,
message.
would you wrench me up for a second so I can drop this link?
Oh, sure. Let me or if you put it in the back, I can post it too.
It's on a
But I don't
different
mind
different
wrenching
device.
you for tonight.
Yeah, you can unwrench me after.
Let me just find you. Oh, can you make a little comment so it'll show up?
Sure. Um, let's see. Did I drop this? Let's see. Yeah, I'm working with three devices here so I can exchange
Oh,
information.
all right. There you go.
There we go.
Um, all right. There you go.
Okay. Yep. Yep. There it is. All right. Cool. That
Are you
explains
gonna read
the.
it, or do we just read
Yeah,
it?
I can read it whenever we're ready. So, 2 Timothy 3. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. For this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sin, led away with divers lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. But thou hast fully known my doctrine, manner of life, purpose, faith, long suffering, charity, patience. Paul's going to start whining a little bit here. Persecutions, afflictions, which came to me at Antioch, at Iconium,
What a
at
little bitch.
Lystra. What persecutions I endured. Oh, woe is me. But out of all of them the Lord delivered me. Yea, and all that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution. But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. But continue thou in the things that which thou hast learned and hast been assured of, knowing of whom thou hast learned them. And from a child thou hast known thy holy scriptures, which are able to keep thee wise until salvation through faith which is in Christ Jesus. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, reproof, correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. So,
Um,
especially at the beginning here, it talks about what, kind of the condition of man,
that's what I was gonna say when you were describing it. My first thought was this doesn't sound like the end times. This sounds like every single time in human history, everywhere you have humans, you find this. This is just normal humans being humans.
I don't know. I mean, I remember when I was a younger man, and I still lived in Florida. You could go to any like grocery store, parking lot, mall, and people would actually say hello to each other, or they would say, you could actually go up to someone and ask a question like, where's parking lot C or something, and they wouldn't like think that you were going to try and murder them or something. It
They
just
don't do people. Has it changed that much?
Well, I know out here in Phoenix, people are like a lot of people are not from here, and so people are like paranoid just as a what do you call it? Like their disposition right away is to be not trusting, and to basically be afraid
That's
of
how they were
it.
in Seattle too. But when I moved out of Seattle, it got more normal. Like people still were friendly and do that kind of stuff. So I wonder if some of it's just urban.
No, Phoenix is bad. When I was in Kingman, which is Mojave County, um, Phoenix was just a shithole of dissidents. But once you got into Bull's Head, Quartzsite, Wikisburg, Kingman, a lot different atmosphere.
Prescott.
Prescott, yeah. That's
Oh,
all
Kingman,
laid
that's
back
where we
area.
used to go buy all the lottery tickets because they have
Yeah.
a lottery in Vegas.
The count. When I was out there, man, I dreaded coming across Phoenix, just because it's a miserable place. The cops are corrupt there. They're rude. They're dissident themselves. But once you get a couple hundred miles down the road, man, you can hit the mountains. You can go up to 7,000 foot or more elevation. You can go to the middle of the desert.
Mm.
Uh, People are just laid back, especially around Forsyth and Bull's Head.
Yeah, there's a lot of good places in Arizona. Phoenix is it could get pretty wild. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as New Orleans, but maybe that's just
Uh,
the facade. The facade of Phoenix doesn't seem like New Orleans, but it could be very well in the belly. It could be just as bad. It's just we have a way of masking it out here because we have sunshine and we have paint.
I never could stand New Orleans. Um,
It's
I would,
it's a certain type of city for a certain type of
yeah,
person.
because I used to take 10 and take the Panhandle into Florida, and I would go down Tallahassee, Pensacola, Lake City. But when I was going through Louisiana, especially New Orleans, I was like, "Fuck this shit." Sorry, Jeff.
Damn.
But the only reason I bring up New Orleans is because like whenever I was there, you could see like criminal activity. Like it wasn't like Phoenix is everyone's all sneaky about it. There it's
Oh,
just
like
doing
around the
business.
open.
And then like on the highways and
Okay.
stuff, like the highways were pretty wild every time I seem to roll through New Orleans. Like there'll be people like high speed chasing each other, not the cops, but just regular people, and it's like
Angry.
it's strange, but uh, I just say like Phoenix is probably just as bad, but we just mask it better, I guess you could say.
Maybe
Yeah,
so. I
and
remember a lot of the cops episodes were always from Phoenix. That was what is it Maricopa? Is that Phoenix?
Yeah,
Maricopa
Maricopa
County.
Yeah,
Yeah,
County,
they were always from
which is
Maricopa
totally
County. That was one
corrupt.
of the main where they'd film cops.
yeah. See, when
Every
I
time I
came,
watch cops, it seemed like it was always Dallas or something.
Our
Fort
Pierce
Worth or
County up
Dallas.
here in where Tacoma is, they always had certain counties that they were filming in.
Yeah.
Phoenix seemed to be one of them. There was one other thing that caught my eye about this. Hang on, let me. The part about go down to the part where he was whining and like telling his salvation story, and then it said, um,
Oh, shoot.
"All that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution."
Yeah.
So, is suffering an initiation into life with Christ? Like, is suffering part? Can you have any of that without the suffering? How essential is your own suffering before
Well,
you find Christ?
I mean, you're without Christ, everyone is suffering for sure. With Christ, you're suffering with assurance. That's all it is. I'm sure some people don't really have any suffering once they come to Jesus because they were probably already in a good position and they weren't suffering before, so it's not going to affect them. For me, being in a secular Muslim family and they, believe that they are Muslim, it was hard. And I still do have like persecutions or whatever because they are, they, they're totally ignorant, but they think they're Muslim. So there's always going to be conflict, and oh well, I don't worship a man, and this, and that, and the other, and the whole, everything that they always say.
If I
It's
may,
affected our family. It's affected me in the family because, like, I'm kind of the outsider for the most part.
The freak.
I mean,
uh,
where was it always like that? As a matter of fact, I was the only one that actually created a business that made them money, and I still got the kind of the outsider. Like, as soon as I told everyone that I became a believer in Jesus. So it's not easy.
if I
Wow.
may address my observation, which is not necessarily a fundamental Christian observation, I consider Jeff to be a righteous soul. I consider him to be an upright man. And I think that he diligently seeks out wisdom and truth. And it also states within the Bible that my father's house has many, or my father's tree has many branches. Um, and also, whenever he was testimony in the desert, and they came to him and said, "There's somebody else speaking in your name," and he told them to let it be. There are points to you, Jeff, that make you almost better than most Christians. You know, you don't judge, you don't
I
try and
do, though. I don't know
persecute.
why people think I don't judge. I judge all the
Not
time. I don't
not in
condemn.
a
I
high.
don't, like,
Right,
maybe not the
right,
Christian kind of judging.
right. You don't destroy a person's character for the sake of religion or the sake of bastardizing them for not having religion.
I don't
That
think I
makes you
have
an upright
power over
man.
anyone's
No,
character.
and that's it right there. That's a humble. So, if I had to throw my money down on a Christian or you as to who's going to heaven,
Damn.
my
What's,
money's going on you, Jeff.
we really are in upside down times. My money's on the Satanist. That's the one getting into heaven.
You're not
And I don't
actually a
even,
true
that's the
Satanist.
one person that doesn't even want to go there. Everything's all mixed up now.
Definitely is like communist religion or something.
It's crazy.
But I mean, I'm gonna have to say that I agree with Axis. I mean, I think you're more honest than a whole lot of Christians.
Well, I was thinking about that earlier, ironically enough, because of some of the stuff going on. I was thinking if this is an example of Christianity, I'm not very impressed. My Satanism seems like a better way than what I see from some of the Christians lately. But also, like, you know how we talked about Jesus bringing peace when you need peace, you can turn to Jesus and you get that comfort. I tried that recently and it didn't. Usually that works, but it didn't work this time. Like, the peace didn't come, the comfort did, nothing came. And so, is that, is the suffering supposed to be there? Like, he didn't take it away because that's part of the suffering. that you need to get to it? Like, does he have to tire you out too?
I think when you come to Jesus, you're at your most tired. You're usually, at least for me anyway, and a lot of people, they're at their last rung of the ladder when they, because the flesh wants to think that it can pull itself up and it can do it. We're not total failures. We're not, we're good enough. We could do it, but eventually the flesh comes to the end of itself, whether it's in your 30s or in your early teen, whenever it comes to realize that, hey, I ain't shit, and there's got to be something. It's got to be something I can draw from, I guess you could say, and that might even be on your deathbed. When your flesh is actually going to die, but at a certain point it comes, and that's when really putting your whole trust, taking that leap of faith that doesn't necessarily correlate with what we learn in philosophy and stuff like that. That's where that kind of comes into account. I'm not sure exactly why it is like that, but that's just the way it is.
Well,
I'm not sure why it's totally illogical. The faith that we have to put in Christ, and it doesn't really make logical sense. But love isn't always logical, but it is kind of weird.
well, here's another place I'm thrown because I've experienced love. I've loved. I've been loved, and the Jesus love, the Bible just seems weird to me. It doesn't seem the human
Solidified.
love I had. I understand that. That seems like a good thing, and I get it. Jesus love doesn't seem like that. I can't relate it to what I've experienced, and I like the human version. I like it a lot. So Jesus is it. I don't know what he's up to with this love thing, but it's not resembling anything I know as love.
Well, well, I understand what you're saying, but you got to remember, Jesus went to the cross. He was betrayed. He, you know, was falsely accused. Everything that we think that is the worst possible scenario that we go through, he endured that. As a human. So he relates to us in that regard. Um, so a lot of times when it says here in this verse where you're talking about the persecutions and the suffering, a lot of times that's going to come from people that are already not they don't want to believe, or they are not believers in anything, or especially Jesus Christ. And so those are the people specifically that will kind of shun you, that will kind of mock you, that will kind of discredit you or joke you, clown on you for say having faith, or basically for anything. Actually, if you paid attention, some people are just the crab in the bucket type.
The freak, may I ask you how long you've been a devout Christian?
Well, let's see. I don't know how many years it is, but I met Jesus like June of 2011. So that's what, like
Okay,
13 years, 12 years.
okay. Um, I take it you study the NIV and the Modern Standard or something of that nature.
Well, I really like the King James because it makes me think the most. But for
Okay,
backup or for reference, I'll use the New International Version, NIV, or the Message, because I think the Message is like kind of like new agey, kind of like younger person. It just makes me think about stuff, and I like that.
okay, okay. I didn't know how serious you was because I studied the Greek and Latin, Hebrew, English interlinear, and it gave the English sub for each of the languages in English at the bottom. So you had the Latin, you had the different languages, the Greek, and it's called an interlinear
Mhm.
Bible. And then I started studying the Maccabean stuff and the Apocryphas, um, you know, the Book of Job, Eve, Enoch, and what you're getting in the Bible, from my observation, and not discrediting you or your belief, is fundamentally different by a drastic measure as to what the New Testament is, especially like Mark, Luke, and John, who are basically the same story of this observation of this Christ and his demise, and but before that his teachings, and but that's so far removed from anything
But
that
how was
is
it observation though if it was written so much later after Christ?
letters. That's what the Council of Nicaea in Rome under Constantine II, his mother's advice was to allow Christianity to become state religion, and they put letters and books from Hebrew and basically what was Assyrian literature, and they edited what they didn't want and they put in what they wanted. Thus, the beginning of the Roman Catholic Church.
I think that during that, basically the Council of Nicaea, that's where we got the 66 books of the Bible that we have now. Um, that to me is design. It's a streamlined design to get someone to Jesus Christ. The Apocrypha, which also was excluded by the Catholics, but is now being included, which is kind of strange, but I understand why, is because some of that stuff is so abstract, so kind of out there that not all of it, but mostly like Book of Enoch and maybe another one, but that it could take you out into Alice in Wonderland instead of trying to, get to Jesus to the point where you're getting your salvation.
But so can Revelation, to me.
Well,
Yeah,
they get to
Revelation.
determine who wrote Revelations or its
Well, that would
origin.
be the Apostle John, as far as we know, right?
Um, the Revelator. No, well, they said and contributed to him, but there is no factual evidence because the book of Revelations is a compilation of various apocalyptic scenarios that were lived out prior to modern day and has recycled itself and manifested in the same form later on, and that was put at the end of the Bible, the Revelations. So it's not like it's something that hasn't been cycled through already and hadn't been pre-written about, but its origins have yet to be truly identified. And you can look into that if you want to, freak.
Um, yeah, I don't know if I could buy into that because I think at the very beginning of Revelation it says that I John was in the in the on the Lord's day something so like he takes credit for writing that.
Yeah, I know.
Um, and it's these are like visions or dreams that he's receiving from God. So when you say it happened and it's cycling, this might be the one book that hasn't actually cycled yet. Like you could take Isaiah, you could take some of the other ones and say, yeah, these are cycling prophecies that they can reoccur. They probably do reoccur in Israel and in other places and all that other stuff.
Well,
Revelation is
it
the one
happened
that
in Greece
probably was
and
that.
Rome. It happened in Rome.
What Revelation?
Yes, absolutely. Everything that is written in Revelations happened in Rome, and it's evident today that there. I think more of it is engineering to meet Revelations today, but when Revelations actually transpired um, as an actuality, that was Rome, and
Yeah, but
you can do verse for verse on that.
maybe some of it, very little of it, but like of course, towards the end of Revelation, you have the New Jerusalem, you have the Golden Bar Cube, which is the New Jerusalem. You have,
The whore, the
the
dragon.
yeah, you have dragon. You
Is
have
that
the
Christ with the
tree
sword?
of
Is that where he
life.
comes in on the sword in Revelations?
Yeah, in Revelation, and also I believe in Ezekiel 38 and 39, and some in a little bit in Zechariah, probably some in
That's Old
Isaiah.
Testament.
Right, but they all
What's
kind of
Jesus doing in that?
cross reference each other. They all have the same. They all have visions of the same events, in my opinion.
Oh,
Well,
okay. And you,
what's really interesting is they already shipped out because they're trying to resurrect the third temple right now,
who
and
Yeah,
is?
the Israelis, the
Oh,
Hebrews.
some of them, right? Like one
No, 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 no,
faction
no. The
within.
religious sect of the Orthodox and the Hasidic um, Jew, and they've got the red peppers from Texas, and they've
Red
already had the
peppers.
ceremonial outfits and the Leviticus priest uniforms. Um,
Wait, what? Hang on. The
yeah, they're
red
ready to go.
peppers?
And I would say it's probably even just the regular secular, regular run of the mill Hebrew. You know, especially in Israel, they're all kind of looking forward to the temple.
yeah, it's the more the Orthodox Hasidic that is actually doing the ceremony, though. If you
Oh
check
yeah,
into it,
yeah. And what I want to know is how they actually know who the Levitical, genetically Levitical people are, and like who are going to be those priests, and like how do they determine that? You know, because that's got to be a hard task. I mean, unless someone kept a record or something all those years.
yeah, I'm sure they did. Lineage, just as in the Old Testament, you have the lineages um, to keep track of the various generations, and once you get to the end of the Old Testament, which is considered to the Hebrews to be, the first five books, Mosaic books, um, they kept that lineage and records of that lineage after that, and that was whenever they were still on the move. We'll call it.
Yeah, yeah. It's possible. It's highly unlikely because I mean, it's not like the Mormons where they kept, you know, they keep their records for probably let's just say 250 years now. You know, I'm sure it's less, a little less than that, but you know, compared to like 2,500 or whatever that they've had to keep their records, plus uh, um, the German thing. So you know, I'm sure someone has some record, maybe, but
The
it's.
German
I
thing
think it's
was
going to be
more
interesting to
Ashkenazi.
know how they like explain how they, you know, came up with that, and like who's the actual like Aaronic Levite who's going to be going into the Holy of Holies and doing all that, you know, stuff.
What about maybe, and this is just a hypothesis, freak, because it's not a debate and it's not an argument. I'll shut down if it turns into that. Um, is it possible that when that genetic bloodline, what was that? You send them some DNA, and then
23andMe or whatever, or the
I,
one of those. You said, yeah, they tell you your lineage, like how much Asian is in you and how much this and that, right?
right, right, because there's still a trace of Nephilim uh, DNA, and I think it's the Caucasians. Truly, I believe that after the flood there was still the Nephilim, but I don't think they were. He got rid of the giant and the extremely diverse race, but still that genetic line came over, and I contribute that to the blonde-haired, red-haired, blue-eyed, and green-eyed people. Um, I think they carried the Nephilim gene, but for finding out the lineage, they could just do genetic research and compare genetic lines and see how far that goes back, wouldn't you think?
I would think so. I'm sure it could get them to an Israeli Hebrew, but then you have the tribes. Which tribe were you in? Were you a Levite? Were you were you part of Dan or Reuben or whatever your tribe? So there's, it could get you to Israel and a specific race of people, if you want to call it that. But then you have the whole tribe thing, and God is particular in that regard. Sometimes, like he doesn't want a Judean being a Levite priest. So we'll see
Right,
what happens.
right. Um, I think I think personally, if I was to ascribe to Christianity, when the 144,000 uh, that are already marked and sealed, they're going to wind up coming forth, and there's going to be some type of recognition of them being that 100 or that 144,000. Um, isn't that right? It's 144,000, something like that.
Yeah, I believe so, and certain amount dedicated to each tribe of Israel. But another thing people forget is like when Jacob married and had and conceived with Rachel, the reconciliation between Ishmael and Isaac, the bloodlines were reconciled physically at that point. So there's a lot of people that are from the tribe of Benjamin and Joseph that are forgotten about in most discussions. So
Isn't the tribe of Dan also a kind of an offset tribe of Israel that isn't quite identified yet?
I'm not sure about that actually. I can't say that I haven't really looked into that. I'm not sure. Can't answer to that.
Okay, I was just curious if you knew or not. I don't know,
Yeah,
but I do.
there's a lot of quirks in the different tribes. Ephraim. At one point, Ephraim was conspiring with Syria against Judah and Israel, and that was a thing. And so
That's
they
not
have to
bad.
be re reconciled. And every so
That
there's
sounds like a lot of drama. That sounds like
a lot of
Panelverse
drama.
drama. The entire Old Testament sounds like the Panelverse.
It's
Well, we're discussing both the Torah and the New Testament. We're not even touching on the outlying books or even the Tanakh. And as far as that goes, I'll give you my history so you know the freak. Um, I studied at the Torah Institute and was immersed into the House of David in Louisville, Kentucky, by Rabbi Lou White. And you can find him online. You can find the Torah Institute online, and that's where I was educated and studied and immersed, grafted
Are you
into the House
Jewish?
of David. Um, I was Messianic Jew for a long time, but that was one of my endeavors. I infiltrated the Seventh Day Adventists, the Mormons. I infiltrated the Masons. I infiltrated the um, the Jews, well, the Hebrew, the
Damn.
message. Yeah,
Did
and
you do
then
Church of Satan?
yes, yes, I did. Yeah, yeah, the one in
Good,
Indianapolis here.
well-rounded education.
Yeah, I wanted to know, and I've got to step into the Hindu temple here in Fort Wayne. Um, when I was into Hinduism, I mean, I wanted to know what the fuck, man. But I
Pretty
can give
cool.
you, yeah, I can give you names and links and whatever you want to. But Rabbi Lou White, and he's on he's still around in the Torah Institute. But a lot of things I forgot. I do keep the diversity laws for purity reasons. I I keep certain Sabbaths. Um, I try to observe the Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown just vicariously, but I'm not convicted by any of it anymore because I consider myself an omniist.
Omnius.
Yep.
Like a
Midlife.
monotheist.
No, I observe all religions, philosophies, mystery schools, and I utilize from each of them what I need to use to help me get through
Okay,
life with least
gotcha,
resistance.
gotcha. Yeah, which is different than universalist. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. But are you an actual like? if they took your blood and did your genetic testing, would you come up as a bloodlined Hebrew Jewish person?
Um, I'm half Native American, half Scandinavian, so I don't know. I doubt it. I really do doubt it. But
But you never
through
know.
immersion,
Is that to see if
well,
he's one of the tribes, the
Well,
actual tribes?
I was going to ask that because what I really wanted to ask is, as far as Judaism goes nowadays, like to me, from the outside looking in, I mean, it seems like it's all over the map. You could have two different rabbis read the same chapter and come up with two whole different, completely opposite
God, wait till
meanings.
you see Christianity.
But I mean, this is on a different level. Like it's it's getting pretty wild on the Judaism side, as far as I could tell. I don't know if it's gonna clean up or what's gonna happen, but like it's all over the map. What do you think about that,
Mid
Access?
bro, what do you have to say about Jesus? Any thoughts?
It's first of all, my name is Midlife Bro Logic, Jeff. So in case anyone's out there wondering, Midlife
Here, I
Bro
might as well
Logic.
put his channel, all that shit. All
There
right,
you
hang on.
go. I'm thinking of changing my name, FYI. Honestly, I need to go
It's
to
a
bed.
mouthful.
That's what she said. I need to do a million other things, but I wanted to ask Rat Blood. I want him to break down this Church of Satan because the only one I really know. Jeff is talking about it. He's spruiking it left and right. You said you studied it.
But I'm not Church of
yes,
Satan. The
yeah,
Well, what
official
are you?
Church
I'm
of Satan.
Hold on.
Or
What are
what?
you,
I'm an
Jeff?
authorized.
Hold on. Wait. What? Aren't you Church of
I'm
Satan,
just
Jeff?
independent, or what they call outsider Satanism. I'm not a part of any of the organized bodies of Satanism.
See, I
I mean, do you
okay.
know anything about this, Rat Blood?
So
Because I'm a little confused here.
yeah, I attended the Temple in Knox in northern Indiana, and I was at the temple, well, the Church of Satan in Indianapolis,
Are they like killing?
and
Are they like killing
no,
babies and drinking the blood? Is that what's happening?
no, 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 no. It's they follow natural law, which is a Crowley thing. They do as that will, harm no other.
Sex,
Um,
drugs, and rock and roll, man.
there's a lot of homosexuality. There's a lot of bisexuality, and when you do a mass, which there's a ritual room for the mass, there's
What's that?
not
A homosexual mask? What are you talking about?
no a mass Satan, a satanic mass, a black mass or Black
Do you,
Quit
Sabbath.
it. I feel harassed. I feel
look,
objectified and
look how
harassed.
my fingers like penetrating you. It's
Yeah, I
pretty sus. So, do you have one of these black
that just came
masks,
up
Jeff?
far.
Gimp mask, right? Is that what it is? Rat blood? Like some kind of sex mask?
I'm not going to address that.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
don't have one.
Okay.
I've worn one. I don't own one. Not a gimp mask, just like a little hood.
Why don't you wear it on your show?
I wasn't into that. Was someone else into that. That was their thing. I was just accommodating them.
Do you still have it?
No, it was theirs.
Oh.
I wore it. I put it on. That's it. I don't own it.
What was it?
It was a little hood, like a little cloth hood. You just slip over your face.
Can you pull up a picture of it? I don't know. I don't
I
understand
don't.
what it is.
Maybe. Let me see.
Only like hood over the face I can think of is like when they put you in the electric chair, like that.
I don't know. I've never been put in the electric chair. Let's see.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rat Blood. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I just
Somebody's asking, oh, what about the process church? I'm not familiar with the process church.
That's That's you should Wikipedia it real quick. That's an interesting, like one of these little things.
I thought that's a gimp mask, isn't it?
Well, gimp mask to me is something that this is just what I would just call a simple hood. Let's get a gimp mask.
It's for sensory deprivation during
The gimp
that's
mask
in the
has
bondage.
more. This is more gimp mask. So, but I guess to an outsider, you could call it all the same. I wouldn't call the little hood thing a gimp mask. But
Got it.
yeah, the process church. There's part of this. It's kind of culty.
Yeah,
There's a religion today. What's it called? The Church of Thought, or it's kind of adjacent to Christian Science. It's one of those new mind.
kind of like Bob, the religion of Bob.
Ooh, I don't know him. I know Bob the drag queen.
No,
Probably not the
Bob,
same
Bob,
guy.
Bob Dobbs.
No, I don't know
Check that
Bob
out.
Dobb.
There's a world religion for the Church of the Subgenius.
Oh,
Bob
I have
Dobbs.
heard of that. I just didn't know it was called Religion
Yeah,
of Bob.
yeah. Bob is the deity, just the average
Oh,
guy.
okay. Church of the Subgenius. It's a parody religion.
No, it's an actual fucking religion, man.
Well, Wikipedia has it as a parody, but
What
J.
is
Or
it?
Bob Dobbs, a salesman from the 50s.
Bob religion?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
about
The Church of the
Pastafarianism? Do you know about that one?
Man, I thought
no.
these conspiracists were. Wow, this is way even before the internet. They were coming up with wilder stuff than I ever hear on here.
Yeah, I used to be involved in a lot of shit, man.
The Church of Subgenius? Is that what this is? Am I in the right
Church of
spot?
the Subgenius. Yeah,
It's a parody.
Bob
Is
Dobbs.
Bob. Oh,
No, it's actually a legal religion now. It's not a parody religion. Though they say that it is actually a
Like it has
registered,
IRS
documented.
status.
You damn right, tax exempt, the whole 9 yards.
Damn.
do you remember when they were putting colanders on their head for their driver's license?
The process
Um,
church?
No, the Pastafarians.
Oh. Were you one of them?
I didn't, but I'm thinking about it.
Just do it on your stream. Just wear a collar on your stream one day.
No, it was a thing. It was a whole thing where people were like, just it's here. Like
Yeah, bring it back for the YouTube age, the digital
it's.
age.
Can I present something or not?
Yeah. Well, let me vet it first, but
It was a whole thing where people were getting their driver's license with a colander on their head because they're Pastafarians. It's like a religious exemption because you can't wear a hat for your driver's license unless you're like a Muslim or something. So people are like doing it. This is real. This is real. Like there. You want to watch this?
as long as there's no copyright music.
Oh, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Do you want me to try it or not?
I
No?
get the idea. Let's not risk it. I get
Okay.
the idea.
midlife. Have you ever infiltrated any of the
I
mystery
think he's
schools
infiltrated
or
a few
generalized?
gay bars, possibly some bathhouses.
Oh man,
He's infiltrated the
you guys
sets
are-
of several bad movies.
What was your
Oh,
question,
man.
Rap Bud? What's your
I was
question?
wondering
Rap
if
Bud?
you ever.
He infiltrated the White
I-
House. All right, I'll stop. Go ahead.
I was
Go
just
ahead,
wondering
Rap
if you had infiltrated any religion, mystery school, or private organization.
I don't know how you would describe infiltrated. When I was 17, I used to work with this dude whose dad was a preacher, and I thought I was going to go to hell, so he scared me, and I went to church and I got baptized.
Okay,
Um,
that's not. That's just Christian rhetoric there. Hellfire, brimstone, immersion in the name of Jesus, which is peculiar because I know what the name Jesus means, and that's how their fundamental operation is: scare you to Christ.
Do
Yeah,
you
it's
have a
pretty good.
religion? Midlife?
I'm a Pastafarian. Should look it up. Yeah.
You could say that he infiltrated a blues band in the recent months.
There it is. Yeah,
I think
infiltrated that. But
I infiltrated a bondage and S&M club several times, and time again and
The same club
once more.
over and over to
Where
learn,
at?
like for education.
Where
Yeah,
at?
just educational purposes.
Because
No,
that's a form of religion to me.
Where?
There's a lot of energies and altered states of consciousness that happen.
Hold on.
well
What city?
before
What city?
before I took off and started touring with Throw Kill Cult, I
With
had
who?
the dungeon on Main Street in Louisville. It was an S&M and bondage club underneath a club called Sparks, and we had the basement. And I had turned it into an S&M and bondage club, and we would have after-hours parties there. But then I was with Spotlight Productions at the time, and Thrill Kill Cult came in and needed some. Uh, they were lacking, so I filled a position, and that was a Sextasy Ball tour, and we took as much of the S&M and bondage on the road as we could, and sold merchandise and VOM merchandise. And then after that tour was over with, I went back to the dungeon for it was probably about 6 months, and then I invested in a strip club.
So, like that kind of infiltrating, have you done any of that kind of infiltrating?
Yeah, Aftermath in
Barnabas?
Chicago.
No, I was asking Barty.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I never owned a strip club.
Did you own a mask? Do you own any kink, any like a little collar, little cuff, anything?
I don't want to answer these questions
Okay.
honestly.
You just ask them. Okay, fair enough.
You,
But
you,
what I want to talk about Rap Blood. Like what you own an S&M club? Like what's going on in that? Like what's happening there?
well, there was various things. I mean, we had racks, we had stocks, we had a private room, we had a piercing room, we had a projector that was in the back of the club, and people upstairs from the club. We would take selected members that were fetish dressed or bondage oriented, and give them VIPs to get down to the S&M club that I had, the bondage club, and whatever your flavor was, man.
What do you have to do to infiltrate a bondage club? Be tied up or tie people up?
You have to be a willing participant. You have to be a top, a bottom, a dom, a submissive, or a switch. And you have to know the lingo, and you need to walk the walk, or
And
they'll
they have rope
ostracize you.
tops and rope bottoms that don't necessarily correspond to sexual activity. So you can
Yeah.
have like a bondage
Fetish.
top, bondage bottom,
Yeah, and you
which
got
doesn't
fetish.
doesn't mean sex.
Yeah. We had people down there that were voyeurs. We had people that were into personal genitalia torture. We had people that were into body alterations and modifications. And then we had the general S&M crowd that liked the whips, the leather, the latex, the fox leather.
Oh, that latex was fun. The liquid latex.
These guys were wearing actual latex.
Real
There was this,
Okay,
yeah,
I think
If you came
I've reached,
to farm content,
I've reached my limit. This is too gay and too gross. I can smell the Santorum. Do you know what that is?
yes, I do.
oh man,
Smell the
come on, man.
Santorum, and I gotta
Would,
go.
would you like to
Do you-
change the topic? We could talk about
I got-
Do you
Jesus.
Too much.
First off, I want to tell you, I know
We're
what a
just getting
jelly
started.
baby is.
I don't, and I don't want to know.
You don't know what a jelly baby is?
I gotta
You
go.
came for this. Come
No,
on, dude.
I didn't come for this. This is.
You
I
know
just
you're
want to
here.
learn
Oh,
about the
come on.
Church of Satan.
Check out Seventh and Hill in Louisville.
Well, can we get
Kentucky.
back to the Church of Satan? Hey, Barney, come back. We'll get to the Church of Satan. This was a digression because I want to hear it too. Come back, and we'll do Church of Satan. He's kind of he's one of our fussy, touchy. He's a little sensitive, so that's fine. That's fine.
understand.
It's all types are welcomed here. He's managing his experience. That's good. That's what I want people to do.
See, they
See,
don't
that's
have.
the-
He's a big boy. He's
They
taking
don't-
care
they
of
don't-
himself.
Yeah, they don't have like organized sex dungeon club groups in Baltimore. They just have random open warehouses.
Random open. You just drive by until you see a warehouse door that's open.
Yeah.
Just walk in, see what's tied up. Sorry.
Oh.
We'll do. We'll talk about this. Is we. I love talking about Satan here. Come back, because I want to hear the Church of Satan story. He infiltrated Church of Satan as well. Imagine how interesting that story's going to be. And probably less gay and gross, although I can't make any guarantees. So you're right. You have a good point. Follow your instincts. It was good
I
to see
bet
you,
you if
by the
you
way.
walked in, excuse me, I bet you if you walked into a Church of Satan with a dungeon, with a sex dungeon like organization in your pocket, you're probably going to rank up pretty fast.
Well, you know, my
Um,
my dream is a satanic monastery, and it's going to have a sex dungeon in it, and a mosh pit, a stage, a library, um, all the satanic accoutrements, because that's part of the religion and the spirituality. But S&M
there is
can be
a lot
very
of S and
spiritual.
M and bondage in the Temple of Set, especially the Temple of Knox. That was a very exclusive and private uh, organization that headed Satanism, but they were definitely into extreme lifestyles.
Hmm.
What do you mean Knox? Like Knox, Tennessee, or like or
You know
Knox,
what?
Kentucky, where Chuck
Indiana.
is? Huh?
Knox, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about your Church of Satan infiltration? And was
Yeah.
this like in the 60s or 70s when it was still rolling?
No, this was in the 90s,
Because they had
and
the grotto system. Like you
yeah,
had to find individual grottos.
well, they were starting to they just started as the Temple of Satan in Indianapolis. That come at a later date, but I was online, and there's one in Phoenix. Um, there's a Temple of Satan that's associated with the one in Indianapolis, which is also associated with the one that's in I think it's Maine, and I hadn't been to the one in Phoenix, I hadn't been to the one in Maine, but I'd been to the one in Indianapolis. I just walked in, um, introduced, met people, they got to know me, found out I wasn't a fluke. I spoke the lingo,
Did you had your
and
goth gear, like your goth look
yes,
on?
yes, absolutely, yes, and
Are you sure? Are you sure it's in Phoenix and not Tucson? Or
no, it's in Phoenix. Check it out.
Tucson has a big active satanic
yeah,
temple presence, I
that's
know.
what I thought, but I'm not sure.
Go
But
ahead.
But he said this was the 90s.
okay.
Uh, that's when I started infiltrating Satanism.
Oh,
I continued my journey after the Temple of Satan was established in Indianapolis. But go ahead and look that up, man. You got a satanic temple right there in Phoenix with you that's associated with the temple here that I used to be associated with.
so you did Church of Satan and Satanic Temple?
Yeah, yeah. That's why Knox was different than the temple in Indianapolis. The one in Indianapolis is an actual religion that is
Yeah.
tax exempt, and they continue to have a regular Sabbath. They have high ceremonies. They do
That's what I
marriages.
want to find.
The whole thing, man, just like the Catholic Church, but with Satan.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for when I joined. I envisioned a
But the Temple of
community.
Knox was absolute dark Satanism, whereas
Was it
you know
theistic?
it was hedonistic. It was very much hedonistic. You know that whatever do as thou will is the
Hmm.
law. But they didn't follow Crowley. They were their own breed. Believe me, they were different. But yeah, Go ahead and check the freak. You can pull it up.
And
They're very.
Praline is
Yeah,
interested in Judaism as well, some more.
Oh yeah,
I hear about
Judaism.
them mostly like they'll come up for from Tucson. Like I think Tucson might be like the main part of it, and Phoenix is here or whatever. But what they try to do is involve themselves into the legislature, into like the House and the Senate of the state. Like, they
Yeah.
want to pray, they want to do kind of weird stuff with legislation, so they are kind of involved.
Oh, they challenge the state and the church, to be recognized as because they are a church. They are
Hmm.
tax exempt. They are documented as a church, and they're branched. So all these branches fall under that particular tax exempt Church of Satan title. You can also become immersed into Satanism, and you can get your little certificate and everything that says I belong to the Church of Satan, and they give you a little um, plaque type thing with a piece of paper in it, and a few trinkets, and suddenly you're now a bona fide member of the Church of
That's all
Satan.
you get. I would want the
Well, no,
entire mark of the beast. I would want the whole thing.
then you would want the Temple of Knox.
Oh, okay. Probably.
Yeah, those
I
are
know
the
the
ones.
Satanic Temple here in Washington sued, and I think it went to the state Supreme Court for the right to perform a satanic ritual on the Capitol steps, because other religious groups could come, like Christians could come and pray or do a little ceremony, and they won. And so the Satanists here in Washington went and did a ceremony on the state capitol.
Yeah, they're always putting the Baphomet everywhere too, and they're that's kind of their one of their calling cards to the state that they want to be recognized as a full fundamental religion.
Hmm. And we
So
are.
they'll contend with the Ten Commandments or any type of religious iconery by putting a Baphomet statue there.
Yes, I agree. I think
But
there should
that's
be
a
more
Church
of
of
these
Satan.
everywhere. They make wonderful little knickknacks, and decorations, and accent pieces,
Yeah, and
Christmas ornaments.
the head of the Satanic Church is Lucius.
Lucian
Lucius
Greaves.
Gray.
That's Satanic Temple. Yeah, Doug Messner, aka Lucian Greaves.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're the
yeah.
ones that own the franchise.
Hmm.
Yep.
I'm a
But
I'm a technical member of them. I'm on their books, but I disaffiliated a long time ago
why?
because they're woke. They're way too woke.
Oh, I know that. Yeah. Well, that's why I said
That
this
is exactly why.
homosexuality. Okay. Okay, I got you.
It was.
Because yeah, homosexuality, woman to woman marriage under the name of Satan, male to
Woman
male
to woman.
marriage under.
That could be any marriage these days.
Well, what they do is they seal it with the same type of marriage as a Christian would. They do the satanic version, and you have the blessing of Satan to
I could get
unify.
satanic gay married. I didn't think of that with
Yeah,
with my trad husband. I want a trad satanic husband,
go for it, man.
and we're gonna get satanic gay married.
Go for it, man.
I will. I am. If I think I have to move to Utah first, from what I hear. That's where all the trads are.
Well, yeah, you can get you a couple Mormon women or men and maybe
Just
convert
one.
them.
Take. I ain't greedy. Just
One,
one.
why settle for one?
We're doing trad, so I'll keep it to one.
Oh man, there's so many to choose from.
I have one is enough. Like I have a heart. More than one is that overwhelms my capacity. I have that hyper focus, that monofocus, so it's perfect for one.
Okay, well, that's your flavor, man. That's cool. I
Yep.
can dig that. I
I've
can
always been
definitely
a
dig that.
natural monog. I'm actually demisexual. I think is the term for it. I have to have that connection first.
Well,
So
I'm I'm straight, so a straight half breed. So naturally, I'm on the chopping block.
Of what? For what?
Well, they'd consider me a single white male, a heterosexual single white
Oh
male.
yeah, I forget. We're all on the chopping block now.
Yeah, they don't
Like
even
almost like
recognize.
anything with a
Or
penis, I
Native
think is,
American?
huh?
I,
What Native American were you again?
I, Appalachian, Cherokee, Eastern Band, North Carolina.
Who?
Buck West is the administrator, and also in Oklahoma, I'm recognized, and I can also go to the Hopi and I can't even. It's hard to pronounce it. The tribe, the reservation right outside of Kingman. Um,
I know who
I
you're
used
talking
to
about.
park. Yeah, I used to
Is it the
park on
the
their
the um
land.
the Harlepay or the what's we used to go
Yeah,
camping at some oasis resort around there. The Havasupai.
yeah. That's it. Yeah, that I've been there when they immersed and they got their severance and came into Kingman, and there was passed out drunk Indians everywhere. I felt bad for it because the Eastern Band and the reservation that I belong to in my nation, which is the Cherokee, which is associated with the Creek and the Iroquois. We still have respectable bounds about the severance and maintaining a more of a tourist front, but they don't actually get to go to the reservation and the living facilities and the land. If you're associated or you have a federal card like I've got a little federal card here in my wallet. Um, you can use that federal card and it shows that you're a non-hostile. But when severance comes, it's best to fucking go because you're still a white man to them, even if you're a half breed.
So you're considered a white man.
During severance, yeah, yeah.
So,
When they
like, if
get
you went to jail, like, if you went to, would you be, with the Woods, or would you be with the Chiefs?
um, if I screwed up on you know um, native land, then I'm subject to their law, and they
Have a
supersede.
powwow.
No. It's an actual trial. They have a court system in the reservation, and they have tribal police, just
Mhm.
like being in a city, man. But it's not a city; it's a town, more or less. And yeah, they will nail your ass just as quick as anybody in the states. But they're not considered American. They're not considered to be citizens of America. They're a
Oh, some
sovereign
people are
nation
like dual
outside of
citizens.
America.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought they just automatically had American citizenship as well,
No,
like along
no, no, no,
with.
no, 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 no,
Oh, wow.
no, no. That's why I chose not to take my federal numbers. I wanted my Social Security.
Uh-huh. Especially if you paid into it already.
I'm a retired musician, man.
You paid taxes probably, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't blame
yeah,
you.
yeah. Because if I would have chose the federal numbers and became a resident on the Eastern Band Reservation, then I get my severance and I get my vehicle, my housing and shit at a very minimal cost. But I cannot consider I'm not a native. I'm not an American at that point in time. I'm a sovereign from that, which means that I won't ever get Social Security if I took those numbers and federally registered them. So instead, I settled for a registry card, which means that I'm recognized by heritage, but I'm not a sovereign um, like the ones on the reservation.
I think
Pralines wanting to know if, after you get banished, if you're still part of the tribe. Do they still consider you part of it? If you're banished from the reservation itself, You still
Well,
get to be part of the tribe.
you would have to do something really drastic. You know, um, they can't change your bloodline,
Hmm.
and bloodline is very. You have the free Cherokee Nation, which is just the average Joe Smo who's interested in the Native American culture. But by bloodline, you will always be a part of that nation. So, no, they're not ever going to turn you away as a Native American unless you kill somebody or you do something really stupid and get ostracized. But as long as you mind your P's and Q's and you respect the reservation laws and the land and you don't harm anything, you're cool. You know, it's just the same as Bureau of Land Management. It's just Native American.
I think we should kibosh the whole passport bro movement, and I think I'm going to make it at least part of my strategy from now on to marry a Native American woman that's a tribe, part of the tribe.
Like, yeah, right. Why travel? We have exotic locales right here.
Then you get double benefits, being an American and then being on the tribe, or
Are Indian women submissive? Is that part of the culture? Because that's part of
Not
the
not
draw for the passport bros.
not in the nation, the Cherokee Nation. No, the woman
Oh,
is actually the she's the fundamental government.
oh,
You
you
know,
might want to scratch that freak or
they're
rethink
really
it.
woke.
well, that was heritage. We didn't live in teepees. We lived in actual huts, and we were agricultural, and we had the creek that we did trade with a lot, which they also walk the Trail of Tears, the Creek Indian, but they're not recognized for it. But they recognize the Cherokee for it. And when they took us out to Oklahoma, the ones that left were considered renegades that came back to North Carolina and established a reservation and eventually wound up with Southern land. But that was a hell of a, when they marched them out, killed off half the nation. And then you had the ones that couldn't survive out west, and they came back. And believe it or not, there's blonde haired, blue eyed children on the reservation, you know?
Sure.
Especially these, like, I don't think, that's what I say. I think in like a few generations, race is not even going to be an issue anymore because it's going to be so mixed everywhere. It's going to be silly to even think and talk about race and divide us that way.
See, I'm a culturist, a tribal culturist, and I believe that, no matter what race you are, you should stay true to what your culture is and, support your culture, keep it identifiable, and that comes with a bit of controlling your breeding and keeping it within the confines of your culture so that you don't muddy the water and you still have some rich heritage to give and offer to society.
But is culture genetic though? Would the breeding part matter?
Um, to me, yeah, it
Okay.
does. And to, be a Native American and to take those federal numbers and have enough history and lineage to be proven that, you're a
Oh,
part of that
yeah, I see.
nation. You had the first 13 civilized tribes, which were the ones that made the first treaties with the government. And the Eastern Band was the latecomer to make a treaty. But that's a bloodline thing. If you don't have the blood, then you go outside of that, and you're not practicing, you know, um, doing sweats, doing lodge, spirit journeys, or just general living day to day. That's a culture and a heritage lost if you pollute that bloodline too far. You're not going to have the elders there that hold the same status that carry the pipe or the feather over to the next generation.
So you could be gender fluid, but not culture fluid.
Two spirit.
I think
No.
everything's going quantum. I really do. I think that's going to be when they study history and look back, this is going to be like the divide between when things were digital versus quantum, when things were like thought of in binary versus thought of in these fuzzier categories.
I hope not, man.
I think it's where
You
it's
know,
going. That's the trend I'm seeing everywhere. The binary is breaking.
yeah, I know the Internet of Things. You know, you've got the uh, the new surveillance systems, social media. You've got neurolinking. You've got satellite telecommunications. You've got cellular communications. You've got Wi-Fi communications. Everything is on a digital front now, and I can see that happening. You know, it's going to be transhuman, and when you become transhuman, gender identity's out the door, and so is your heritage and your culture. You'll be a number, just a row of digits representing whatever your consciousness is. And I think that's sad. I think that's sad and self destructive.
Because you're looking at it from the binary age, but the quantum age is going to see it differently.
Well, you know, I study, you know, the algorithms and machine learning. And, you know, a lot of people, when they hear the cloud, they don't even know what the fucking cloud is, but it's server farms. And they keep producing server farms, and those things eat electricity, but they harness so much information, and every piece of information that goes on the internet is sent to the server farm, which is the cloud, which has massive processing speed and full access. Even you can even have proprietary access to the cloud now, and you can have domain space.
I think the internet as we know it, like today and in our lifetimes, is going to seem so quaint and archaic at some point when people look back. Like, people were actually into that and they thought it was this amazing thing compared to what is probably going to come. This is so primitive. This is going to be so primitive historically
Have
to
you ever
whatever's coming.
have you ever heard of a modern primitive like Bob Flanagan?
I don't know about Flamin'. I know they had some in the 90s during like the rave movement. They had some
Oh
urban
yeah.
primitives.
Well, the modern primitive movement um, is still in effect, and you have what's called skinners who have implants put into them to control like spending, their finances, you know, interacting with Bluetooth signals in car,
Control. How does it
opening
control
doors.
their? It like
Through,
doesn't let them into their bank account.
yeah, actually, what it is it's approval. It's a implant for approval on exchange of currency. Um,
What?
where you're, yeah, yeah, check it out, man.
What's it
Skinners,
called?
man. It's modern primitives. They're skinners, and they're the ones that are starting to take the implants that are utilized to interface with the Internet of Things. Cyberpunks.
Remember that one that one friend that you had from somewhere in Scandinavia, and we were talking about that there's already a couple countries in Europe that like Sweden and another one I thought it was Moldova or something, but they're fully chipped and they're fully operating on that economy. I don't know if you remember
Yeah,
that, Jeff.
Was that Dobaz from Norway?
Yeah, we were talking about it with Dobez, and that's when you came up with the idea to chip all the migrants.
Oh, I
Or
did.
was it him or
Sorry.
was it
If
you?
the
I think
migrants
it's a
get
great idea.
chipped, it might be my fault. I'm sorry. I don't remember saying that.
well,
It's that's a great idea though.
they just legislated. to allow facial recognition to be implemented at airports and government facilities so that they can identify not only the immigrants that come across, but the citizens, and they're taking a full database of facial recognition, and you don't even know it's happening. But
But
at the airports, you do.
that
And
sounds
that's
like a
in
good
effect
thing.
right now. Hell no, it's not a good thing.
What's bad about it?
Well, for me, back when I was a younger man, I didn't have the phone. I had a car, and I could drive real fast, and I could party, smoke weed, get drunk, drop acid, hang out with friends, drive back home, and was fully anonymous. As long as I didn't get pulled over. But now there's fucking cameras everywhere, and they're all connected to a server farm. And they can identify your car, if you're swerving or whatever.
Why
They
is
can
that so?
dispatch.
Now I know why it's bad. It's the people that skirt the law in the first place that are worried. Because I
Oh,
don't think like
absolutely.
if I'm driving and partying or whatever and driving back to my house, if I'm not doing anything wrong, I don't care if I'm being captured or recorded or doing it without anyone watching me. It doesn't make a difference to me either way. But if I have reasons to worry that somebody might be watching, then I could see why that would be a concern. That suddenly there's
Yeah,
cameras everywhere.
yeah. Well, it's intrusive to me. I do both good and evil, and
Ah,
you know, I'm an omnius, and I go full spectrum. I can either go to one way, right, or anywhere in between to the left, because that is my nature. I am man. I am by nature a predator. I am by nature, uh, capable of both killing and sustaining life. So I recognize both good and evil, and sometimes my actions are not good and would be considered very, very evil. And I want to keep that anonymous.
Yeah,
Anonymity is very important to me.
I think that it's bad in a way that everyone when we were kids we could get away with a couple things here and there and not get caught in it, and we kind of learn from those
because we were
adventures,
good. That's a credit
you
to
know.
our skill as kids.
But these are tools of repression, and if you're repressed, it's only a matter of time before you lash out. You know,
Like just having
possibly.
cameras seems repressive.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you know that you can't drop a tub of acid, go to a party, and then
But
instead of
that's like
calling Uber,
cameras wouldn't
drive
stop
home.
me. Just I would still do the I don't I would still do the acid even if I was being watched. As long as I would do the acid like in my house where there's no cameras. But if I'm out in public, as long as I can behave myself and keep it together and I'm not doing anything illegal, I wouldn't care if there was a camera watching me do it or not.
Well,
Right, but it's still, even still, there's got to be some sense of I better not, and so that's kind of a repression, and if enough of that builds up, you could end up with a mass shooter or something like that. It just seems like it's a little too oppressive and can cause repression.
We're always going to have mass shooters. I don't think we're ever getting rid of them.
well, England is under constant surveillance. They have they have it completely um, visual, and they have a unit and a team that are employed to monitor England and the street corner, everywhere. So, and there's people that go around and bust those cameras and spray paint them and everything because they feel so oppressed by the cameras. And you can
Because
check it out,
they're
man.
wanting to do something they don't want to be watched. Like I don't even notice the cameras when I'm out in public. I do whatever I feel like doing, and I don't even notice it because I'm not out doing anything that I have to worry about. These are people that have reasons they don't want a camera around.
Well, I just prefer my anonymity.
Well, you
You
admitted
know,
your reasons. Like
yeah, I do both good and
you
evil.
indulge. You swing both left and right. So you have reasons. Like as a Satanist, I should be concerned about this too. But I'm not because I never have to when I'm out in public. And maybe again, this is my arrogance and ego. I'm not ever worried about me doing anything I have to worry about a camera for. I can usually stay in the lines when I'm out in public. I don't find the lines themselves restrictive.
Yeah, that's where it starts. But the worst case scenario would be like if you ever saw Total Recall when the people in Mars were cut off from the air. It could get to that point.
Or if they declare martial law.
Yeah, but those are like so far future scenarios compared to
No, no,
just
no,
day
no,
to day
no.
life.
They declared martial law in New Orleans whenever it got. You remember the flood?
During Katrina, yeah.
Yeah.
But those were not normal times, so that makes sense. But that's not day to day life. There was an event that shifted it from day to day life to martial law. So those things happen, but I don't plan my day to day life around that. I just plan for
Well,
can I
when
live my life as I live it now?
when they had COVID, we'll take COVID for instance, because I can give you example after example. If you would have left your house under surveillance, mass surveillance, and it was COVID time and you were supposed to be mandatorily in your home, you're fucked.
Like in what way? They shoot you?
Well, they could arrest you. They could identify you on camera, your car, who's in it by your tags or by video, and then you're breaking what they're mandating,
Hmm.
and that's what they did during COVID.
I did hear some areas did do that, but we were under a mandate to not do that. So again, I don't see anything out of the ordinary about that. It's only the people that were breaking the mandate that had anything to worry about.
See, that's why I said you're more upright and you're more of a. I would consider you to be more Christian than Satanist by every shape of.
I'm a Christian Satanist, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like law and order. I like having a civilized, orderly society. I don't find it overly repressive to like expect traffic to flow in an orderly direction, etc.
well, that's why I said you're an upright man. You know, you're an honorable, upright individual, and you
Depends on who you
basically
ask.
follow the laws of Christianity by following the laws of the land.
I follow most of the laws because none of them seem unreasonable. Like I understand the reason they're there and the better benefit for society that they produce. If there's a few laws that if they get a little irritating, I might overlook and ignore. So I'm not completely. Um, there are gray areas where I make judgments of how much I want to stay in the lines.
Well, I was a convicted Satanist whenever I did my satanic journey, and believe me, I did not want to be caught on camera at many different stages of that by any shapes of the means.
Um, how long ago was it when you infiltrated the Judean temple or the synagogues or whatever that you did? If I understood that right.
Yeah, that would have been 1991, 92. Yep.
And they probably seemed pretty cohesive and like all on the same page at that point, or like how would you
Yeah.
describe culture? I guess you'd say.
Well, it was a Messianic Judaism, and
Okay.
it's still running. It's.
Uh,
I had just left Southern Baptist because I didn't like the hellfire brimstone thing,
Mm.
and I was still searching for that Jesus God connection, and I started going to the Torah Institute whenever it was still unmentioned. And I got introduced to Lou White, who's a rabbi, and he started basically filling me in on the Torah text, and how to apply to Yahweh, Hushala, Yod He, Vahe, um, and he introduced me to fossilized customs, which were ancient traditions, the ones to like to Tammuz to avoid, um, and then he showed me the Torah text and the interlinear, and I started out with a book called Fossilized Customs, which was
Fossilized what?
Fossilized Customs.
Fossilized
And
custom.
yes, yes, you can still get that. You can get it through Lou White. He's the author of it, and he has a few other books. So when I went to those schools and became fully immersed into Judaism as a Messianic, I followed all the Judeo laws. You know, I didn't
Oof.
eat shellfish. Everything I wore was pure. Um, I had a kosher diet. I recognized the Sabbath fully. Didn't light fires. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I walked the line as a legalist for
Um,
almost 2 years.
they did everything up to like animal sacrifices, basically, as much as they could, right? Or
Yes, yeah, but see,
uh,
they consider the sacrifice in Messianic Judaism was the sacrifice of the Messiah.
yeah, that's a good
That
thing
was,
about the Messianic Jews. You know, they recognize Jesus, which
yeah, that was blood
the other
atonement
for
shed.
they're basically Christians, but they're they're Jewish. But I mean, even the first Christians were Jewish. It's just a
Right.
recognition of Messiah.
So I studied that and was fully immersed in that and believed in that. Um, and then once I seen and moved away from that particular thing and got immersed into touring, um, being on stage, playing out, being under a production label, um, dealing with sexual exploits that came along, and all that pent up energy in me that I was given to seeking out Jesus, God, the Messiah, um, the all, the is, and Judaism. I just busted loose and was like, fuck it all, because I got tired of living that way, man.
Yeah,
It was taxing.
could you imagine what they
So
had to do back in the day? Like, I mean, I guess there wasn't TV and stuff, so they had time to like, really get into like following the letter of the law. But dude, it must have been really cumbersome. Like, it must have been just dreck. I'm
yeah,
assuming it was tedious.
yeah, it is. It's strenuous, and I went through 2 years of it. And by the time I was in that second year, I was ready to break, just trying to keep tradition and legalism,
Right?
and still recognizing, the
Yeah.
Messiah. And I went to a nightclub called Sparks, um, as a messianic, just to hang out in the punk scene. And next thing I know, man, everything fell into place. One thing led to another, and I was in.
And like Flynn.
Yeah, pretty heavy. And I got into S&M, a lot of bondage, a lot of sexual exploits. Um, and then I got to go on tour with Thrill Kill Cult, um, which was debauchery. And when that was over, there was still more hedonism, and it just grew into a small empire. And then my wife and our girlfriend We wound up. She wound up leaving me for. We were worth quite a bit, and she left me for the son of the major stockholders of Humana Hospital in Louisville. And when we owned the strip club, she met him in the strip club. And he had more money than he knew what to do with because his parents owned the majority stock in Humana Hospital. So she thought the grass was going to be greener. And I had, at that point, lost everything. Gave it all up for my son. Full custody of my son. And that's when my life changed, you know. Um, I had full responsibility to take care of, you know, my 4-year-old son, and I had full custody, so I had to change my lifestyle.
In terms of following the law and what they, the priests and, well, especially the priests and the Levites and everything that they had to do for the, basically to basically, follow the law and not be under the curse. You really
Wait,
have to
wait,
be
what's
like
the
in a
curse, real
friggin'
quick? What?
cave, hidden somewhere in some monastery, somewhere where you're not part of the external world whatsoever, because the temptation of the social animal that we are biologically is just too great, in my opinion. Like the flesh has no chance.
I don't understand the point of trying to so hard to be something that we're not. If that's who we are biologically, then why should we just be it? And what is the curse? You said meant something about the curse being
The
under the
curse is like
curse.
when you're in violation of one of God's laws, then basically His protection is kind of removed from you, and so you're exposed to the evil of the world, and so like disease can come in, or some other type of something that would basically not enable you to be fruitful and multiply to occur.
Are these people that believe if you do follow the laws that you're immune from disease?
um uh, I
It's
don't
not
I don't
necessary.
know, but they might. I mean, it could at a certain point, I think before Christ, there was a time that your righteousness and how you lived according to the law, if you were a Hebrew especially, directly affected if you were going to be blessed or cursed, basically, whether you're going to have a good year or a bad year, that kind of a thing. It was a direct cause and effect.
Right.
Or so they believe.
So
Whenever
it,
when I
it
went,
kind of exaggerates or kind of exclamation points the beauty of Jesus Christ, because He freed us from all of that completely.
yeah, when I went to temple or to get meat because I didn't buy meat from grocery stores, unless it was kosher. Um, you got your meat that was shipped out of Chicago to the synagogues uh, here in Indiana at Fort Wayne, and you went and got your actual meat there at the same temple. But I had to worship among Orthodox Jews at that point in time.
Oh, just kidding.
Huh.
What
You
was
know, I
that
had to
like? Is
hide.
that the ones with the curls?
No, it wasn't Hasidic. It was just Orthodox Jew. Just a general temple of the Jewish temple, and I had to hide the messianic part of me because I knew the walk, I knew the language, and but I wanted the meat, and they wouldn't sell it to a Gentile. They would only distribute the meat to anybody who was Hebrew or Jewish,
Yeah.
and I had to put on a front to be able to get meat that was kosher and blessed by a rabbi.
That seems sinful.
I told you,
To
man.
That
God
was the
deceive
loves
to
law.
good
get the
people.
meat. Deceiving for beef.
that was
You
the
do
that
what
was
you
the
got to
law.
do.
Yeah, but isn't that how morality in society gets corrupted? Like you do what you got to do, you sacrifice, or which you think or believe you have to do. Because I'm sure there's other options if people think really hard. But you sacrifice morality and concern for the larger good to expediency and what you need in that moment, what's good for you in that moment, your survival
Well,
needs.
my concept was to render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's, which is, kind of still outlying and deceptive by nature to the Orthodox Jew, but I was still following the same laws that they were, except I had blood atonement. And, you could always go to the rabbi and he would do a ceremonial cleansing, or you could ostracize yourself from, the temple in the community till you became Orthodox again. And then the rabbi would bless you and you come back into the fold. And it's just a lot of fucking work, man. Even cleaning your hands before you eat, um, having to have purified, blessed water
That does sound
on hand.
like a lot.
Yeah, Manischewitz wine. Um, we that was the only thing we were really allowed to drink was Manischewitz and certain beers.
Dang.
And yeah,
That's a lot of
it,
rules.
your clothes had to be 100%. They couldn't be of diverse threading. So no polyester, no synthetic fabric. Everything had to be cotton, 100%. Um, even your beard, you couldn't shave your beard. You had to have a beard unless you were in mourning. Now, if you're mourning something, you can shave your beard off to show that you're mourning. If you're in severe mourning, you can shave your entire head and your beard off to show that you're in severe mourning. Um, it, I still have a lot of the mannerisms that were instilled in me from being messianic. But
How many
I
years
try
did you live that way?
2 years.
Oh God, that's
Yeah, it was taxing, very taxing. So when I busted loose, man, it was double time.
It's like Sam Kinnison's kind of testimony when he says it. When he was like a preacher, pastor, whatever, and then he, basically stopped believing whatever and became that wild man that we all know.
Yeah, yeah, but I went to a different level. I went to sex, um, in self indulgence in drugs, alcohol, uh, polygamy. Just total debauchery, piercings, modifications, tattoos, and more sex, touring, being on
But,
stage, being
was
behind
that right
in the
after like you went from Judaism to debauchery?
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, yeah,
and what
absolutely.
what time period was this? Like the 70s, the 80s?
No, 94.
90s through kill cult,
Okay.
man.
Oh, so okay. So you were probably like a grunge
94.
rat, like a little bit of a grunge rat, maybe.
No, 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 no. I was full fucking dark goth, man. I
Don't get
was
it twisted.
total rust belt, total rust belt, industrial to the core,
Industrial.
black as
Okay.
night. Yeah, Al Jorgensen,
Gothic punk.
Ogre.
9 Inch
Um,
Nails.
yeah, I don't. Me and Trent Reznor don't get along. He was
Oh.
supposed to do promotions for the Dungeon on the Downward Spiral tour, and we were doing the after party for that. And he was supposed to do promotionals, and it wound up that he VIP'd himself off. He wouldn't do the photo shoot, and we wound up using Twiggy from Marilyn Manson and the bass player from 9 Inch Nails, and they wound up doing
What?
the
I
promotional
love these
for it.
stories. Would it not be in his best interest to do the promotion as well? Like, is it he getting something out of
No,
it
he
too?
was a fucking smartass.
I heard that more than once about Resner, actually.
Fuck him. Now Buzz and Groove, they're cool as fuck. And Thrill Kill Cold is just absolutely right up my alley, and it was easy for me to fall into that scene and with that group because they're all Satanism, bondage, and drugs. Period.
I
Yeah.
would hate to get high and then be tied down.
I never did miss. I wanted to more than I actually did, but I never did mix drugs and BDSM sex. I would have liked to more than I had the opportunity to, but I'm kind of glad that I didn't. They're both very. They're both their own form. They're both forms of intensity, and to mix
Well,
both, I'm not sure would have been wise.
whenever whenever me and my wife would endeavor into drugs, opioids, alcohol, and we had a partner with us, we didn't go to extreme bondage. It was more dress up and fetish and a lot of play, lots of play for hours. And you tried to carry that out as long as you could. And on opioids and alcohol, man, it was easy, especially if you had, some benzos in there. You could kind of mellow yourself down with the opioids and the alcohol, maybe do a small line of coke and just play fetish all night long. Lots of pussy eating, lots of dick sucking, you know, just touchy feely fabrics and
YouTube, if you're still reviewing my channel for monetization, we try really, really hard. This is all educational and entertainment
yeah, this is
content.
just educational.
Yeah.
It's actually
I,
autobiography.
I personally have no problem with it at all. I'm enjoying it.
Well, I was
Uh,
fortunate. I was very
I'm
fortunate
definitely
to be able
vanilla.
to.
You know, that
Definitely vanilla.
I think I'm just a
That
vanilla.
was probably the vanilla part, like the safe for YouTube part.
Well, I'm
Probably.
just being real. I'm not. You know, I'm not gonna hide
Yes,
that.
I would say.
What? That's
So
freedom of
did
speech.
Trent Reznor ever take one up the rear stir?
No, that wasn't his game at all.
I was
That
just
that's
wondering.
not. Yeah, that's not what he was about. Um,
He seems
the
like
only thing
a
I'm going to say is he
artist.
was an asshole. He was a smart ass and an asshole. So then I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. What about Tool? Did you ever get into a Tool?
Nope, never, never got in with Tool. I was all Rust Belt. Um, I was fortunate enough to be in the same confines as Marilyn Manson, God Lives Underwater, Lords of Acid, Zero Kill Cult. And like I said, we did the after shows for the Downward Spiral tour, and that was in the dungeon. Um, those are the bands that I associated with and knew the members from, or was associated with the members from those bands,
What about
and they were
like
all cool people.
nice? What about like a Clutch or Smashing Pumpkins?
Nope,
Is there
nope.
still a scene? Did like is there a modern version of the same scene, or did we lose
Yeah,
that?
yeah. No, 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 no. There's a Detroit scene. There's an Indianapolis scene. Thrill Kill Cult just did a tour
Oh,
this last year, and it was awesome. As a matter of fact, they're getting ready to go back out on tour, and Buzz was like, it was like reliving the '90s all over again. You know, so
Uh,
I just
Guess
take
it's
it
not
from
all hip
him
hop
that it was
now.
awesome. Um, there's still a goth and a dark punk scene, and there's just your gutter punk, and they're still around. Your industrial heads, um, your essing and the bondage people, your Satanists. They come to the spiritual cult shows more than anybody.
So is the adrenaline thing, the adrenochrome, whatever they call it, is that like a thing?
no.
No, no, no. Lots of hedonism, lots of debauchery, lots of drugs, lots of sex, and self-indulgent lifestyle to the extreme.
Sometimes you'll see like Satanists go up on Oprah or Dr. Phil or whatever. They talk about child sacrifices and stuff. Is all that fake news or
That
what?
was in the 80s, during the
Oh
satanic
man,
panic.
brother, no. Look, man. Even the mass that they have at the Church of Satan here in Indianapolis, it's basically a Catholicism mass, but devoted to Satan. And most of those people are alternative woke people, like Jeff said. They don't do that shit. Even when I was with the Temple of Knox, as dark as we were, we didn't sacrifice any kids.
Yeah, most of that shit's criminal and risky. It's not worth, like, I don't know why people think that's something that most people would risk.
When you say
Well,
woke,
That's an
though, talk
extreme form
about
of freakishness.
yeah, yeah. Because the
until
people
you
that would say that were always usually like the women, and they were I don't it just didn't add up at the time, so I was just kind of weary about that. But when you say woke, are you talking about like woke racially or woke like sexually or what?
know the woke as in accepting whoever, whatever pronouns. Um, you got to be correct to the LGBTQ,
Yeah,
um, the whole
a
nine
lot of
yards,
modern
man.
Satanism is majority LGBTQ, and they see Satan as a rebel that fights on the side of the oppressed against the oppressor. So it's all about
Yes,
activism, Satanism, like helping the transgenders that are being oppressed, helping the queers. They're fighting against the system.
exactly. And they are unpleasant people if you're a
The
straight heterosexual male.
the ones that got canceled by like a few weeks ago, I did a stream on that was woke Satanists. I got canceled because my politics it didn't match theirs. They believed in the
Right.
patriarchy and all this stuff that they were fighting.
Yeah, I walked away because, one, I'm not a homosexual. And secondly, if you're going to worship Satan, don't go to the Church of Satan. Don't go to the Satanic Temple to do it because you're not going to find Satan there. You're just going to find a bunch of
Bunch of
self
kinky
indulgent,
faggots.
yeah, basically. And, but they do keep the rituals and they do the ceremonies. And,
I
it's
found
just
it
like,
very like Puritan. It was very preachy and judgy
mm hmm,
and smug and self-assured and
smug.
authoritarian. Like people had to like toe a certain line or get harassed or singled out.
And that happens. That happens a lot. And there's what I called bitch fighting. Um,
Satanic bitch fights.
it basically, yeah, because one person would get ass hurt, and they would start a division, and suddenly you've got a couple cliques happening within the temple, but they're still coming to the same, gatherings, and one's talking about the other behind the other's back. And I was
Oh
like,
my
man,
God. Modern
Real
Satanic Temple
politics.
is a drama show right now. There's so many different factions defecting and whistleblowing and fighting each other and
oh
telling on
my
each other.
god. So that's after being in the Temple of Knox and going to the, the Satanic Temple, it was you know it was what it was. But I did learn a lot. I think that the solo um, and the independent Satanist like Jeff is, I think that's the more practical way to be a Satanist. I don't recognize Jeff as a Satanist in what I consider
Damn.
Satanism.
Not very good at it. I'm lone wolf Satanism.
You're
MGTOW
you're more
Satanism.
Christian, man. You're more of a dude. You're entirely too upright and
Satanists
righteous.
can be upright.
Okay,
So, in
well,
fact,
I'm not
one of the
gonna.
things when I joined the Satanic Temple, that they had their tenets, and one of the things that appealed to me with was that they were all principles designed to support the concept of nobility, of
They're
trying
all
to do
Christian
the
principles.
right thing, the responsible thing, and I found that a very lofty goal that appealed to me. It wasn't about self-indulgence and hedonism and debauchery. It's about something higher than that.
Well, the problem is, and with the tenets, you can read those same tenets to a Christian, and a Christian will go, yeah.
Yeah,
And then when you
there's
tell,
some overlap. There, yeah,
yeah, and
and with
but
secular
when you get
humanism.
into the social politics of Satanism and the organization, no, it's
Yeah,
you know, when I think of Satan and Satanism, I think of absolutes. Um, if you're going to endeavor into summoning demons, praying to Satan, and falling into a dark, rebellious, contemptuous, then the mannerisms come along with that. And then when you start doing ritual stuff with blood magic, summoning, cult circles, rituals, you know, and you're launching evil on people, and you're summoning dark forces, entities to hurt people that pissed you off. You know, just the same as the father Satan did.
Did you say crop circles or something else?
Salt circles.
Salt circles. Okay.
oh, as part of the rituals. But even if I were Christian, I think I'd run into the same issue. I don't think there's an existing church I could fit into because it would be too structured and organized, and I would notice the same thing I notice about the satanic organizations, and so I would end up being an outsider Christian or an independent Christian. So I'm not sure it's
That's the best
specifically a
Christian.
Satanism thing. It might be like a scale. Once groups get to a large enough scale, they have to be organized in a certain way that does not lend itself to the values that I'm looking for in a community or
Well, you're not.
congregation.
I don't believe you're going to find the righteous in a church. I think it's a relationship. If you're going to have a relationship with God
I
or the
don't.
Son, it's a personal thing. It has nothing to do with the church, because the church is indoctrination. A personal relationship with your Creator, the one who created you, because you are a created being, that's a
I don't
direct
think I am.
relationship. Sure, you are.
My mama.
I can prove that you are a created being by mathematics. Every inch of you and everything that you've ever encountered has an equation to it. Not only does it have an equation, but it has a marker on it, which is divine mathematics, and it's written into
You've already
everything.
lost me.
And
Wow.
that is the fingerprint or autograph of God. And whenever you go into the nature of what we are a developed, genetically altered species, created, seeded
Like by aliens or something?
by the Creator.
Okay. Freak, what were you going to say?
Uh, uh, I forgot now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you do the math,
Oh yeah,
Jeff,
yeah, yeah.
and go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. Did you infiltrate the Church of Smith 6079?
Me and him do not get along at all.
Wow.
Smith. I
Um,
like Smith.
he absolutely despises me.
I, does he like anybody?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know he
I
despises the
I
fuck out of
appreciate
me.
Smith. He's quite a
Well,
rare guy.
I was on panel with him, and he was angry at me, calling me a Satanist and a blasphemer and such forth. And you know, I was like, damn, man, this is the first time we've interacted. I guess my legacy runs deep.
Maybe it was content. Maybe he was producing.
He was on. Me and him were on panel with Sean. It was on Sean's channel,
I
and
think I know Sean.
oh, I'm trying to think of what his channel name is. He does he does what is his channel?
EBT.
Something no something experiment or something.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. In a thought
Yeah,
experiment.
yes, yeah, those guys. Yeah, I was on panel with Smith in that arena. See, I haven't been in that arena over there for going on about a year now. Uh, Probably less than a year. There was too much drama, and I didn't want to be a part of it. And my encounter with Smith was just absolutely, you know, ill. So I don't engage.
That sounds mature.
Well, I don't condemn him. You know, he believes what he believes, and
Hmm.
if I'm an omniist, I have to stay true to that. So therefore, whoever believes whatever is on them. I can't convict or convince anybody to do anything, nor will I. I'm no role model. I'm no one's hero, and I do my own thing.
Have
Well,
either one
should
of
we
you guys
wrap?
ever thought about just leaving everything behind and being a carny at the state fair?
I think I'd
I
run into the same issues, even as a carny at the state fair.
I was a
Probably
nomad.
carny
You know that.
politics.
Yeah.
Wow. No, I was a nomad for 3 years. Um, that's when I discovered myself, and that was in Arizona at Alamo Lake on top of the mountain up there in the desert.
Oh,
And yeah, I've been to coast 5 times, man.
you've been
My I
put
got a
what? Put
I've
where?
been coast to coast 5 times.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I
Indiana's got
was
to
it.
be a trap for you then. Like,
I hate it. We just now got constitutional carry, and we're surrounded by 4 states that have legalized marijuana, and we aren't.
huh,
Oh,
Red ass state, I'm telling you, and Gestapo pigs.
Gestapo pigs.
and see, I'm ready to move to a red state.
Well, if you want one that's red as fuck, right here it
Maybe
is.
not that red. Maybe a
It is
deep
that
The
red.
red.
how's the affordability there?
Good,
That's good.
reasonable. Yeah,
Yeah.
but certain areas are hostile. You got a lot of
Mm.
gang activity. You got a lot of drug activity. We generally have between 1 to 5 drug overdoses a day on fentanyl.
Well, where are all
Um,
these Gestapo cops? Send them in.
Fort Wayne PD. Oh, believe me, when they got their eye on you, they take you down, and they don't play, man. And
Good.
if they
They
pull
sound
you
like
over and find shit, they get evil. And now,
if
since we have constitutional carry, when they come to visit you, they're prepared to shoot you because of constitutional carry. They don't know whether you have a gun or not. And there's red flag laws here in Indiana. There's, I mean, it's ridiculous. Whereas when I was out in Kingman, I was smoking weed and carrying a gun, and that was cool. You know, nobody said nothing. Nobody did anything about it.
Kingman's kind of a twisted town too.
I
There's a lot
loved
of
it, man.
there's a lot of uh, shadiness that goes on that. But like I said, we know how to mask everything out here.
Well, if you go to Birdland in Kingman, yeah, that's junkie town is what I consider that. where all the trailers are and the mobile homes and the disposable housing. And that area, there's lots of heroin, fentanyl, um, you know, cocaine, all the drug trafficking goes on in Birdland. But when you're actually in Kingman and you're on Route 66 or the main highway coming in, which leads you to Bull's Head, um, it takes you basically cross country. That area is absolutely clean. Lots of tourism, lots of happy people. You get your snowbirds that come in, and that's an annual thing. You
Laughlin's
have
right there.
Yeah, it's just a neat little place. And then there's up the road 90 miles. You have Wickiesburg, and from Wickiesburg you can go so far out in the fucking desert that it's no service zones. You can't get a cellular signal. You can't get a radio station. You can't get shit. And if you get stuck out there, you better hope that you got one of those flasher things that maybe somebody will see from the sky, or the buggies, desert buggies. Might
Yeah,
alert
desert
one of them.
buggies. Yeah,
Yeah,
the four-wheel drive, like little sand buggies. Yeah.
yeah. They're desert rat. I was a desert rat. That's part of the
That
mistake
used to be
of
one of my screen names, Desert Rat. I had a little avatar and
yeah,
everything. Yeah, I was too.
yeah. As a desert rat, I have a hairless rat. I was Axis Rat Blood on stage. I mean, in the industry, it's a whole 9 yards. It's all been focused around a
Was it
fucking
always
rat somehow.
RATT?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All the way to Wax Trax Records, from Spotlight Productions and Bill Behringer, all the way from various Sky Roads productions to Wax Trax. It's always RATTBLOOD.
Hey, what about like Rage Against the Machine or Limp Bizkit or any of those
Nope,
like big bands that
Corn,
you come across?
Slipknot.
Corn.
nope. If it wasn't on Wax Trax, and if it wasn't on Spotlight Production or Guy Rhodes Entertainment, which was producers for the Rust Belt, mostly Wax Trax, we stuck together.
Okay, what
We
about okay? This is a test now. You either pass or fail. What about
Yeah,
REM?
no,
Yeah.
not at all.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, they were on major labels, man.
Oh, they were so
Well,
annoying.
yeah, when
I
Wax
didn't like him
Trax
either.
went,
I tried. All my friends went to him. Like all the nerds, my peer group, that was their band.
They were
His
like the
voice was
first.
just
wow,
so whiny to me.
I know. They were like the first alt rock, I think, kind of like, college alt rock kind of that emerged.
I kind of put them in line with like XTC
Oh,
and Thrashing Doves, Cockatoo Twins,
oh, nothing like
REM.
Cocteau Twins. Don't you
But it's
dare put.
those kids stuck together with REM. If you got one of those type of melodramatic punk rockers, they had REM. They thought that was alternative. That was cool. The Cockatoo
It
Twins, the
was
Thrashing
edgy.
Doves, and
Cocteau Twins
XTC,
weren't. Nobody.
and Depeche Mode.
Yeah, Depeche had its own little culture.
No, hell no. I was Skinny Puppy, Ministry, Naturally Drill Kill Cult, needless to say, Lords of Acid.
That came a little later too.
Oh my God, man!
That's definitely
Once that,
industrial.
Yeah,
yes, I was.
Heavy
It,
industrial.
yes, yes, absolutely. Al,
that kind of came after grunge, after the grunge wave
I
and the
was in
college rock
Chicago,
wave.
and I was actually in Boys Town in Chicago, and I'd frequent the alley, and I would frequent Aftermath and the Crowbar, and I stayed on Park in Belmont, and partied a lot on Holsted. Uh, Crowbar was awesome. and there was just this heavy, even the Revolting Cocks, which is still
Oh
outdoor.
yeah, I remember them.
Oh my God, man! When they would burn up that club, they would burn up the club, man. I mean, it was just a powerhouse of drugs, alcohol, just grinding fucking machines, uh, noise, fucking synthetic. It was magnificent, man. It was a beautiful time. And
The way I remember, like techno came out, and then industrial, and then grunge. They all kind of like one, two, three, like almost at the same time.
well, techno
Yeah, I
took
would. But
over.
grunge was the tail end of like an earlier movement that I'd call like alternative rock or something. So the precursors to grunge were there a little earlier than techno, and so I would say grunge, techno,
Well,
industrial.
grunge,
Although the
grunge is
roots of industrial also were pre-techno as well.
well. You had Kraftwerk, which was one of the originals.
Oh,
Gary
that was the
Newman,
precursor to all of it.
yeah, Gary Newman, Psychic TV.
Oh, I
Um,
forgot about them.
yeah, believe me, brother. When I tell you I was in, and whenever I was a full blown industrial fucking monster. Even my guitar was the effects on it sounded like a fucking grinding machine, you know.
Dude,
But
industrial hit so hard that we would actually go to industrial parks and find a industrial like warehouse and then have a party.
raves,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, what it was I started out in it was 88, 89. I was in a metal band called Mystic Witness, and when grunge came in, they dropped everybody from the labels. But these were minor labels, and they wanted that Seattle sound. So hairband spandex and your guitar fancy riffs and catches no longer were marketable. Everybody wanted the Seattle sound, that kind of Soundgarden,
Sludgy, grungy sound.
um,
Kurt Cobain.
Nirvana,
Yeah.
yeah, those guys, and they dropped us all from the labels. So the hair bands and the metalheads were out, and I thought, "Fuck, man, what do I do?" So I moved to Chicago, and when I moved to Chicago, I got to see the beginnings of the industrial scene. And then when it took off, which was Resner helped spark that. But before that, man, it was an independent. Either you're in or you're not. Wax Trax Records, and we were a powerhouse. We were a force to be reckoned with, but we got stifled out. Techno come in that was hitting the dance floors and the nightclubs instead of that edgy sound that we were used to, and then
Yeah.
that carried over to dubstep and you know, uh,
Hip hop,
yeah, and then it
house,
just turned
house.
yes,
Hmm.
and it was just like fuck this, man. So when I left Wax Trax Records and the last tour that I've done was, let's see here, I got to gotta see, I got to pass 2006, 2016. That was my last uh, hurrah in the music industry.
What year? 2006.
Here, let me. Yeah, I still got the laminate and the all access and let me. Kim,
Oh wow. Wait,
yeah,
hang on.
yeah.
All
Hey,
right.
if I
Thank
wanted to
you.
become a roadie, do you think you could hook me up?
I could get a hold of a couple of the labels and see if I could get you on one of the tours. Let's
That might be
see,
pretty cool.
it's,
Just
but
gonna
it's
run
hard
around
work.
and equipment around, I guess.
It's hard work, and you're going to get a lot of yelling. But you do get pussy. I've seen the roadies get more pussy than the band.
Wow.
I can't. It's damn it. Trying to cam up here.
Oh. Hey, all right. Let me give you a. So do it one more time.
There we go. That was with B Movie Monsters and the others, and we did. I don't think you can read all of it, But we did all the states from, the whiskey in California all the way to the edge of New York, and we hit everything in between. So, but that was 2016, and that was my last endeavor in the music industry.
A lot of my heroes, the grunge heroes, they all died of heroin.
Oh, I love heroin. Fuck, man. Give me opioids. Well, I get prescribed opioids. I get 6 oxycodone a day and 2 Klonopin, along with my other medication. And I've been a functional drug addict for over 25 years. Opioids.
It was probably right around like 2016, 15. Well, like right around there, I guess 13. It was really big here in Arizona. Like, everyone and their mother literally were doing it. And eventually I tried it. I didn't like it.
Really. I used to speedball, man. That was my favorite thing. Is I would mainline a little bit of heroin, um, snort a line of coke, and go get drunk. Do
Yeah, I mean,
karaoke, dance.
back then, I mean, they were just going straight to the needle and forget the drinking. Forget They just went bam right to the couch, and for the whole weekend they would just lay there.
No, man. I that's why I speedball. I got tracks all up and down my arms, man. Um, I was a needle junkie 3 times. Uh, Call me a 3-time loser on that one, but I'm not no more. You know, uh, I gave up the needle about 6 months ago. It was my last bout with the needle because I was shooting up fentanyl,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was hiding everything from my pain management, and I was still getting opioids from them. And when I would run out of those, I had a dealer that got me fentanyl, and I started taking and snorting the tablets, the 30s, the blue 30s. And once I got tired of snorting those, um, I went and got some hypos from the pharmacy, diabetic hypos, and I'd melt them some bitches down and straight fire that shit, man. Be nodding all over the place. My fucking bed looks like a fire hazard. It's got pinhole burns and massive burns where cigarette. My chest is all burned up and scarred up from dropping cigarettes on myself, nodding off. Yeah, man,
Yeah, I don't like that
opioids.
stuff.
Yeah, but see, I wasn't doing
Like what you
coke
say,
with
you're not off or whatever. Like it does happen, and like it seems like you're not in control of when it happens. So like I'm not. I don't like that at all.
well, I've been on a. I started out on a prescription of hydrocodone. Um, I had I've got back issues. Now I'm under medical care, 9 hours a day. But my back had collapsed on itself, and I still had to play guitar and get on stage. So they were prescribing me hydrocodone. And from hydrocodone, when I started touring, well, got a hold of some pure opium. Uh, Heroin was around, but I wasn't big into the heroin. I'd try and get opioids wherever I could. And then when I couldn't get the opioids and we were out touring, that's whenever I ran into the monster. And I loved morphine. God almighty, shooting up morphine, um, horse, smack, same thing. Boy, whatever you want to call it. And then my last bout was with fentanyl. And
Which is synthetic
Oh, you've
opioid,
done
right?
fentanyl?
I was shooting fentanyl up. Yeah, I was melting 30s down.
Dang.
Those blue 30s, yeah, I could get them for $3 a piece, man. I had a fucking mountain of them. And was nothing, man. They boiled down real easy and just suck them right up and bam. And the next thing you know, man, you're in Wonderland, nodding off, trying to smoke your cigarette, burning your fucking bed up, lighting yourself on fire. Like I said, man.
That doesn't sound like a good time to me.
Oh my god, dude, you're in such a
Maybe I still have some hedonism to explore.
euphoric state, man. You are awesomely euphoric.
You don't care if you're burning your bed
No,
and
fuck no,
yourself.
man. No, I'll show you, man. I'll show you. This is an addict. I am a true fucking addict. I mean, true to the core of it. Because I hate people who talk, oh, I do drugs. Let me cam up here if I can.
I like
It'll
your
wet
shirt.
me. Okay, hold on. Can you see me?
Yep.
How come I can't see it on this? Okay.
You like
Hold-
looking sideways. I
Hold
like
on.
your lighting too.
Yeah. Let's see if I can turn this around.
Oh, you're showing us the. Oh, God.
Let's see. Let's
I never know what I'm gonna get on here. I love it.
can
Wow. So is this from one
You haven't
night,
burned the
or
house
this is
down.
just over time you've burned it that many times? What?
feel this burn?
Damn!
Now look at my
You're one of
chest.
the lucky ones.
25 years of this shit, man. My chest is scarred to fucking hell. I don't know if you can see. Well,
It's still on the bed.
something
Are you
here. Maybe this. No, that's the other way. Well, fuck it. Anyhow, I'm a fucking junkie.
was it worth it? Is it worth it? Or is that the wrong question to ask? Uh-oh.
It looks like he dropped off.
Yeah, I think he was trying to show us. Joshua, I don't know. To my knowledge, no. I don't think he only has the one brand, I think, and he pretty much likes to grift under that as much as he can. And I wouldn't even, I'd say he's more of a clout chaser than a grifter, a numbers chaser, and he would freely admit to that.
Who are you talking about?
Sorry about that, man.
Midlife bro logic.
Oh.
Well,
Back.
anyhow, I'm back. I knocked myself off.
So was it worth it? Was it the high you got from it? Was it worth?
For me, it is. Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. You know, but I'm under nurse's care now. I have in-home assistance because of my health, and
So are the
sick.
ones that don't have all of that are the ones that end up on the streets and in the tent cities?
You know, I really can't.
Probably all
There's
over
a
the
bad
board.
side to it. Yeah, there's a bad side to it, but for me, I was a functional junkie. I was able to keep a roof over my head whenever I was on the hypo, and now that I'm under nurse's care, you know, I get 20 milligram oxycodone a day, 2 Klonopin, and the rest of it is just stabilization medicine for my condition and health. And my in-home takes care of my medicine for me. So they
So
regulated me.
yeah, that's kind of the trap that Kurt Cobain fell into. The pain management. I guess he had like really bad stomach something or whatever, and that's how he got all hooked into it. And then some people just they can't shake it.
Right. Now, heroin, I don't mind, and morphine, you know, if I had that available to me, definitely. But when I was coming off the fentanyl, I thought I was going to die. My blood pressure was dropping, my heart was palpitating, I was going into seizures, and
Wow.
that was hard to get off of. So, you know, that's just a warning to anybody who decides to take that trip. But the morphine is just general opioid withdrawal. The heroin's a hard withdrawal, but the oxycodone, um, I've ran out of it before, and it's a nasty withdrawal, but it's survivable. Now the benzo withdrawal, that is psychological, and that one is a mother. mm, That's the worst thing to come off of.
That's what I've heard.
It is evil, man. Your head goes places you have no control over your mind. Seizures, shaking, hallucinations, just racing thoughts, delusional idealism flashing in your head, which is very pronounced and almost seems more solidified than reality itself. I mean, fuck, man, that was a miserable son of a bitch.
Ugh.
But now I'm just a happy little pain management guy, and you know,
Yeah.
he, I still got Narcan all over the place, um, just in case.
I never had the freaking balls to really get that crazy into it. So I always had, like regular jobs and stuff like that. So I never really dove into it. But like even now, like the only thing I would think about shooting up would be like steroids, or if I knew it would work.
I, no, I would say that as far as hypo goes, morphine, that pure morphine, or if you can get like a 50 milligram tablet of morphine, melt that down, or you could double dose. You could get 100 milligram if you
For
got the
for
tolerance, and that'll
for
take you
entertainment,
to a
for our entertainment channel.
yeah.
Hypothetically,
This is all educational autobiography of not to do these things. I am no
okay,
one's hero.
fair enough.
I'm not your
Fair
role
enough.
model, and do not do as I do because
Rock and roll
I
is
was a
dead.
yeah, I was in an industry where that was the common thing, and
Pralines want to know if you're still in pain. Like, does it help?
yeah, I'm bed fat. I haven't left my house in since they've had me under full medical care. I haven't
Oh
been able to
God.
leave
So
for
it helps reduce it, but it doesn't actually eliminate it.
no, no,
Oh,
not at all. No, it don't. I've been under medical care for almost 3 years now, and now they've got me on 9 hour shifts and in home, and I haven't been anywhere outside of this house in a little over 2 months, and I've been kind of fighting off and on, being unable to be mobile. But I did escape the nursing home. I was in a nursing home for a year before I got out and wound up under my own roof and medical services. So that was a rough motherfucker.
What was wrong with the nursing home that you didn't like?
Rules,
Just no
I
freedom.
knew it.
fucking
Yeah,
rules, man.
I worry about that.
I've got it all documented, man. I got it all documented. Um,
It's easy to get kicked out of nursing homes.
no, I got to leave
Oh,
because
oh, you left on
um,
your own.
no. I left with medical consent to leave. They wanted me the fuck out of
It
there
was like me. Oh,
bad.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. They would call me. I was wheelchair bound and bed bound. I was dehydrated, malnutrition, respiratory problems, and I collapsed where I used to do security when I was younger. It's a storage place, and I collapsed there. And from the hospital, 3 days later, I was in a nursing home. And once I could get around in a wheelchair, man, I gave them hell. Gave them literal fucking hell any way I could. And when the day I said, I want to fuck out of here, because they had me in quarantine because I just left, they put me in the deepest, fucking darkest mental institution in Indiana up around South Bend. And they thought they had gotten rid of me. But they deemed me mentally competent. So they sent me back to the nursing home. And the administrator got in trouble for abuse of authority by sending me there because they said I was fully competent and there's no fucking reason to send me there. So I got attacked by a drunk resident in the nursing home. And after that, I called lawyers in. The lawyers come in, freak everybody out, the administration, you know, everybody was touchy-feely. And the day I said I want to fuck out of here, they let me go on a medical release. So my insurance paid for everything.
Wow.
What was he white knighting for some girl you were hitting on?
No, actually, I shut down the vending machines. I was,
No wonder you wore cameras around.
I learned the codes to open the doors by watching, and I'd go out after hours and smoke cigarettes. And they caught me with tobacco in my room. I had a big altar in there with my dog skull and my seer and my scry, my candles, the pentagram, the sage, and
blazing the way, brother.
They freaked.
Dog skull probably would have been enough.
So when I said I was, you know, when that time came, and I knew I could get in my truck and drive, I told him I want out of here. Chris Adams was the administrator. It was Glenbrook Nursing Home Rehab, and it's full facility living. I still got the video of the day I left. I had my son sneaking powdered Fetty into me and milk dud. He would open the milk duds up, put the Fetty in there, and then he would glue it back. And I'd give him money to go pay bills, and he'd give me milk duds.
Oh, okay. The things you could learn on these channels.
Oh man,
I hope that was educational and
it's all
informative in an autobiographical way.
Yeah, everything I'm telling you is my life story, autobiographically for educational and entertainment reasons. Yes. And all you're doing is documenting someone who is in an industry, the entertainment industry, period. So call it what it is, you know?
Hey,
but
at least
yeah.
It's not laundering money in Houston with gold bars and cash or whatever that like the Chinese illegals were doing in Houston.
We paid for our extracurricular activities, and at least we were honest about that. But as far as debauchery and hedonism, now there was no limit. No limit.
Oh, I got another test question.
Sure.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all.
All right. Good. We're still good.
Here's one for you. Let's see how you do on this. Netzer Ebb.
Oh yeah, I know Netzer Ebb.
Okay. By God 20.
Don't know that one.
Oh yeah, they're great. It's Easy is one of the best songs that they ever done and won. Man, there was lots of Big Black was a distortion band.
That's Steve Albini, right?
Yep. Yeah. And Big Black, after they did Jordan, the song Jordan, man, they lost their career right after that. It just went downhill. But they were a
Well,
distortion band. They were fun.
It's pretty much what
They
grunge
were
was.
well, Party with Hammers, songs about fuck, and Automatizer. And Automatizer was the one that had the song Jordan on it, which made the reference to pedophilia, and that was the end of them. Kerosene was one of my favorite songs by Big Black. And then um, New Botan.
oh,
Um,
Eisenstein, Newbot.
yes, yes, yeah. The writings of O.T. Um, uh, Liebach. I listened to Sympathy for their version of Sympathy for the Devil. If you've ever heard of Liebach, Life is Life. Um, man, there's a lot of shit that I'm just now remembering.
Do you
I
know who
enjoy.
Ice T and Body Count is?
I don't do rap. I know nothing about
Knew
rap.
they were
I
rappers.
I excluded myself from that. That's why I hid in the industrial belt during that hip hop phase and the gangster rap phase. I was in Chicago on Clark, Belmont, Holsted, the Alley, Crowbar, um, completely removed from rap. And when I came out of all that and out of that scene, when it finally Wax Trax went bankrupt. Cleopatra come in and bought up everything. TVT bought everything. Nothing bought everything, and then the Nothing Interscope label started producing rap artists. Cleopatra went under, and TVT is still in existence and holds mm, probably about
Is that Tones on Tail?
TV Tunes
Oh,
out
okay.
in New York, and they still own the rights to a lot of the Wax Trax music. Um, so did Interscope and Nothing Records, and I started producing my own stuff, solo, individual after that, and to this day I still do solo work. It's on my channel.
Here, let me throw
Smashing
that in there.
Pumpkins was out of Chicago, though, right?
I had nothing to do with them. Nope, they were not in the scene. They were not a part of our scene. We were a different breed, man. It was the more mechanical, the more engineered, and the more deep, dark grooves you could get, the better off you were, and the higher you could get on whatever it was your fancy, and just step out into the scene, gothed out, industrial punk, cyberpunk. Um, fuck, man, it was good times. But no, none of those softy bands were ever a part of the scene that we were in. I'm sure they were around the Boys Town. I'm sure they were on Holsted at one point in time. They had to have been. If you aren't on
They
Lakeshore
started like
Drive,
those huge I can't even remember what they called them anymore, but they'd have like huge amount of bands playing in one venue over a certain amount of days, and there's different names for the what they
Like a
called them.
festival?
Yeah, some festival, or and
Lollapalooza.
have a lot of meshing of some industrial with say like Nine Inch
Hip
Nails with Limp Bizkit, or with
Bones
like
Thug
Rage
and
Against the
Harmony.
Machine. So
Yeah,
there
that
was a
was
little
the
bit of
Walla.
intermingling a little bit.
Yeah, the Lollapalooza tours. Yeah,
Lollapalooza, right?
yeah.
Maybe what we need
Jane's
is a new
Addiction.
scene.
Jane's Addiction was a big stable behind the Lollapalooza. The second,
Yeah.
the,
Yeah.
the
Perry
second
Farrell.
Lollapalooza. Yeah, yeah. I like Jane's Addiction. I never had any interaction, or I had, just listened to their music. But Nothing Shocking. That's my favorite album by them.
Yeah, Mountain Song rocks.
Oh
Um,
man. Pigs and
Primus
Zen.
kind of was like a quasi. They could have fit in. They could have fit in three different categories, really, but they
Okay,
ended up going.
here's one that'll blow you away. That was actually resistant of the scene, but still showed up. Butthole Surfers, man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
they were around the '80s. They had that. What's his face? Is it not Kenneth Anger? Richard Kern did that art house film, Submit to
Hairway
Me,
to
and it was
Seven.
set to the Butthole Surfers music.
Yeah, Hairway to
Jello
Seven.
Biafra.
Rembrandt's Pussy Horse. Psychic Powerless, Another Man's Stack. Um, yeah, the early Butthole Surfers is what I was into. Um, like the song Lady Smith for Going to Florida. Um, you know, Jimmy, the song, Johnny Smoke, all those songs, man. I love that shit. All the way up to when him and Al Jorgensen did, um, the song, can't remember. It was Getty on that. I'm in love with my car. It was, and he never spoke properly on it. It was a lot of, oh,
It was kind of a mix of like metal, punk, rap, skateboard, industrial, and there's another one.
Ska,
I can't remember,
reggae.
but they had like those meat grinder songs, like just really hard industrial metal, punk, and like loud lyric, and then boom, and then the song would just end, and you'd be like, "Is it over?"
yeah, I kind of avoided that, and I kind of filtered that out by going with like Psychic TV, Coil. Um, there was Coil was a big influence in my life. Um, there was I'm trying to think of it. Uh, Acumen. Acumen was a group that held true to the industrial and there's another, oh man, I can't even remember the name. And they did one of my most favorite songs ever. Divorzu. Divorzu. So
That's the
yeah,
song or the group?
the group Divorzu.
Why does that sound familiar?
Oh man, because they did. I've got the song. I just can't think of the name of it. Um, Daddy's little girl, she had puppy eyes. I can't think of the name.
Oh, who has been there the whole time throughout this whole, all of that, and is probably still around today is Social Distortion.
You know, I never I was able to get on the Misfits scene for a bit, because they were actually towards the end of the industrial movement. The Misfits were actually playing small bars all over the U.S. and you could just after they were done with their set, man, you could just mingle. Danzig wasn't with them, you know, but
Uh,
Danzig had already created his own image and label with
like
Danzig, the
rap.
album, and Lucifuge, you know, and
Yeah,
he did his thing. But I never had anything to do with Danzig either. You know, the groups that I had anything to do with were Wax Trax signed artists. Outside of that, you know, it was just I was basically just a fill in, you know, but I was not important enough to be able to walk up and meet Danzig or you know some of
right,
my more like Perry Farrell. I would love to you know talk to him, but I didn't have the clout, you know.
That would not
yeah.
stop me. I'd be like, hey, Perry,
Well,
how
the
you
meet and
doing?
greet. I mean, Joe Jett was really cool. Um, I got to see her before I took off as a nomad. She did a meet and greet, and she was awesome, man. She was really fucking awesome. Tori Amos, been to a couple of her concerts, and I, man, you know, for softer side of yourself and being able to see lesbian chicks everywhere, Tori Amos.
Is that where a man could start getting in touch with his feminine side? I liked her first
Get his
album,
ass
that Little
beat.
Earthquakes album.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
And
Hello.
when you go to the Lilith Fest or Tori Amos uh, concert, I've seen her at Deer Creek and I've seen her in Indianapolis, man. And wow.
Oh wow! I was just looking at the chat. I didn't know that you had back issues, Miss Praline Queen. Sorry to hear that. Man, I remember
Well,
they used to have to put like metal rods in people's backs back in the day. Now they just well, not just, but a lot of times they just insert a couple holes and they're able to do the trick. But I guess it just depends on the situation.
I used to get injections, man, and that was a part of being in pain management. Was you had to take mandatory injections, and that was how the doctors were making most of their money. It turns out that they were injecting all the patients, force injecting every patient that was in pain management so they could get their pain medicine. And you had to go in once every, I think it was 4, 6, it was every 4 months. Yeah, every 4 months you had to go in for your injections, or they wouldn't give you your pain medicine.
Wow. Did it make your
Yeah.
legs go numb and stuff, or?
No, it was almost like a cortisone type thing.
Right.
You could, you could feel what they've done back there because you were under anesthesia. And when you come out of the anesthesia, which is fun, you still feel good. Um, they give you about an hour and then they send you home with your pain medicine. And you pretty much lay around after that and recover.
I think pretty much if you're a doctor, really, you're just a drug dealer with a degree.
Yeah, I'm still in touch with Dr. Alanani, and he's in Palmdale, California. And he was my original pain management doctor from 10, 15 years ago. And me and him have been associated. He's been my friend for years. And he was with me on, not by physical, but he was a support when I was a nomad. And now that my son's up on trial, he's still a support system for me. But he owns his own clinic out there now.
It seems like if you're a really creative or a really good doctor of any sort, they're moving to Mexico to practice what they want to really do. And it's not so they can, get crazy with drugs. It's so they don't have to get crazy with drugs.
I don't know anything about, cross-border medical procedures or pharmaceuticals. I'm, very westernized, uh, extreme American culture, because, the only place that Sweden, England, you've got dark goth. Norway, you have really fucking dark goth. And, Scotland, they have their punk, uh, it's kind of a punk.
Scotland's falling off, man. They're like, they have an
Yeah,
Arab running the Justice Department.
right. And there was a couple bands out of there, and I'm trying to think of that one band.
You too?
That
They were
No,
Ireland. Scala was Simple Minds, Cocteau Twins.
yeah, yeah, and there was a punk band that come out of there, but um, Dropkick Murphy,
Hmm,
and they were sat windbag. What's that windbag
bagpipes.
thing? Yeah, bagpipe punk band. Dropkick Murphy. Yeah, yeah, they were a trip, man. Bile. I got this. I got to see Gore. Um, I didn't get to make it to the New York Bile concert, but that was one of the best shows that they've done. Techno Horror was probably my favorite album by Bile, but they're a industrial noise band. Um, Alien Sex Fiend uh, for a little bit, that was amusing, but didn't stick.
I remember them.
Oh my god, I got
Preamp.
another test. One more
Okay.
test for you. Fish.
Nope.
PHIS.
Yes.
Nope.
Thank God.
No rainbow. No rainbow kids for me, man.
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry,
I
but
don't know that stat, but their music was so like just I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it.
well, they got the Grateful Dead following. When
That's
Grateful
right.
Dead,
That's I
when
remember that.
Garcia, yeah, the Deadheads, they all went to tour with Fish. So what they
Okay.
were doing at the Deadhead concerts carried over, and I was like, I don't want no fucking part of any of that. You dirty fucking hippies. Get a
Dude, their music
chainsaw.
was so mundane. Like all my college buddies at the time, they were like getting into it. I was just like, dude, I almost smashed the radio because they would play it so much.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man. No,
Lame.
you got to hand a hippie a chainsaw and a pistol and be like, go to work, boy. Do something, you whiny bastard. Yeah, I just wasn't in the hippie scene. Couldn't get into that organic crunchy shit at all. I like steel, metal, uh, black leather, spikes, machine grinding rhythms, punch, power,
Yeah.
um,
Oh, I
melodic
think I'm getting sleepy
synthesizer,
now. Yeah. Keep talking.
right?
I'm, yeah.
Right?
I do think I want to wrap up soon, though. I am starting to wind
I
down.
appreciate I appreciate the time, man. You guys have been absolutely
Oh, me
wonderful.
too. I enjoy doing this. I'll be here again tomorrow.
Well, Jeff, I come across I don't reserve, man, because I had a hell of a life. I'm paying for it now with my health, but man, I had fun. I lived 3 lifetimes in one. I had a blast.
Yep.
Now it's over, and I can accept that because most people don't even get to do 1/5 of what I got to experience. So I consider myself one of the very fortunate people who actually lived.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's humility or not, but it's definitely gratitude.
Well, if there's a grand creator, which I believe there is, he allowed me to have one of the greatest experiences in the human experience that anyone could ask for.
Well, and you're testifying of it now. That's part of it too, in my opinion.
Um, all the way to Jerry Springer.
The
You
good
know,
and the bad.
right, right. Well, I was the bad guy on Springer.
You were on
Honey, I have
you
a
were on
sex.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah, honey, I have a sex slave.
Oh
Steve
my
Wilco
Are
God.
you
didn't come up to my
serious?
shoulders. Yeah,
Wait,
we
hang
got to
on.
stay in
I'm
the
looking for a clip.
Ambassador. Yeah, honey, I have a sex slave was the name of the was the title of that
Was it
Jerry
roped
Springer.
into sex? Let's see. Honey.
Nope. Honey, I have a sex slave.
Is Springer still alive or?
No, he's dead. Man.
Well, it's not
This
on
was back
YouTube if it's
in.
out there, but that's not to say it's not out there.
Oh,
They had a
get on
guy. He
Google,
used to go on
man.
panels. His name was Mr. Slave. He was on the Crucible for a while. And he used to go on that Playing with Fire show. And he was there with his mistress. He'd have like a leash on a chain. I think he'd wear a little gimp
Yeah,
hood, and he would do panels and
yeah,
talk just like we're talking. He was called Mr. Slave.
right, right. What I don't, well, Kitschy and Kelly was the understudy to the producer, which was Kelly, and or Kitschy. Kitschy was the producer. Kelly was the one that comes to the house with the camera crew. And I had a dungeon in my basement, and I was supposed to be having intimate relations with the babysitter, and we had my best friend, which at the time he's dead now. He Scott. He was our kind of our submissive slave, and my wife was not supposed to know anything about it, and we revealed it on stage, and yeah, they let me come out in
Wait, did you
full.
really have a slave that your wife didn't know about, or that was just a storyline they wanted you to play along
That
with?
that was just a storyline because Jenny Schutte was just a friend of my wife.
Oh, okay.
So we cooked all this up, and called Springer, and because I had a dungeon,
Oh,
but
so
we did have
like the Springer people really believed that you had a slave. Y'all were.
right,
Oh, God.
but we did have a
I'm sure you were
girlfriend.
not the only.
Yeah,
So
the
you faked a
girlfriend.
slave to get on the Springer.
Well, we had two of them. Jenny Schutte, which was supposed to be the babysitter, she was female, and then a submissive slave that served,
Named
which
Scott.
was Scott Love. Yeah, and then there was me and my wife. And we actually, our girlfriend, our real girlfriend in real life, wasn't even involved. We had close friends of ours that were actually involved in the show, and I gave all the bondage equipment that I took with me: the whip, the cuff restraints, the back restraints, the gag, and the blinds. And I gave them to Kitschy before we left, so she could hang them on the wall.
This sounds
Well, and
like
for
a
those of you that don't
precursor
know,
to
before the
Panelverse.
Panelverse, there was this talk show called Jerry Springer, which is in many, many ways similar.
Oh, that was a blast, man. That was that was fucking awesome. But that was,
Did they fly you out to
you know,
Chicago and all that other stuff, or wherever they were?
yeah, they sent a limo here to Fort Wayne with an executive, and we got to ride from here to the Ambassador. We stayed at the penthouse at the Ambassador, um, and we went to the House of Rock and a small shopping spree. Then we did the
Wow.
show, and after the show, we had the choice of either to take a flight or a limo back home. We took the limo back home, and you got a small check for babysitting and time lost from the Springer show. I got all the shit, the paperwork, and the documents that you sign and agree upon. My copies I still have. I
You might
just
have
got
to
to dig
upload
them
the
out.
video.
I had the video on VHS. I'm going to see if I can't transfer it from VHS somehow and get it on the computer, or whether I can open screen it. But then I don't know about the copyright law on it, whether I have the right to do that or not, because that's copyrighted material.
Who's she
So
Yeah,
talking about here?
probably.
It doesn't matter. We'll wrap it up anyway. It doesn't matter. That happens here. People talk over each other all the time. I don't know what to do about it. What to tell you.
did I talk over? I'm sorry. If
I
I
don't know. I don't know
was a,
what she's talking about. It could be any one of us.
yeah. Well, if I was being intrusive with my conversation, I apologize completely.
Well, once again, I do appreciate your dropping by, and I think it was an enjoyable evening.
Jeff,
Freak,
Yeah,
you as well.
I
you're
like
always a
when you
great
come up,
host.
because you have something interesting, and then also if it's keeping you straight, then by all means, don't be a stranger.
I appreciate that, man. DeFreak, it was nice to meet you. I mean, absolutely wonderful. And we need to have some talk sometime on a panel about our endeavors into Christianity and the Messiah and the Creator. I'd love to hear more of your side of it, man.
Yeah, he is
Yeah,
the Jesus guy.
Yeah, I
be happy
definitely. It
to.
sounds like
I
you're
see you podcast
solid.
lately, so I'll try and jump in.
Yeah. So, and Jeff, you're always a wonderful host, and I appreciate you allowing me up and the time to spend with you. You guys have been great, and I wish you a good night.
You too,
Good
sir.
night.
And thank you. I do try.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah,
Freak.
man. So I think when I can, I'm just gonna try and come up and read a short chapter or something, and it just helps
Oh
get
yeah, that'd be cool.
familiarity. And
Yeah.
when we read the Word of God, we're actually uh, we're understanding the mind of God, and
Well,
that
I do have a question about that then, because tonight we read the word of Paul. Is that still the word of God? Does it count as the word of God?
it counts as the Word of God because it's inspired by the Holy Spirit, and it's proven by the fact that what he said about how people would be acting and perilous times and all that stuff.
They act like that now.
And, it's like you said, you could probably apply that to all different times of human history, but it's talking about the last days, and I think there's so much prophecy and other things that are kind of converging that the signs are becoming more and more evident, in my opinion. So anyhow,
Okay. But they all,
yeah,
I know
man.
that they always say that, like they all think that the signs are becoming evident in every point in history. But I also am not going to dismiss it.
Yeah, I'll get like a little list going of things that I see that are just blatantly obvious. Of course,
If you
people
see them, they're
atheists
obvious.
atheists want a date, they want a year, they want a day. But
Most
that's not
atheists I
real.
know don't even believe that it's ever going to happen. They don't need any of that.
Yeah, and the language is so vague. It's vague enough to basically, if they don't get a date, a specific time, if they don't get the names of all the, they just don't believe it. But that's just not the way that it works. So anyhow, thanks for having me. I think you're, like, you, if you'd be my friend, I think you'd be a solid friend. Like, you're honest, and I appreciate that very much. So.
Well, thank you, freak. I do try. I, I try very hard. It goes back to that what's real on here. What's a friend, what's content, what's a bit, etc. So I appreciate the sentiment in your comments. So thank you. I try.
No problem.
Oh, it's
It's
me she's
hard.
talking about. Okay. Yeah, well, we that happens here. Part of it is I need to keep track of the conversation so I keep it going. And in general, Praline, most people seem to enjoy the conversations, and I get a lot of positive feedback around. They come back for more. So
And
I
it's
guess it's
like
just one of those features that it's part of the brand.
going
Um,
back real quick to the panel verse and the circus says,
I don't think I'm the
what's
worst by
real.
far in the Panelverse about it. I think I do pretty good here. Okay, go
I think
ahead
so.
about the Panelverse.
Yeah, going back to what's real, what's not real, what's coordinated, what a lot. In my opinion, a lot of that circus,
That's a
shit
good word
show
for it.
just goes away when you have strong leadership and at the top and kind of throughout, and that's just something that we haven't had in this country for a long time. So anyway,
Are you talking about the Panelverse specifically, or just in general? If we had better
in
political
general,
leadership,
like like when Donald Trump was in there and COVID happened, he was in front of the microphone every day to the point of he was annoying everyone, being on top of what was going on, and updating the. Joe Biden didn't even answer one question his whole presidency. Like, he was a teleprompter president. And to me, that's not leadership. That's just being a parrot. It's like a.
What do you need from leadership? Because I go back to a video my friend made when Donald Trump was doing his campaign and he got shot, and everybody was rallying around him and talking about America finally found a leader. She said, "We don't elect leaders in America. We are self-governing. We elect representatives to represent us in government. But that the concept of looking for a leader or electing a leader is not really an American concept. So is it leadership we need, or is it something else?"
Well, it's more than just leadership, but leadership goes a long way because, like, when Joe Biden's in office, like, it's so depressing. Like, you don't even want to wake up and go to work or do anything.
But
Like,
one of the things I liked about Biden is that after 4 years of Trump, I didn't need him for anything. I needed my president to stay in the background, keep things running, keep the chaos to a minimum. I personally did not need any kind of leadership from Biden because that's not what his role in my life was. I wasn't looking for a leader. I was looking
well,
for an administrator, somebody to administer the country and to represent me.
right. And I'm not. What I'm saying in terms of presidential leadership, it's not, getting on your ASS, personally or individually saying, hey, you need to do better. But what he would do is he would have a direction, a positive direction, and create win-win scenarios for like most parties involved, and that would include, the foreign affairs part of it, which is a big deal because we see what we got with Joe Biden's and his lack of leadership. With his best quality is negligence and plausible deniability. We got Ukraine, and we got even to some extent Israel and Iran going about to go at it, if not going at it, and I think
I
it's
don't know
going
how
to
much of all that can
Daesh.
be put down to Biden himself,
Well,
but
Ukraine is definitely Biden's fault,
I
100%.
think it's Russia's fault. I think Russia is the one that crossed that border and invaded Ukraine, not Biden.
Well, yeah, but they were instigated by Joe Biden because he was going to put nuclear warheads in Ukraine, and that was,
I
you know,
still think Russia's an autonomous, self-determining country, and they made the choice to cross into not Joe Biden.
the thing. You know what Bay of Pigs was back in the '60s with JFK and everything, right?
Yeah.
When it was the whole Cuban Missile Crisis and everything. It's the same situation that they try to do here, and so we were trying to do it there, and now like we would have done the same thing. We don't want nukes in our backyard, neither do they. And to me, if Hong Kong was autonomous and had access to the world's financial markets, as long as they did without any nukes, there could have been a deal done in Ukraine. But Joe Biden was insistent on being an asshole, basically.
But he doesn't control Putin. He didn't cause Putin to invade Ukraine. Putin invaded Ukraine. So you need to keep the accountability and the locus of responsibility on the person, the actual actor that took the act.
I mean, yeah, but if you know they're going to install weapons that have the potential of wiping out your whole country on your back doors, sitting and doing nothing is as bad as going in and having to catch a little flack. If you're a
It
Russian,
it's kind of the you left Putin no choice option, and that doesn't exonerate. When you take an action, you're responsible for that act, regardless of why you did it or if you felt like you had no other option. Because Putin certainly had options to not attack. So Putin made a choice and a decision to attack, whether it was a response to whatever circumstance he felt like he had to make it for. But Putin is the one that invaded Ukraine and is responsible for the invasion of Ukraine. No other human on the planet. And to shift the responsibility for Putin and make him seem somehow less responsible and some other human more responsible just defies credibility to me. Putin
well,
took the act. Putin did the act.
I get what you're saying. He crossed the line in the sand, as they say. But
And he had the
What
choice
were his
not
other
to.
options?
Nobody forced him to. He had the option not to. Putin decided to do it, not Joe Biden. So I just want to
Okay,
get
okay,
the record clear on that.
that's true. I agree with that. But you said he had other options. But like, what were his other options?
He had other first of all the option to not do anything, the option to keep things as they are and not escalate into an attack. He had that option. Nobody forced him to make the decision to change things as they were.
Okay, let's just say that he didn't do anything, and Ukraine becomes part of NATO. We install nuclear warheads in some military base there, and
We were
then
talking
what?
about options, that he still had options. Each option and each decision is going to have a set of consequences, but it was Putin that was weighing out the options and deciding which one to choose, not Joe Biden. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Putin
No,
was
you're
in the
right. You're
driver's
right.
seat, weighing the decisions and weighing the options and making the decision.
This still goes back to like about 2012 when we first started fucking around over there trying to do that, and they were telling us from that point in 2012 they kept telling us that if you do that we're going to do this, if you do that we're going to do this. So he already kind of committed to doing it, and it's just so then why did Joe Biden have to push the issue?
It
And it
doesn't
doesn't
matter
matter.
in chess. If your opponent makes a move, you're responsible for the move you make in response. The opponent didn't make you make your chess move. You decided what chess move to make in response. For some reason, you want to save Putin's like Putin's culpability.
Well, I mean, I just don't. I understand why he wouldn't want nuclear warheads in the backyard of his country. And I mean, ultimately, I know that Donald Trump would have had a deal. It would never have happened because he would have made
None
a
of
deal
us know
somehow.
none of us know the alternate history because we can't see the alternate history doesn't exist. So there's not a world in which Donald Trump. We know what would have happened. I guess it's not testable or falsifiable.
Well, I mean, he got a deal done in Afghanistan. He got a deal done in North Korea. He got a deal done in
Right,
Israel.
but we don't know that that means he would have gotten a deal done
We
in
don't know, but the
Russia.
probability is probably on his side. Plus, he wrote Art of the Deal. You know, he's a salesman. He's been done big business deals all across the world. So he would have figured out something that would have been better than what Joe Biden did, which was instigate the whole problem. And for what? They actually did apply for NATO after the war started, and Joe Biden rejected them. So it was all for nothing. It's totally ridiculous.
It sounds like there's way more to it than that. It's way more complex than what you're reducing it to. But
Possibly.
I appreciate your narrative. I
Okay, one more
understand
thing.
where the
One more
narrative's
thing.
coming from.
You ever seen like at the zoo when like some idiot is throwing like peanuts at a gorilla or something or whatever, and then somehow some way that gorilla ends up snatching that guy? You ever seen like one of those wild animal like I don't know bloopers or something? It's
Yeah.
that's kind of like what Joe Biden was doing, with the whole
In
nuclear.
your frame, that doesn't mean that's actually how it happened in reality, but that's how you see it. Like Putin's this innocent dictator, minded his own business in the cage, and Joe Biden's at the border throwing peanuts at him. And my God, he was provoked. He was forced to take action at some point. Innocent
Well,
little
yeah,
Putin.
well,
I
yeah. I
don't
mean,
see it that way.
okay, so
I
you
don't.
you can instigate and you can provoke and not cross a geographic line, and so like the instigator doesn't get away scot free either, in my opinion. And Biden didn't have
But
to.
the the person that chooses to escalate, just like you can taunt someone, but the minute somebody pulls out a gun and escalates it to violence, or punches in the face and escalate it to violence, they carry the burden of aggressor from that point forward. They chose to escalate to the next level of aggression. No factor before that it can be held responsible for the escalation once the decision to escalate is made. It just doesn't work that way. Like, I did not get punched in the face because you called me a name. I got punched in the face because you decided to raise your fist and punch me in the face. That's a bitch move. That's what the woke do. That's victimhood. Putin is not a victim. He is a grown-ass man making choices for his country. And once he decides to escalate to an act of aggression, he is now a new actor in a new chain of responsibility.
Okay, so you're the vice president, and under your tutelage as vice president, you saw Putin go in and into Ukraine and actually take Crimea or whatever it was back whenever he did that. So then you get to be the president, and you're going to instigate him to do even more when you didn't
This
have
is
to.
what if scenarios. I'm talking about what actually happened. Putin
Right. What actually
gave
happened
the
was
order to invade Ukraine, and
right,
only Putin. Joe Biden did give the order. No other politician or leader on the planet gave the order. Putin did.
right, and we saw Putin do it before in the past. So
And
why
he's
wouldn't he
not
do it
he's
again?
not an innocent victim. He didn't do it
Okay,
out of
if
victimhood.
he did it once, and you know what's going to cause him to do it again, and you do it again, right? There's a
So is he like an unthinking animal? We're at the mercy, like we study animal behavior, and then we notice if we do this, Putin do. No, he's an agent. You are robbing Putin of his human agency.
no, he went in and he took Crimea back in 2000 or
That
whatever it
doesn't
was.
mean in chess you're going to make the same game move every single time another person makes a certain game move.
But if
What I
it's
think is
possible,
happening is you're taking a very complex situation and you're reducing it to a couple of factors, and then you're trying to say, well, if this factor and this factor, but if this factor, there's way more factors than you're involving in this conversation. First of all, and
it's
so
all Joe
this
Biden's
whole
fault.
conversation is a reductive thought experiment. It's not capturing reality as it actually happened and actually is and works. And I
But wait
think
a
that's
second.
that's my problem with it.
Wait a second, Jeff. But if you know that he went in already into that country and took a part of it, if you know that he's telling you that he's going to do it again, if you
That's
do
an
what you
inference.
do,
You are drawing a conclusion based on a previous action. That is not a scientific. It's not an axiom. That in all cases throughout history, if a person does this one action, they will always do this one action. So you're
but
you're
he's
you're
just
using
telling you.
like a scientific framework on a human situation that doesn't follow the rigid laws of science. So already I feel like the categories are getting blurred that we're working in when we think about this.
All right. The thing is, he was saying the whole time that if you do this, I'm going to do that. From the time he took Crimea to the time that the war happened, he was saying, "Don't do this, or I will go in again."
Right, I will make the decision. I will choose to go in again. Not that I am an unthinking automaton, and if you make this decision, it will force me to do this, like a chain, like a billiard ball, domino. No, he's saying I will make. I if you make the choice to do this, then I will make the choice to do this. None of it is determined, like forced. It's all humans with agencies making choices and making decisions in response to other human agents making choices and decisions. Nobody's at the mercy of forces that they don't have control over in this situation.
The only there's enough doubt to say that we don't know what would have happened if Joe or if he would have stood down and not invaded. But um, the thing is, Putin set boundaries, and Biden kept pushing them.
Okay, but that still doesn't mean that Biden is the cause of the invasion of Ukraine. Putin said, just like a parent, Putin set a boundary. If you do this, I'm going to do this. The kid does that, and the parent imposes the consequence. So you're
The,
saying Biden brought an invasion on Ukraine. By Biden's action, he brought an invasion on Ukraine involuntarily. That would not have happened, but had Biden not taken this action. That's a bunch of bunk. That's a bunch of poppycock. You're letting Putin off the hook for the decisions of a grown ass adult.
well,
You're trying to
I
make
see what you're
Biden more
saying.
responsible than he actually has the power in reality to be, and you're letting the actual actor, objectively in the situation, off the hook for more than he was actually for less than he was actually responsible for.
the the only thing that I would say that is saving Joe Biden from me blaming it all on him is that he did have a willing Ukrainian government and leader who was on board with the whole thing. But regardless, if Donald Trump was in office, he would at least had a deal like Hong Kong had a deal. They
You
had
make that's
full
an
access to
assumption.
the
You
world
don't know. You're
economy.
making an assumption. But
It
that's it.
is an assumption, but I'm willing to stand behind that assumption because we've seen it before. The guy's a salesman. He makes deals. That's what if Hong Kong was autonomous from China and they had full access to the world financial market, and China didn't, and they didn't have any weapons in Hong Kong or any nukes, then why couldn't Ukraine have done the same thing?
I don't know. Go ask them. I don't know. I don't think that way. Like, if this, what if that? When I know there's like a million factors involved, I can't just take two or three and say if this one factor were different. Then it's You're reducing the situation. I guarantee is not as reductive as you're presenting it here. So the situation you're presenting doesn't even hold up when you place it against reality. It's not a useful working model of what actually happened on the ground.
Okay, let's just.
It's
I'm
more
just
like a thought experiment. It's not
yeah,
it's not pointing at reality in any kind of useful way. Putin absolutely did invade Ukraine. That's an objective fact. And that objective fact is in itself is larger than anything you're trying to do with this little reductive presentation.
well, it's not. Well, okay, I'm gonna agree with you, and I'm gonna say, okay, what does that objective fact get you except a left wing
It doesn't matter what it gets you.
talking point to be
That
able
is
to blame it
reality as
on
it is.
whoever?
You want reality to get you somewhere. I'm just saying that is what happened. Deal with it because that is the reality. Wherever it got you, whatever it didn't get you, had the potential to get you. I'm just saying that is the reality. We have to start at some objective point, and the fact that Putin chose to invade Ukraine is an objective starting point. And so when you say like where does it get you, you're already shifting it out of the plane of reality. You're taking it to the hypothetical. And I'm
Well,
trying to
okay,
ground it in history and reality.
but all that proves is that the left gets a talking point to say that Putin is Hitler, and
No,
that's all
that's
it
not.
does. It doesn't stop
Again,
the war.
all I stated was a fact. Putin invaded Ukraine, and then you're saying, therefore, that proves this, and you're taking it out of the level of fact, and you're drawing hypothetical conclusions of it.
Well, no, I mean what I'm saying, I'm putting that all that stuff behind. I'm saying I'm not gonna agree with you, but what did it get you? That what does that get you? Except that you can point your finger at him and say
It
he did
gets
it.
you 100,000 things because you can look at it 100,000. What did it get this person and this for this? What did it get this country? What did it get Biden? What did it get Republican? There is no one universal. What did it get this generic you? So it got a lot of people a lot of different things, and it didn't get other people what they wanted. So I don't understand this generic "what did it get you" question.
All right. Well, for my bias, I guess I would say all it did was give the left a reason to point the finger and justify a war.
So out of all that set of complex factors and events like we've been talking about, it got one single thing and that's all it got. It got a talking point for the left. Nothing else resulted from that one act but a talking point for the left.
And a war.
And wars alone don't have like 1,000 consequences that come from them. That's what I'm saying. Like every time you reduce it, like all it got was this one talking point for that, and then I look at the situation. I see a million other things that are relevant to the conversation that are not being included. So I go again. I go back to the sense of that this is a very reductive, almost tendentious conversation. Like you're not interested in talking about the reality of what happened, but you want to reduce it, carve out little parts of it to make a very specific point about something other than Russia, like tangentially related to it, like the left or what the left is doing or what Biden's doing. So the war itself or Russia itself becomes like a proxy for talking about something else here in American
Right.
politics.
I agree with that. What you just said. For some reason, Washington D.C. is still playing friggin' J. Edgar Hoover, Dragnet. Russia. They're stuck in the 50s, man. I don't know what it is, but these old time politicians, they're stuck in the 1950 McCarthyism, communism, Cold War. It's really strange,
Do
but
you
none of
do
this
you
had to
not
happen.
think Russia's a threat, and do you not trust our government, our system, whoever's responsible for assessing threats to evaluate them correctly? You think Russia's less dangerous than other people seem to think they are that are closer to the issue and probably know better than you or I?
Yeah, I think Russia's not as big as a threat as Washington D.C. has certainly made them
But
out.
see, that's subjective, because every person you ask is going to have a different subjective sense of how much of a threat Russia is. But there are people that are paid to get a more refined sense beyond the subjective of actually how much of a threat Russia is, and those people have determined that Russia is a credible threat, and we should like treat them as such at this point in history. And I'm willing to defer to them more than I am to just one single person on the internet's opinion that Russia's not a threat. So that's why I still continue to see Russia a threat, because I personally don't know and have no way of knowing myself. Hey,
All right.
Fatty,
Well,
speaking of,
How you doing, fellas?
what's up?
uh,
Let me just say one more
Great.
thing.
we're
Good to see you.
doing.
Russia now is a threat because we're not fully engaged, but we're pretty much like 3/4 of the way engaged. But before then, they were so much not a threat.
In your opinion, but not in the opinions of the professionals whose job it is to determine. So I'm going to accept their opinion over yours because I just have more trust in it
Well, yeah,
because of
but
their expertise and professionalism.
yes, now they are a threat because even Putin says that he will use nuclear weapons if certain things happen. He's putting up another boundary. But before this all happened, they were
ICBMs
such a
don't just go like 5 miles, though, bro.
hold on a second. They were such a non-threat that they were in a price war with Saudi Arabia to sell oil because they need the money that bad. Donald Trump had to save the oil market.
Okay, but you're just one guy telling a story. There's a whole team of really smart human brains that study this in way more depth than you or I do, and they're saying differently, and I'm choosing to defer to what they're saying. So that leaves us at like an impasse or a stalemate because I'm not
You
going
don't
to
trust me,
adopt your
Jeff?
version of the story. I don't have a reason to.
You don't trust me, Jeff?
I don't trust you over them. I guess that
All
is what I'm
right.
saying. Yes, your credibility has not been established enough to override the experts yet.
What are you talking about? We had Dope as what's his name? I'm sorry,
Dobez.
Jobez. And I talked about the chip in the economy over in Europe. That wasn't debunked. We did the dossier. That was confirmed. You can trust me, Jeff. I'm good for it.
No, I don't trust you on not in this case. Not about the Russia thing that we've been talking about right this moment. I trust other people more than I trust you. Let's just put it that way. It's nothing personal.
All
I
right.
just have to make judgments about your credibility and knowledge in this area relative to other people's, and I've deemed other people's knowledge and credibility more.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Uncle Fatty.
I trust you, freak.
Yeah.
I thought you were here to help me out.
I trust that you believe what you believe.
Oh, okay. That's a good. How did I suddenly end up with almost 50 people?
Mail raid.
Oh, I got a raid. Wow. See,
No.
we were actually wrapping up about an hour ago until the freak
Yeah.
took us down this Russian
You're wrapping up 3 hours ago when I left
rabbit
out of
hole,
here.
and now I guess I'm wrapping up in another 4 or 5 hours. Well, welcome, raid audience from Bells. What's up,
Much
Fatty?
love. We're gonna bring over some high vibes over to the Gen X
Yeah,
Love tribe.
that's what we're doing here. The high vibes.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
What's on
If
your
we could
mind, or
just
what
get freak
do
on the
you
same
have?
train, it'd be a different situation, right?
It's all Joe Biden's fault, right?
Hey, I don't get me started on politics, bro.
All right, if we don't talk about politics, what's another topic? Jesus,
Oh boy.
Satan.
How about Bigfoot? There's been some recent Bigfoot sightings here in North Idaho in the past couple weeks.
I
It's
did
real
not
hot.
know that.
Yeah, they've been
Have you
spotted down by the water, down in the creeks, and down in the low valleys and the swamps and stuff.
You'll
Yep.
have swamps up there. Have you seen
No,
it?
but you know what I mean.
Him?
Just the marshy areas.
There'd have to be more than one Bigfoot, right? If they're still around.
Well, I
So-
mean, if they're breeding,
Are they a
you would
bimodal
think,
species?
Yeah, you would think.
Bigfoot genders.
Yep.
Are there pictures at least? Like, do you think there's recent? Let me look. Idaho.
There is. Check the Shoshone. Was it the Shoshone Tribune or something? They had something in there a couple weeks ago on front page of what's it? Coeur d'Alene River drainage, St. Joe River drainage. Couple
I
of
see a
fresh
video.
things. Yeah, there's a few freshies out there, but hard to say, man. You never know. I just think it's maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
Joe
look.
Cool
Whoa,
has been
no,
up this
hang
way
on. We
hanging out
found
in the
one.
woods, so.
You're right.
Yeah.
We did get one. Look, they have actual footage of the Bigfoot. Look at this. That's amazing. This is northern Idaho. Looks like Mad Max.
You need some shoes, bro.
Yeah, some frosty toes right there, bro.
This I'm willing to believe. I'm not big on psyops, but I'm willing to believe this one.
Yep. I don't know. Some say that Bigfoots are interdimensional beings and that they can come and go from our what does Stephen call it? Our realm, right?
If
I
you-
think there's a lot of interdimensional beings around here, moving in and out of realms.
Joe Biden's an interdementia being.
Interdimensia beings. Moving
Hey,
between dementias.
Yeah, I mean, if you're into 5-second news clips and stuff like that, sure,
Do you guys think that if we actually found Bigfoot, got a hold of him, and restrained him, that we wouldn't kill him and mount him on the wall?
Oh, for sure.
I don't think we'd
No,
kill.
yeah.
You think we'd kill Bigfoot?
Yeah, I
Absolutely,
definitely think-
man, for sure.
What kind of country do you think we live in? What kind of government?
We're
do you think
humans,
we have?
dude. We're human. We're somebody's got
But
to
we're
brag about
humane.
being the first
Humans
one.
are humane. Humane is part of being human. We're humans with an E.
I mean, I know when I'm sitting in a deer stand and I start hearing noises that aren't natural, I start hoping that I get to be the guy to claim the first Bigfoot. Why
Fatty,
wouldn't you want to?
I'm chagrined, appalled.
I mean-
My image of you is. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. I'm gonna probably need a whole nother pot anyway. I
In
am.
a, no, full ghillie suit, branches and stuff sticking out of it, and yeah.
I thought you were this kind, peace-loving, come together,
Well, yeah,
buy
but
the
I'm
world a
still human.
Coke, and you're ready
mean-
to shoot Bigfoot at the same
absolutely.
time. Uh-uh.
No, we need to study this creature. We need to know its anatomy and things and such.
What if we befriend it?
Yeah, they
He'd
don't
probably
want to be
just lie
friends.
to us.
Yeah, exactly. They always run away. I don't speak Chewbaccan anyways.
I wonder if Talcott could be of assistance.
Oh, peace ambassador.
He's
for
out
sure.
in that area.
Yep. I don't. Does he ever leave his house though?
He does. He does. He went on a walkabout the other day with Paul and
Nice.
Slaves.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, he
I
even went
forgot
to
about that.
he went to the park. He slid down the slides with the kids and
forgot
everything. It was. He went and saw the light show.
Nice.
He got to preach a little bit to some street kids.
Nice. Yeah, there's a bunch of them over there, Spoke Compton.
It looked like a ghost town. Like there was no people on the street. Still, it looked like COVID.
Oh yeah,
He was walking around Spokane and there were no humans.
it gets over
There were
90
no
degrees. Everybody
cars.
shelters up. It's like wintertime, it gets over 90 and people are like indoors sitting next to their machines,
Oh
bitching about how hot it
God.
is.
So it was more of a Spokane thing.
Yeah, it's a inland Northwest thing, really. Either that or they're sitting down at the beach working on their tan.
Uh,
Hell yeah.
Working on it. It'll get there one day.
Yeah. Don't use
They're so
sunblock.
white.
Just
They
use
have to work
Crisco.
on their tan. They don't
Yeah,
tan. They
get
just
that
work
nice
on it
even.
gradually.
Yeah.
Well, what's new with you? Did you do your marathon thing?
Dude, we ended up doing a freaking half triathlon. Yeah, we got a triathlon that we're in on Labor Day weekend here in 3 weeks. Second weekend of September. So we did half-mile swim, 30-mile bike ride, 14-mile run.
That
6
was it.
hours.
Just a day.
Yeah, 6 hours straight of go.
Where do you find time to stream?
Middle of the night.
Having a real life and all.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
Oh.
necessarily. I mean, I'll throw down some music stuff here and there, but
Oh, hey, OTW. I
Yeah.
have
whatever.
I've seen you or your name around. Familiar?
Wonder how his card game is coming.
The Who?
He's got a whole new what do you call it? He's got a card game that's going to probably second as a revenue generation model.
Wait, who is this? Who is what?
OTW.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm interested in that. A content creator putting out their own game.
Yeah, like all the Panelverser people that panel.
No way!
Card. You're gonna have like a dungeon. I don't know if it's Dungeons and Dragons, but they have a card with certain power and certain attributes, and then you can I don't know exactly how he's going to do it, but it's going to be.
Is there a website or like a Kickstarter or something?
Come up
Because
and
we
explain
talked
it.
about doing some Panelverse games or making some
Yeah.
Panelverse trading cards or something, but to see somebody actually do it, this is exciting.
Yeah, OTW is creative.
I guess I'll maybe we'll end up in the expansion pack.
Oh, right. Yeah, come up and explain it. OT.
Yeah, OTW. I guess I'll turn the panel light back on. I will go get that coffee though if we're doing this. Maybe this will be my 12-hour stream for getting monetized. Although technically I'm not yet. I'll be back.
Yeah, hit that sub up button, y'all. Jeff just got it to his 500. $10,000 to cover BK's trial for a week. Fly to Moscow for real. Wow, no shit. Yeah, the Moscow stuff going down there. There's still people showing up in Moscow, Idaho, hanging out around that empty lot where they tore down that house where those kids got unalived. It's pretty freaking weird.
Oh, I didn't hear about that. How many were taken out?
It was the four college students. It was like what, a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now, that Kohlberger case.
Oh,
And they it was like a 5 or 6 bedroom house or some shit. And however it worked out, four college kids were unalived, and whatever, they've got a guy in custody that they think whatever, he was a crime forensics major.
huh.
And yeah, really weird situation stuff, dude. And they caught him was it the Christmas before last, on his way driving back to the Midwest, wherever the hell it was that he was from and his family was from, and the house had been, vacated and gone through with the forensics teams and whatever else, and they tore it down. Shit, it's been like 6 months or some shit. I think it was right before last Christmas that they tore it down. Actually, it was middle of winter time that they tore it down, but just kind of a weird, sketchy case where, that's, they say the investigation's done, but why destroy the crime scene type of thing? So, what do you say, OT?
Wow.
Yo, what's up?
How you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Good. You know Jeff, don't you? I
Yeah,
know
I've
you
seen
know
him
the
over.
freak.
I know. Yeah, the freak is the no presentation needed. Gen X Jeff, I saw over at Jack's, I believe, a few times, and that's pretty much all I know.
Nice.
I think Snafu doesn't like Jeff.
You don't like anybody, bro.
Yeah, Snafu doesn't like anybody.
Get the
How many
strike
cards
team
are
on
you
us.
up to, bro?
Shit.
Hey, if he shows up, it's not me, man. I didn't do nothing.
No, dude. Probably followed freaking Slow State over here, right?
Man,
So you wanted me to come up and explain the game?
yeah. How many
Yeah,
cards are you
I
up
heard
to?
a little bit of it when you were going over it, a couple days ago, or
There's not actually going to be an amount of a limit to the number of cards. It's going to be like a rotation where we're going to actually kind of like get rid of the cards that are not popular, that people don't use, and bring in new cards with new abilities that people will enjoy.
I think
So-
that could replace literally. Replace the
so
whole
I can
Fight Club
pay like
model.
$100 to make up my own special power, or what?
Not really. It's not exactly like that. Each card, the maximum limit that you can pay for one card was going to be like $9. So you can't.
Cool.
It won't be any higher than that.
Sure, you
But
can't-
some cards
dope
will
yourself
have
up,
abilities. Hold on a sec. Some cards will have abilities where you can pay extra to have other things happen to other people, like a ripple effect.
Sure.
And I have ideas, man. It's insane. Like, I've been on these panels for so long now that every single little detail that I've seen pass through my eyes and through my hearing and everything, I literally breaking it down into small playing cards for people to actually do these things and have the audience, the mods, the panelists, and the viewers, everyone participate in the game. So everybody's
Dope.
going to be implicated.
Fully interactive. That's dope.
When does it hit?
I was planning on launching it like around September. I don't know exactly when in September.
Oh, that's like a month. Not very
Yeah,
far.
in a month. I should have at least a decent amount of cards in the database to be able to launch the game. But I'll post it on the community page, the official date. So
Okay, here I better sub up. Is it going to be like the same starter set, or is it going to be trading card type?
it's going to be trading cards. You will actually
Yeah.
have the ability to buy these cards and own them, and you play with them at home. And I was even thinking of if ever people actually do buy these cards, that I would give some sort of special ability to the people who have the cards live in their hands, right? But that's another thing. It's like another completely different. So the people that own cards could actually play the game since they already bought the cards, they wouldn't have to pay for them in the game when they're on live because since
Okay,
they have
gotcha.
them. So they
That's
show up
cool.
on cam and say, "I'm playing this card." Bam! So it gives you the freebie.
Oh,
That
you
could
play it
replace-
live on the. It's not a board game. You play it free. You play it with the Panelverse live.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God.
I'll be every time someone plays the card through Super Chat, obviously, and they're going to be also zero cost cards. So that's why the panel, like not the panel, but the chat will be able to participate, and there will be a multitude of cards that won't cost anything, and there will be an effect that will be attributed to that card.
Definitely replace the Fight Club model.
It's a little bit based off of Magic the Gathering in a sense. It's going to be creatures and all kinds of different characters. Can you show a card, please?
Oh, Crispy, you have a card already? Yo, I can only imagine who has
I've
cards.
created 11 cards so far.
Oh, that's it. How many? How many do you envision? I'm trying to get a sense of like
I
how
have a
many
database.
characters you think the Panelverse has in it currently. 100.
Well, the first set I would like to have about, let's say, 330 cards. About. It's like I want to respect the 33 kind of thing there. So I was thinking like 330 cards, and actually some people like let's say we were about 100 in the community, like know each other here, there, heard of each other, whatever. I was thinking about having, even if we only are 100, I can reuse the same personality for different types of cards, because what's going to be fun about these cards is there could be an imaginative storyline that's behind the cards, right? Because of like, let's say I create two different creatures with the same person. Well, in that storyline, it's like, well, that person was kidnapped by this particular creature and tortured them and transformed them into that creature, right? So you're going to be able to have books written because of these cards, right? It's like,
oh
I'm
my
not
God.
even saying
so
myself.
We're gonna have storylines too.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Panelverse Pokemon.
Kind of a Panelverse Pokemon, but I don't really like Pokemon, so I was like, I think better, I like more, like fantastic shit, like, fairies, goblins, fucking trolls, and shit like that. There, shit coming out
Plenty
of
of trolls.
Dungeons and Dragons or fucking Lord of the Rings or whatever. So yeah.
It's very creative. I think it's a good idea.
All right, I don't
It's
know
really
how I'm
cool.
gonna show you a card.
Yeah,
Hold on
I
a second.
can't
How am
wait
gonna-
to see how it plays out.
I think I can. Hold on a second. Let me share a screen. Yeah, I
Oh,
think
yeah,
I can show you guys a card. Hold on a second. Oh yeah. Here we go. I think I'll be able to show you all 9 of them.
What's with the Pinko Kami
Okay.
guitar back there?
Hey, don't diss the guitar, man. That's a fucking awesome guitar, bro. It's a Kramer.
All right.
Window. Oh, there we go. Okay, here's the first one. Yeah, it's backstage, so you can share it if you want. That's the first one.
Let me see. Legendary creature.
Vampire.
No way. Enters the topic of. Ooh. Oh. Whoa.
It's not bad, eh?
And you're gonna
But
play this
Jack's
live
gonna-
on, as if there's not enough
Jack's
drama.
gonna be right, but Jack's actually gonna be a black creature. I'm gonna also make him a white creature. He's gonna be on the good side and the bad side.
Because
So
you
there's
need
gonna be a
Werecott
storyline.
too, for when Werecott comes out.
Oh, Werecott. Hey, that's a good one. I like that idea.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Here's one for Ezra, Sasquatch creature.
Nice.
Oh my God! Sasquatch eruption. Blank is the number of cards played.
All right. Here's Freedom Grower.
Here's the panel field. Ability to dictate the next. Oh wow! This is gonna be like Cosmic Encounter, where the rules change. Freedom Grower is in play.
Right.
I see how it's gonna play into like things you can do with the panel.
Right. Okay. And there's a dick move. All right. On this card, where is the caster? It's like a sacrifice move where it's an extra casting cost. The caster must be timed out for 5 minutes. So it's like an extra casting.
And
cost
that's
to cast this
automatic,
card.
or you invoke it optionally, or it just
It's the
comes when you
mods
play
have
the card.
to. The mods have. That's where the mods come into play, where they have particular duties. So they're gonna have to time out the one who casts this card. Right. And then you got Goblin here. When Goblin enters the panel
Yeah.
field,
I
Goblin
recognize that face anywhere.
deals one
Oh,
damage. to
just
target
from
creature.
walking in.
And then you got King of Unslavia, legendary creature Unslavius, mythic rare, When King of Enslavia enters the panel field, destroy all other creatures than Unslavius. Protection from white, protection from black.
We're too kind on this one. I don't know how
Yeah.
we got so much justice done to him.
Yeah.
Look, oh,
We got one for Lindsay Smith. And we got two for Lindsay Smith. We got this one. See, I made two for her. She was transformed from a fairy to a merfolk siren.
Target has his or her presented.
Yeah, it's the
All right,
same
hold up.
ability. But
I
two
gotta go to the
different.
bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay. And how many people per game? Like, what's the max you would have for one game?
There is no. Well, on panel, obviously, we won't be able to go higher than 10. But there could be a rotation. Some people can get kicked out, and there's going to be all kinds of craziness going on, I imagine, when this game starts. So this one's Nub's Revenge.
I don't get it. I'm a slave.
I'm a slave.
Then I have my own card.
Okay.
God, who's the hot blonde chick?
Yeah. When
Diplomatic
OTW enters the panel field, target panelist gains diplomatic immunity as long as OTW is in play.
And is entering the panel field when they play the card, or when you yourself actually show up on a panel, they get this power?
No, this is always just the card. Has nothing to
Okay.
do with the people showing up on panel. These cards, if someone, let's say, pays $3, have this card put on the... I actually have a board where these cards will appear on screen with the people on the panel. So we'll see these cards. So as long as these cards are in play, the rule has to be respected or the panelists get kicked off. That's
And
just
there's
the way
ways to get cards out of play and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's destroy target creature. We'll have that. We'll have and look, like let's say this one here is in play, right? And then you can play because there's a certain number of amounts of cards that you can play. Like Goblin, you can play 3 goblins.
Oh,
So you pay like $6 and OTW's gone.
And do the card, is there like, do they get like a superpower if the person is actually on the panel that matches the card?
No, but I was thinking of making panel walkers, which themselves are actually as if they were panelists. And the panel walkers will have 3 different abilities that you will pay to activate whenever you want when they're in play. So that's going to be a different dynamic as well, the panel walkers.
I love the creativity. I'm so inspired by the creativity.
Here, we got one for Snafu Snaps.
Okay, wait, can't wait for this one. Ah! What?
That's bait.
I
That
think
is
you were
bait
too
right
kind.
there,
I don't want to be too, like a lot of people say, some people, I've been getting feedback for this game from a lot of people, and a lot of people are asking for positive things and like not too negative, because I could have been worse than that. I
think it could use a little more worse.
I could have, but I
No,
said
that's right
I
on
want
the
to
money
keep
though,
it.
dude.
I want to keep it
Yeah.
user friendly. The game, I don't want to go too hard.
I mean,
Maybe
this is
I'll
the
have
Hanover's
different.
talking about.
And like I said, I'll make another card for Snafu. That's for sure. He'll have his.
Yeah,
this
he
is not
needs
the
to
only
get
card.
transformed into something.
Yes, he'll be transformed into the zebra. I'm
Yes.
making a zebra card. Yes, don't worry about it. I already thought of it.
This one kind of looks like EBT.
Of course.
We got one for Ixtos the Leopolis. I like this card. When Ixtos the Leopolis enters the panel field, target card cannot be played as long as Ixtos the Leopolis is in play. So you can actually target a card and say that card cannot be played during the broadcast, and as long as this creature is in play. So it's gonna, I'm gonna have like a multitude of different abilities. So that's pretty much it. Those are like the first cards of the first set.
Wow.
Nice.
Well, thank you for that. I'm
Pretty
excited.
dope, dude.
I'm in. I'll be doing it.
Does that mean Slow State's going to be a zebra hunter or something, or what?
Dude, I have all kinds of ideas for Slow State, man. He's gonna have one hell of a storyline. That guy, he's gonna like 5-6 cards for sure.
You fucker, I'm sure you
I'm
do.
gonna try to get one of a guy, installing drywall or something. Dude, I'm
Of course. You dick.
and his ability is all panelists, because I'm gonna be giving everybody on panel that's gonna be playing and participating are gonna have life points, right? So like next to your name, you're gonna have can I edit my name? Yeah, hold on a sec. So like right next to your name, you're gonna have 20 life points. And this is how I'm gonna do it. So you see next to my name, right there, you got the 20 points. So creatures will be able to attack panelists. People will be able to pay on in chat to have creatures attack the panelists. But the panelists
Okay.
have the ability to pay for cards too. Get it? If they
Sure,
want protection, and they will also have the ability to choose which creature can defend the attack, because we have to at least give the panelists the ability to defend themselves, right? So,
Oh yeah.
So let's say, okay, I take, whatever cards on the thing, I take Snafu Snaps to defend from, let's say, the attack of Ixtos the Leopolis,
Nice.
So Snafu Snaps gets sacrificed on the board because he defended the panelist, and and then that effect goes away. Whoever had the tag gets to remove the tag from that card, and it's going to be a lot of stuff to follow, because that's the whole thing. It's every new card that comes into play is the new rule, so that's how the rules are going to be in the game.
Are you gonna put Cage in a cage?
For sure.
All right.
Man, I can only imagine what TML's going to end up.
Oh boy, I'll put him in the vampire
Category.
Yeah, he'll be in the vampire category, but he's not a vampire in real life. But just the way he dresses, I figured, that's gonna go
I
with the
figured
way he
more
looks.
like-
And he
Yeah,
never
looks like.
sleeps.
More
He
like
never
the Borg
sleeps.
or something,
When did you think of it? Like, how long between you had this idea and now did it take you to execute it?
I had thought of it earlier on last year, but I figured it was too complicated, and I didn't have the AI back then.
Yeah.
Now that I have AI, I can produce face swapping shit and making really fucking awesome art for the cards. And I knew about the card site where you can make your own cards and stuff, but for me, it didn't really correlate until I started making my new thumbnails, and that's a few months ago. And the idea came from other panelists. I mean, an amalgate. It's like alchemy, guys. It's like I took ideas that were let's say, flow state, fucking speakeasy, and a bunch of other panelists that do all kinds of different things. Paul Enslaved, myself, Jack. All right, Jack. Many of these cards are going to be inspired by what happens over at Jack's. Many of the cards are going to be inspired by what happens on these panels and these this big wide community and crossover panels. Excuse me.
Yep.
And crossover communities. So I mean, this is what's going to be awesome about the game. And right now I have a database of about 775 cards. So I have room to make about 2 sets,
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. What are you using for image generators? You on what, Midjourney or Night Cafe or something? Or
No, it's pretty. It's a.
Yeah.
I use 2 or 3. It's like
Sure.
I bring one. I use I remove backgrounds. I go get some backgrounds on Google. I make my own art, right? I don't necessarily take that image, but what I usually do is when I remove the background, I have that person and I face swap them into whoever I want. Could be Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. Boom. And then I'm creating shit the cards that you guys seen. So it's you literally have the face of every character that you've seen on panels, whether it be any panel that you've been on, will be on these cards.
Nice.
And I have I think I have a bank of about 50 faces already.
Nice.
So,
nice.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to collab. I'm working on a panel verse tarot set.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
you are fatty?
Yeah, I showed you those, Jeff, didn't I, last week?
Oh, yeah, that was you.
Yeah, I
Who's
had
Jeff?
I probably got a dozen or so of them so far.
Man, this
course.
Panelverse is generating all kind of merch.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, content for
We
years.
have to have
bro.
panel cons
Well,
soon.
YouTube it's like a business based concept. You know, this is pretty much what it was made for.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
people working it, that's for sure.
Hey, you work it or it works you.
I know. That's what.
Gotta go
I'm
for a
trying to
leak.
do
I'll be
something a
back.
little different, but yeah, it's. You never know what's content and what's real.
Well,
Hey,
if you're not paid for the
OTW.
content, then you are the content,
Then
right?
it's you're right. Yep.
You know, it's nature of the beast.
Hey, OTW, how long have you been broadcasting?
Oh, he may have stepped away.
Sound like
All right.
yeah.
So
As long as he
what
doesn't
was
start
going on?
clipping his freaking fingernails, everything will be fine.
What went over at Mel's tonight? What was the topic? Or any good chat?
Are the kids these days, you know, just kind of doomed from the get go? Do they really have a chance? Are
Doesn't
they,
every generation think that about the
Well,
next
yeah.
generation?
Yeah, it's
I don't think they're doomed because I think they're facing a world that none of us have faced, and we don't really know what the fuck's going to happen to them, and they're going to be the ones figuring it out better than we can. So they might be the ones leading us.
I lean that way too. I really do. I mean, I think it's the kids that are going to really embrace the technology that are
Yeah, I
going to
think
be
they
the
will.
ones that, pull the future to what it's going to be. And it's not up to us to say,
I don't think
don't
it's
do
not
this.
going to look like our world. We're in
Oh,
their
no.
world. It's going to be their world. It may not be recognizable to us, but I think they're going to adapt to their world fine.
Yeah, I see some Fifth Element kind of Jetsons, kind of action coming here in the next 100 years, but I won't live to see it. So,
Everybody's going to be wanting cards now.
yep. Where the hell's Resto's card, OTW?
I haven't made his card, and plus I have to go onto his stream, go to get one of his lives, clip out an image of his face because I don't have any of his faces. I don't have any images of his face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got. This is a lot of work, guys. I don't know if you know, but
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
time consuming.
Yeah.
It sounds
So
like
you
it.
guys can't be impatient with me with these card creating things because I might launch it a little bit later than September.
Right?
Hopefully
Well, then
I'll be
see.
done by September, but
That's only a couple weeks away, bro.
but I was thinking like when's school going? When are the kids
I think
going back
some
to
of them,
Yep.
some schools are
Labor
back
Day.
now.
Labor Day is kind of the traditional first weekend. They'll usually go to school for like 2 days before Labor Day weekend and then get like a fucking 6-day weekend on the first week of school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how they did it in Florida.
Oh God.
And a teacher work day too, Throw a couple of those.
So what are we gonna make you, Fatty? Because obviously you're gonna get a card, and Jen, you're gonna get one too. That's for sure. You guys are
Well,
broadcasters. Well, this is what's fun, Fatty, is broadcasters will actually have one of the panel walker cards, and the
Oh.
broadcasters are the only ones that are gonna have panel walker cards.
well,
What do you
mean-
what do you develop the concept around first? Is it like the image of the person, or do you try to think of their power first? Or
I try to emulate the lore. Like I try to, like if you look at like one of the cards that I presented, Goblin, when he comes in, he more often than not comes in pretty hot, right? So this is why I said, well, like when he enters the panel field, 1 damage to a target creature, right? So it's like, and he was a common card, so it's a card that you can use often. And more rare the card is, that's going to be another rule that's going to be used. It's like you won't be able to use it more than one or two, maybe 4 times in a. It'll depend, right? All depending on what the power of the card is. Like, the King of Unslavius destroying all the creatures on the panel. I mean, you can't use that fucking. You can't use that 10 times in a game. That'll make it pretty boring. So we have to limit the powers of the cards, like, or how many times you can play them in a broadcast.
Talcott needs a card where you can keep playing the card and then backstaging it and letting it on and playing it again over and over and over.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
I'm trying to think of the lure for Fatty. I know that the what?
Well, a Fatty's card, obviously, he would have protection. Listen to this. He'd have protection from black, right?
And maybe from gays too.
No, dude, you gotta protect me from the freaking whites, bro. You gotta protect me from the whites. That's what I'm scared about. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Here, protection from black and protection from white. That's for sure. That'll be Fatty's card. He'll have the same ability.
And he can marry dogs. Maybe he could join.
Keep me away from
different
the
cards.
princesses.
Combine their powers.
This is the problem with the people with their ideas of abilities. These abilities can only affect either the chat, the audience, or the panel. It's like it doesn't have anything to do with what you can do outside of these panel verses. So it's like somebody was like, Slow State's card should have like when his card enters the panel field, everybody should become depressed and and dissolute, and it's like, no, that doesn't work. You can't make panelists do these things.
And broke,
great ideas,
and broke too. Everybody's got to put in a few bucks, right?
Like Slow State's gonna have a couple of cards. I can tell you that, because
the grifter card for sure, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was about to say the grift.
Obviously, there's gonna be the grift. It'll be a mythic rare. You can play that only once in a game.
Hey, multiple personalities, multiple cards.
Yep. You know this, man. He's my favorite grifter. Damn straight. I support all kinds of debauchery on the Flow State program.
He's my favorite grifter.
Oh, Resto? Are you talking about like paint, like his little menu? You actually buy things off of it? That's
how dare you, Resto, pay Slow State's rent?
Oh, for sure.
How dare you?
I lost a $40 bet to him though.
Fucking Resto, you better come over on my channel and play that fucking game, dude.
Do you know how to actually do the tarot cards, Slim? Like, you know how to like the shuffle a deck and like read a deck. You do tarot, dude?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've got a few sets that are actually really pretty spot on. I just got a couple of new decks that I haven't fucked around with yet, but
talking shit.
Yeah, I've been
Let's
doing
get
that
it
shit for
on.
years.
You talking shit?
Yeah, good shit.
Who you talking to?
Good
What
shit.
you talking about?
And
No, I did like kind of add up the
cardboard,
super
too.
chats, and it goes to about like 200.
From just Flow State, just that one channel.
Oh yeah. I give Flow State a lot of money
Oh yeah,
Who you keeping off the channel?
change name.
because it's
Yeah, you
funny.
can't come on panel without changing some names for sure.
And my thing about Flow State is like, so I know that I can't bully him in real life because he's bigger than me. He's probably, I wouldn't say he's stronger than me, but he's bigger than me, and he'd probably
God.
bully me in real life.
Dude,
So this
if
is my
I
way
was-
of bullying him.
He'd run away from me, man.
Yeah.
You have the urge to bully
I
him?
swear to God, he'd fucking run. I know he would.
Yeah, because when I send super chats, I make him say dumb shit, and I always like pick on him.
Oh yeah.
Like my favorite thing is to tell him that he eats corn cobs the long way. I don't know why. But it's just funny. Like I
Yep.
like at the start of his streams, sometimes I pay him to kick himself off, so like he loses
Yep.
engagement.
He's such a whore.
It's funny as fuck.
That is funny.
Like it'll be
Did
just
you write a
20
song
minutes of
about
him. No, I didn't write a song about Flow State, but it'd be like 20 minutes of Flow State not
I
there
did.
because I paid him not to be there.
Oh,
It's
Hey, Gen
hilarious.
X, you should play the diss track. Have you heard it?
The diss track, is it
Oh,
copyrighted?
I made it. No, I didn't copyright it. Well, it's copyrighted, but the channel's
Yeah,
not
no, as long as
monetized,
there's no
but-
like nothing that's gonna get my channel.
No.
Check.
I won't copyright you, dude.
Yeah, if you want to share it or post a
All
link, and I'll
right,
share.
let
it.
me get that. All right.
hey,
Dude,
get the
you're
link
gonna
for
trip
the
when you fucking see
Okie
this
Dokie
one.
Flat Earth song too, because I really like that song.
It was really fun. The drywall shit killed me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, dude. As a former drywaller, I can tell
Yeah.
you that's fucking hilarious.
I like bullying Flow State. Like I like Flow State. I'm not gonna lie. Like Flow State is funny.
Yeah.
He's honest. I like him. And like I do things that I'm like a kind troll. Like I made a short about him, and I went back like 7 years of fucking Flow State videos just to make that fucking short. Like it's just funny
Somebody's
shit
gotta
like
give
that.
him some hell.
That was good.
All right, there you have it. It's backstage.
My favorite quote is the one where he's like, "What time is it? I don't know. It's probably 3 o'clock." Like for some reason, it just fucking gets me, and I think about it every time I see it 3 o'clock on the time. But you did good on this one, OTW. I'll let you have that.
All right, I'll let her roll. Flow state, what a fruitcake. Trying to spit fire, but you're stuck in a slow state. Slow state, yeah, that's your new name. Yo, check it out. I'm about to rip into this clown. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated, bring out your chest. Think you're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. You ain't real, just a carbon copy wannabe. Thinking you're quick, but you can barely fucking follow me. Breaking news, you're a joke, dude. Your fans are blind and they're fucking confused. Caught up in the hype, taking pod shots from the sidelines. You're a sellout, no doubt, chasing clout. Your integrity's gone. What the fuck is that all about? Your logic is weak, so you resort to bitching and lying. You're a puppet on strings, pretending to be a lion. Lost in your illusion, confusion, and delusion. So keep ducking behind your screen. Everybody knows that you're a has-been, just a stain on the scene. Living in a dream, no originality. A chamber echoing, copying bits. Be my guest, I ain't impressed with the rest. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated, bring out your chest. Think you're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. Flow state, what a disgrace. Trying to spit fire, but you're stuck in a low place. Slow state, yeah, that's your new name. Yo, check it out, I'm about to rip into this clown. Dropping bombs, now you're dropping duds. Claiming you're the best, but where's the proof, bud? You're all talk and no game, acting like a stud. Your content interesting as a puddle of mud. Stuck in repetition, you're one trick pony, no innovation. Just a mimic's ambition, lost in your illusions. Confusion, delusion, ain't got no skills, no motivation. You keep losing and losing and losing and losing. Yeah, yeah. Yo, check it out. Flow state, more like a host state. Talking about success, egos inflated, bring out your chest. Think you're the best, but you're just a mess. Fucking two-faced and misplaced, and you're just a disgrace to the human race. Yeah, so keep hustling. Can you believe this guy doesn't know how to install drywall? For those likes and maybe better. Hey bro, man, hey dude, come here. 'Cause you're stagnant and lame. Let me tell you about this time. This guy, you should try to spit some good game. He wasn't able, but you'll always be the same. I mean, he installed drywall. So yo, work. And they called him. No need for more, just to tell him that
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No.
lost in
There you
the
go.
dust. You'll fade away in obscurity.
Doesn't know how to install drywall.
No legacy.
It's just insane.
Lost in the dust. You'll fade away in obscurity.
That doesn't know how to install drywall.
No legacy left. Just a failed opportunity.
I'm sure you've seen this, right? How long
That
did it
shit.
take you to write that?
Oh yeah.
That seemed
me about
inspired.
2 days.
Oh, shit.
Like
Oh.
yeah. It took me a day to write it, and the next day to record and produce it. And writing
Fatty,
it was
who
pretty
is this?
tough. It was pretty tough, though.
Funny that you would make Lindsay into a fairy.
Oh wait, this is the one we just watched, right? All right.
Oh yeah.
You want to know something funny? Speaking of diss tracks, I heard that what is allowed on this channel, Gen X Jeff? What words are allowed?
Whatever YouTube lets you.
Okay.
I don't know. People tell me all kind of things.
That
but
was
I've
a
never
quick
gotten in
answer. That
trouble
was
yet
like-
for anything.
He didn't
so.
really think of that one. He was like, YouTube, yeah, whatever YouTube lets you. Because you don't know terms of service.
Jeff doesn't care. I'm only looking out for like YouTube, and so far they haven't really said anything. And people have said every word I can think of
Yeah.
on here. So.
For
Well,
sure.
you know exactly what I want to say. So that
Yeah, I do.
bitch ass apparently made a song about me, but it's AI. It's AI, and I don't really fucking respect it.
Flo did?
Who? Flo did?
No, not Flo. I wouldn't call Flo a bitch. Flo's not a bitch.
Who? We'll just say it. Then.
I
So
would contend that, actually.
we're all we can all be bitches.
Oh, yeah, I was a bitch
Bitches and
yesterday on
punks.
Mel's channel. I was, like, complaining about Denizen. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Production is telling me to shut the fuck up.
It's my little production inside my head is telling me the same thing.
Yeah, production is telling me to shut the fuck up.
I'm trying
Did have,
to. I'm trying to take a
touches
different path.
earlier, so it can't be that bad.
All right? All right. Shut the door.
Wait.
Hey OTW, I need that Flat Earth song that you have, man. That thing rocks.
Right.
You got a link for it?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
dude, the Flat Earth song is pretty badass. Honestly, it's
well, it's badass for flat earthers.
yeah, right.
I don't know. Resto, you must have
Flat
heard
Earth
that one. right?
observers.
Yeah, I've heard
Flat
it
Earth
like
observers.
twice. LTW.
okay. Have you heard it, Jen?
No.
You haven't
Is
heard
it-
the
is it
Flat
a
Earth rap? You got to
Nope.
be kidding me.
We could play it. Is it a parody of Flat Earth?
No.
It's
Is
it's,
it-
it's
It was
based.
back when I really, really believed. Now I'm like elsewhere on the topic, but anyway. So yeah, it's back when I fucking really believed in that. Oh yeah, hold on a second. I gotta share it. Thought it was
I
already
just
shared.
like the OTW part.
Yeah, that is the best part, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Yo, listen up. I got some bombs to drop about the shape of the earth.
That's
it's not
you?
what we thought. Forget what you learned in your
Yeah.
science class. The earth is flat, and I'm
Before
here to tell you the
drugs.
facts. The earth is a disc, not a ball. All the proof that you've seen, I mean the writing's on the wall.
Oh,
the horizon is
God.
flat, and that's a fact. No curvature here, no time to backtrack. Flat earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, open your ears, yeah. Yo, listen up. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie.
The lawn chair.
We never been to space, that's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. The sun and the moon, they're not far. Just rotating above us like a shining star. They rotate around us in a circular motion. That's the truth, that's a flat earth notion. Flat earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears now. I know that it's hard to believe. something so different, it's easy to be deceived. But trust me when I say it's worth your time. OTW is here to blow your mind. I'm not saying that science is wrong. I'm just saying it's been biased, that's all. There's a whole world waiting to be explored. But we're up in space fucking chasing unicorns. Flat Earth, it needs to reach the collective. Open your mind, God, be a detective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Push the movement, open your ears. Join me now, take a leap of faith. See what the world has to offer, it's not up in space. We stand together, strong and proud. Flat Earth, the truth, and we'll shout it out loud.
I was getting pissed. I had to calm down.
So there you have it. I busted a cap. It's time to wake up, y'all. There's no time to adapt. The evidence is out there, just waiting for you. On this grand journey to truth. But what are we gonna do? We'll connect with each other from all around the world and share our stories in this new episode. We'll uncover the mysteries, the secrets untold, and find the answers that science has sold. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be so selective. Question everything that you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears. Yeah. Check it out. We'll rise above. Yeah. We'll rise above the skeptics and the naysayers too. We'll stand for what we believe and stay true. The Flat Earth Society, it's a community so vast, and we'll open our minds and break free from the past. We'll study the stars and chart the skies, unlocking the secrets as we rise. We'll find new evidence and keep searching for more. I continue on this journey like never before. It's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question everything you've been taught all your life. Join the movement, open your eyes. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question everything you've been taught all your life. Join the movement, open your eyes. So there you have it, my Flat Earth rap. My belief in this won't collapse. I'm ready to explore, I'm ready to learn. On this flat plane and let their globe turn. Mic drop.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, that my
Hardcore,
belief
bro.
in that did collapse.
OTW.
I have so many questions. I don't know if I want to get in that rabbit hole tonight.
Yeah, let's not go there.
It's an oblate spheroid. We need the oblate spheroid rap.
There
Right.
you go.
Yes, it
There's
is
only
bass
one way to
ass.
find
Bass
out.
ass. And whoever said it, Shady, yes, Eminem's album is fire. The new album.
Banger,
Everybody should
dude.
Check it out.
Total banger.
Sure.
It's just what we needed at this moment.
Sure.
There's only one way to know.
I'm gonna
for
have
sure.
to listen to it. I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, I don't listen to Eminem. Sorry.
Well, you might consider making this one exception.
It's a good album.
Yeah,
It really is.
yeah, it's very refreshing because it's all the stuff that people feel like they can't say or talk about now.
I used to
And
know
of course, that never
musician-
stops Eminem.
I used to know a musician that if you listen to anything else but what he played, he kind of get pissed off at you. That's
Damn, he
fucking
sounds like
funny.
a control freak.
Yeah. It's like, do you know this band? No, man. What, you don't listen, do you listen to me? I was like, what do you mean listen to you? Sometimes. It's like, what do you mean sometimes?
Uh huh. Sorry. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry. I promise I'm paying attention. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's fine. We're coming up on hour number 6 anyway. These
I've got
things
some
take
stuff
their own course.
for Voy. I've definitely got some avatars for Voy. You know, he's the
Oh
mid-aged,
boy,
the mid-aged mutant
Who?
flat Earth gerbil.
dictator of the
VOY,
Netherlands.
Voy, VOY.
Yeah, VOY.
Oh yeah, I've seen him
He's
before.
the
He's a
dictator
flat
of the
earther? I didn't know.
Netherlands, and he's also Flat Earth Fabio. He's got a couple of monikers. There. Who coined him Flat Earth Fabio? I think it was Brian Stavely.
Yeah, probably. No, he's the flat Earth gerbil. He's like the Hindu version, you know, with the space turtle.
Do you say turtle?
Yeah,
he
because
does-
the
Oh, I heard gerbil.
well,
I'm
he's a
sorry.
gerbil, not a turtle though. He's
Oh,
he's
tur-
half gerbil, half turtle.
But he's
Oh,
kind of like
okay,
he's kind of like me in the
just roll
sense
with
that he really hates debating or arguing or talking about flat Earth now. It's like before it was something that he liked.
Yeah, we had
and
a couple-
So did I, but we kind of like, yeah. It's just not fun anymore.
There's no flat Earth debate, really.
Yeah, try and tell that to Sovereign Soul and a bunch of other flat earthers.
Well, they
Yeah,
can come
right.
on and talk. It's
There's Boy.
it's kind of a
Boy in the
pseudo
back
debate.
for you.
A gerbil and a turtle, yeah. Gerbils all the way down.
Gerbil's
All
all
the
the
way
Why do
way
you wrap
down.
it up?
Yeah,
Why do
it's,
you wrap it?
Oh my God, Wrathblood! I haven't seen him in ages. Holy
Oh,
crap.
he was on here earlier tonight. We were
Yeah.
hanging out.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was fun though.
Yeah, I kind of like this little late night crowd.
Why do you wrap a gerbil
Yeah,
in
there's-
electrical tape?
there's Boy in
Oh,
the back.
okay. Hang on. Breaking news. Oh my God.
What happened? What happened?
I just get my email from YouTube. I'm officially monetized. It says welcome. You've been accepted
wait,
into the
you can't hear me.
YouTube Partner Program. Turn on your benefits. Let me click.
Let's fucking go.
Oh
yeah,
my
let's
God.
rock it.
Monetization
Yeah.
stream. Let's
Congratulations.
go.
Click. Let's go. Monetize your videos, shorts, and live streams. Get support via chat or email. Let's go.
It's
And-
Fucking go!
All right. I'm officially monetized.
Let's
Hey, man,
fucking
Congratulations, man.
Maybe this will be my
Monetization
12-hour
stream.
stream.
No longer
I said I would do a
outliers,
12-hour.
Congratulations.
All right. It's sitting in. I mean, it's sinking in. So it'll.
Let's
Thanks,
get those
Moose. We
fucking super chats up.
we got there. This. I'm going off camera for a second. I'm in processing mode.
Hell yeah, brother. Badass.
Hey, we are lit. We are good. Jeff is monetized. Hey, y'all, we're going to get them super chats up when he do a super chat stream. You know what I mean? And then we're going to get those memberships, y'all. Jeff, if you need a manager, hit me the fuck up. I can make you a lot of fucking money. Trust me.
I will be
Straight up.
doing. Oh well, talk to me. I will be doing memberships. I got to figure out tiers and pricing and perks and stuff. And now we have super chats. So again,
Actually, no,
everybody,
never
thank
mind.
you all. I could not have
Yep.
met a better group of panelversians.
I don't
Thank you,
manage
Chuck.
men.
How do I always end up on these world-class panels, Resto? I don't know. It's like everywhere I go, shit ends
Uncle
up so
Fascist,
blessed, right?
I don't know.
Uncle Fascist.
We are-
You don't even bring champagne.
Hey, Raysto.
Based, I'll give it to you, motherfucker. That's based.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Lauren's here. I got to go.
Oh,
Oh,
all right.
babysitter's
Take
here.
care, Resto. Good. Oh, you meant. There's-
No,
I don't
I'm
know
kidding.
all
Lauren's,
the panel
Lauren's
lore.
cool. Lauren's cool. Lauren's protected. Anybody talk shit about Lauren, it's over with. Actually, you know what? You should give Lauren a mod. Lauren should have a mod stick here.
you're a fan, the freak, man. I could tell.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, the worst
I just-
part is I'm
I
going to be
think that-
screaming OTW all damn day.
Yeah,
it's
he
just
fucking
in your
writes
head,
it everywhere. He sees me
Yeah.
in chat. He's like fucking screaming it in chat. Oh, I'm like, okay, the freak.
It's a hook, man. It's got me hooked.
Well, two Patricks don't make a right, but
All
if we're
right,
gonna
you know
tag
what?
team on
Fuck
something, just
production.
Don't look me in the eye while we're doing it.
Fuck production. I don't care. That motherfucker Speakeasy made a fucking AI rap about me.
No way. It
Yeah,
was
he did.
Speakeasy.
He made an AI, bro.
Why would
They're gonna
I
kick
don't.
my
Why
ass.
would he do that? He doesn't.
Is
he
that
rap his
bad?
own
Like
shit?
making an AI is bad now? It's like a
Well, yeah. I
diss?
mean, as a
I
musician,
mean, like if you
or,
like, no, dude, yeah, like that, I felt
I
insulted.
make my
was
own
like,
stuff.
So if he had made a video, that's fine. But the fact that it was the AI doing it was the
Yeah.
insult.
Yeah, that was
I
the
can see
insult
that.
to me, bro.
yeah,
That was the insult to me. Just the same way that I got mad at fucking Based Oracle. I wasn't mad that he made a diss track. I was mad that he fucked it up. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I told her, "You right, Lauren. Who? Who? Yeah, I do that every time. Who?
Yeah, weak AI bitch. There we go.
Yeah, bro. Don't make no fucking AI diss track about me, bro.
yeah.
Don't make, bro. It was so many falsehoods in that fucking rap. It was fucking ridiculous. I'm thinking about actually. You know what? Nah, that was one of the things I shouldn't talk about. So I ain't gonna say that.
Nah.
But now I want to know.
Oh
what it is.
man.
You can't tease.
Right
like
when
that.
you're about to get into the juice of it, it's like, oh, I'm not gonna say anything.
Squeeze
Did
the
Nah.
lemon.
Speakeasy get along?
Okay,
for
so
a
I'm
while?
actually fucking retarded. So so I have people that are behind me that are not, and they tell me to not do stupid shit. So
And you listen. You're
yes.
humble enough to
Okay.
take leadership and guidance.
Wow.
yes,
It's
I
admirable,
like that.
I guess. Welcome
I,
back.
I
I
understand that.
sometimes do that, but not always. I'm a little bit of a rebel,
like how
I don't
people
always
think
listen.
that I manage Mel, or I'm in charge of Mel. Yeah, when Mel's doing her streams, but like when I'm doing my shit, it's like people behind me doing the same thing. It's like we all just manage each other.
What do you mean when you say managed? Because I'm
manage
thinking
Mel,
of two
I get
different
her-
things.
So for managing Mel, so for things that I do for Mel, so when she goes live, her link gets posted in mad discords depending on the fucking topic. If it's let's say it's depending on religion, so that gets posted in mad religion discords. Everybody's gonna come over there. It gets shared out on my channel. I basically handle everything on the back end on StreamYard. People that come up, I vet them before they even come up. I do all the graphics. I do all the sounds. I basically just handle everything, and she just has to sit there, look pretty, and be the host. That's what she has to do. I do everything else on the background, and we have a lot of people on our team. We have Leopard Print who handles the Discord. We have a lot of things that go on in the background that a lot of people don't know about, and that's why her
I need
channel
to get
has
hooked
grown
up
so
with
much.
Discord too.
Yeah, her channel has grown so much ever since I started because like I really feel passionate about like her direction. So I've been getting her like reviewed, like she's been reviewed in sectors that like she has not even touched. People know
Yeah,
Mel.
that she doesn't. Yeah, exactly. So she probably doesn't even understand how much a far of a reach that she has.
Yeah,
Because
like
even
her-
I've been through the experience myself where I've known other people, like I've been on broadcasts that I've never been on before, right? Like in chat and whatever, or watching them, and my name would come up. So it's like it's very understandable that her name would probably pop up places that she doesn't even know exist, right?
yeah, like people like it was somebody today. They was like, yeah, I was talking to somebody talking about panels, and then your name came up, so I came up here. Like it's stuff like that, and it's like people that don't even dabble in this sector. They're reviewing her lives. Like how crazy is that? How crazy is that? And like she doesn't even understand. Honestly, she doesn't. Like I'll send her a text message like, "Hey, this person's reviewing your live." She's like, "Okay, my love, I'll see you tomorrow." And I'm like, "Okay." Like,
Oh, yeah, it's
but
time
no,
to, like have a life now too.
But that isn't that great? Because like when
It's
I
great.
get an email or get a phone call or a text saying that I'm being reviewed, I'm fucking curious. I always go watch and go find out, right? So she's like, "Oh, okay." So they're just like,
oh yeah,
I'm
because
kinda like
I'm
Mel.
there.
Oh,
I'm
it's
always
perfect.
there. I'm always there to bulldog for her. Anybody that talks shit, I'm there. Like they already know not to say her fucking name because that purple motherfucker gonna pop up. They already know.
Tito, Discord is another platform. It's kind of a chat.
Tito's
Video,
bullshitting
media.
you. He knows what
He
the
knows
fuck.
what
Oh,
it is.
okay.
He knows what it is. Tito's bullshitting you.
Yeah, come on.
Oh,
That's
you two,
low-level trolling there.
Too. Resto, yeah, hit me up on Discord or something.
I'm in
I'm
your
open.
Discord,
I'm
bro. Your Discord
definitely
blows
gonna
up.
need something like that at some point.
Your Discord blows up my fucking notifications every day.
It's probably all the
I'm
panel
in.
drama.
I'm in your Discord. Trust me. I'm in pretty much
Okay.
everybody's Discord. I'm just low key. You know, I get all the information. So that's what I'm good for. A lot of people hit me up for information. Believe it or not.
I just hate having Discord on my fucking computer, man. It's terrible.
I hate it on my phone.
I'd rather have it on my computer than my phone.
Oh, hell
Really?
yeah. I mean, it sucks
Yeah.
up all your bandwidth.
You use the app, or you just do it from the browser?
I don't
Oh
even use
no, I don't
Discord,
do it from the
guys.
browser. No, I use it from the app. On
Yeah.
both. Like I'm on
That's what I
Discord
was
right
saying.
now. I'm
I
on
need to
Discord
get-
right now
Oh, me
making
too.
background
It
shit.
stays open. That's like
Yeah,
my
I'm,
second central control.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
getting ready for the next week's drama. I'm already cooking it up. I'm in the background.
Wait, are you producing? Is this content like? God, all this production. You're setting up like you create storylines in advance, and then you make them happen.
I'm just
Not
Batman, bro.
necessarily. Not
That's it.
necessarily.
I'm just Batman.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just know shit. I know when shit's gonna happen, bro. I play chess.
I know. I know.
Well,
I
it's
know.
just
There's
pretty
things
simple,
happening
really.
behind the scenes. I just don't. I want to just do my little stream with what I know how to do.
I know, and that's why we went over here, Jeff. Like we like you. I like you too. I watch you in the mornings when I'm at the gym. Actually,
Well, thank you. One of my ghost audience. Nice to meet
yeah,
you.
yeah. I can't really chat when I'm getting my pumps in. So
Resto's always lurking somewhere, bro.
yeah, I'm always everywhere, bro. You can find me randomly. Like you'll find a channel that you think that you only know, and then I'll pop in with some googly eyes or something.
Like
Oh, yeah.
Chuck or Hank.
Oh yeah, dude, Chuck's
Oh.
everywhere too.
I'm way deeper. Pause.
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen Chuck over at Witch Doctors or
Oh,
you know,
Witch
yeah,
Doctor's
he-
cool.
over there. You know,
DJ Witch Doctor, yeah, he's cool.
yeah, he had a
cool.
good stream earlier tonight too.
I gotta get him on the. I'm gonna catch him up on the purge though. I'm gonna get him on the purge. I gotta kill him. He got me when I was sleepy though.
Yeah,
We're still making mac and cheese in the kitchen right now. No, I'm about to make mac and cheese in the bedroom right now. If you come upstairs, Lauren, stop playing with me.
You got the noodle, everything. Well, I can't wait for this panel game.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. That's gonna be pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited and inspired. We were working like months ago. We were working on like some kind of live panel Survivor or panel Big Brother, where it plays
that'd
out
be good.
over hours and hours and hours, and we gradually eliminate and vote people off.
Yeah, I was thinking about something like that too. Actually,
We should have.
I'm not gonna give it away. I'm not gonna give it away, but like I was thinking, I don't think this sector would take it too kindly though, so I'm not gonna give it away.
There you go, teasing again.
Yeah.
Is that my wife? Who's my wife? Lauren? Lauren's not my wife. No. No, Lauren's not my wife.
yeah. Side pieces ain't wives. You know.
Yeah, Lauren's not my wife.
Would you like to be?
Why are you pushing me into a corner?
Is she part of your harem? I hear like
Why is
panel
everybody
harems
pushing
are
me
a
into
thing.
it?
I think I started one myself accidentally.
You started
I-
a panel harem with who?
People started. I don't know. Somebody started creating
Who?
soccer like
Who
accounts.
do you got in your harem?
Jeff's Lost Boys. Somebody created a new account.
Oh, dude, if you got a troll account, you made it, bro.
Dude, I have a troll account. I have a couple of hate watchers.
You got a whole new
I'm other
panel
people's
I hate watchers
content.
here last week.
Got my super
Yo,
chats
Captain
on.
Kurt. Captain
Ready to
Kurt.
go.
When you gonna go
Oh,
live,
yeah.
Captain Kurt? I've been meaning to talk to you, man. We ain't talked in a minute, bro. I like Captain Kirk.
He's
I like
meeting
the
me
freak
up.
too.
Looking
I like
him up
Captain
now.
Kirk too.
Hey, are you like monetized like right now? Because I was
Um,
gonna drop
as
a
of
bag
today.
real
I,
quick.
I clicked the button. I don't know if it. How do I tell?
Let me see.
Oh,
Let me
it has. Yeah, it has a little dollar in the corner.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let me
You got.
let me do this.
If I refresh the chat, it should give me a super chat option then, right? It should give me a dollar thing down in the
Uh-huh.
corner.
That's the super chats.
Let's see what happens.
Oh my
here.
God! It took a year and a half.
Fucking hey, brother.
Now I just gotta keep it.
Hey, everybody, hit that motherfucking super chat, bro.
Ricardo, is that any panel you go on, or will you come on this one particularly? Because that does happen a lot here. You are on a Satanist panel.
Oh, I mean, it is
The
useful.
super chat except EBT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to see, as a former EBT user, I need to see how to get that hooked up.
Oh, it's 2-for-1s on the EBT. Yeah, 2-for-1 on food stamps. Yeah.
I don't see the dollar sign.
No.
Let's see if this works. We'll figure it out.
Oh, it showed
Yeah.
up on my end. Let me see.
Yeah.
Hey.
What? It fucking
It
works.
Oh my God. Okay, wait. How? All right,
Oh,
let
yeah,
me figure this
super
out.
chats
Fuck,
are rolling
fuck,
in,
fuck.
man.
All right. What's the etiquette? I know you're supposed to
You supposed to
Feature
tell everybody to shut the
Just say
fuck
thanks,
up.
bro.
shut the fuck up. We got super chats coming in, motherfuckers. We got Captain Kurt reacts. My very first super chat. You just made history. I don't even know you, Captain Kirk. I already hear good things about you. Thank you.
Hell of a guy.
This is my first super chat in my life. You're looking at it right here, and we have Mr. Resto Chesto, generous patron. I'm
Captain
not
Kirk
good at
popping
this. I'm
cherries,
not even
bro.
good at taking compliments, much less when there's money attached.
I got you. Thank you for the fucking super chats. Y'all are amazing. We really appreciate y'all. Every single dollar here gets put right back into the channel, and we appreciate
Pretty
your
much.
support for the channel. Thank you so much. And then we got Lauren here with the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. That goes straight into the channel, and it's stuff like that that makes us keep going. Y'all know that, we know that, I know that, we all know that. So let's keep continuing to know. Let's stay in the know.
Epistemology,
Thank you.
based epistemology.
Based.
Big Tito. Just
Nice.
give you T card. It's crazy work.
Horns
Oh, that's
up
crazy
in the
work.
chat. Horns in the chat. What's up?
Let's go. Hey, congratulations, bro. It's all love from here, man.
Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Where are they
Thank
seeing
you.
the dollar
Thank you.
sign at?
I'm gonna use my powers for good. I have plans for this stream that I want to grow.
Yeah, you
It's
just
gonna be
laid shit down the past couple days, bro. You got the high vibes going.
Yeah. This is a community. It's a support network, a mental health community. It's gonna be more than just a channel. So thank you for helping make this happen.
No problem, Jeff. Consider that payment for all the times that I watched you without chatting.
I
yeah.
really wasn't prepared for this. My emotional system is
wait.
all out of whack.
OTW,
right now.
what the fuck? This is your first super chat?
No, I've super chatted
Okay,
Mel.
my
but
first,
she-
this,
or
as far as I know,
Sophie.
this is my first Canadian super chat from
No, this
Hey.
says
country.
let's celebrate their first super chat on a live stream. OTW,
Actually,
what the
Resto,
fuck?
you're in a foreign country too, right?
Right?
Hey, come on,
Yeah.
we got to encourage the guy. I was just following suit, Resto. You did it.
Nah,
I
I
said,
get
okay,
it.
Resto did it. I'll do it too. I mean, I'm on panel. What the hell? I was here when it happened. Fuck it. I'll give
Yeah,
him 5.
that's great.
Well,
That's great. We all
OTW
give it-
Live. I'm gonna be doing your game when it comes out anyway. So thank you so much.
No, we really appreciate that for real. Like us as creators, honestly, like we spend a lot of time making this shit, and it's not easy, bro. Like it's really not easy to hit that fucking live button. Like no matter how long you've been doing it, Like looking at that fucking go live button and then getting into that character and like going at it on YouTube is really not easy. And like for the people that do it every day, I commend y'all. I can't do this shit every day, but I understand that it is honestly a fucking job. It's honestly
I
a fucking
put
job.
more investment in this than I have in most jobs I've had.
And that's crazy. I'm not crazy like in a bad way, but like it's crazy in a good way. Like a lot of people don't understand that like this takes a lot of work. If you don't think this takes a lot of work, go start a channel with like without your name, without anything connecting to you, and then go try to build it. Like people always get on people saying like, "Oh, you only got 100 subs, you got 200 subs, you got 300 subs, you got 1,000 subs, you're nothing." Do you understand the work that it takes? And so, like, this milestone right here, us as creators, we understand that getting monetized and getting accepted into the YouTube partnership is crazy work. That's something that's very fucking good. So I commend Gen X Jeff because I saw him go from like 89 fucking subs to where he is now. So Gen X Jeff, you deserve this. You've been going hard almost every fucking day on these streams with them dumbass antlers on your head. But but it's okay. It's okay.
I have to admit, I don't like the antlers either, but what the hell?
fucking love them.
I did them one day, and people kept telling me to keep doing them. That's the only reason I even have them on anymore. I didn't intend to continue them.
Keep doing it.
I got audience captured.
You're amazing. You're amazing, Jeff.
Well, thank all of you. I'm not good at this. Sincerely. Whew. I think I'm gonna go get a refill and come right back.
Do you?
Hey, how long have you been broadcasting, Resto?
Now he's gonna yell.
Me?
Yeah,
Like on this channel?
on like YouTube, you know, like
Shit! I've been on the internet forever, but on this channel for a year. I started off on 4chan. I started off on Newgrounds. I used to do a lot of animations on Newgrounds, so I've been on the internet forever. I did a lot of Flash animations. I did a lot of I worked on a lot of like did some freelancing for a few games. If you're old enough, maybe you might know them, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty old.
Same here. I was part of a Facebook music group, which was actually pretty popular here in Quebec, until the fucking singer got accused of all kinds of shit, and went to jail, and then the band broke up. So
chill, Tito, chill. You know I know that guy.
Say what?
How long have you been broadcasting?
Now it's a little over a year, like almost 2 years. It's going on 2 years.
Nice.
I've been. This is not my first channel actually. Like I had a lot of different channels. But it's my first YouTube channel. I say that. I was very popular on Facebook. Very popular on Newgrounds. And then when I moved to Flash, like I did a lot of things for. I don't know if you know Thing Arena. I did Thing Arena 2. I didn't work on 3, but I did a lot of Macromedia stuff for them, a lot of coding for them. I came to YouTube and I was just a chatter, just watching, and then like I decided to live stream. I was a not professional but competitive Call of Duty player. Played a lot of Call of Duty, played a lot of Pokemon. I toured a lot. I traveled a lot just to do Pokemon tournaments. Did a lot of Pokemon.
Same here for Magic. I did that with Magic the Gathering, dude. I fucking participated in fucking world tournaments and shit like that, man.
Yeah,
I love that.
That was
game,
actually,
man.
Yeah, I know you do. I can tell by the way you did your game.
Mm-hmm.
And Call of Duty, it started to take over my life. I was literally playing it for 14 hours a day, like literally just sitting there for 14 hours a day. I decided to stop doing it because
you know why I stopped playing Magic? The reason is because they started turning the game in a direction where it would cost you $500 a month to keep up with the best fucking decks, or else you wouldn't win any fucking games. You wouldn't win any tournaments.
You know the thing I like about Magic though. The thing I like about Magic is like the cards tell stories, like the art tells stories. Like you can look at it. You can look at like
the books. If you got the fucking the complete pack comes with a die and a 20-sided dice, And the book, there's a book, and in every fucking power pack or whatever, I can't remember what it's called. You had a book that came with it, so you'd have the whole storyline from A to Z with all the characters and all the fucking abilities and even on the cards, you'd have quotes from the books on the cards, which would be
Oh,
interesting.
Skinnerack know what Newgrounds is. Yeah, yeah. I used to work with Newgrounds. I used to work with 4chan. I used to also work with no, I can't really say that name anymore because they sued me. So,
Oh,
Okay.
but I used to work with them too. I made a lot of stuff for a lot of people. I actually did like a concept and cleanup art for like a couple of animes back in the day. Yeah, I did concept and cleanup art. The biggest one I worked on was Freezing. It's like a really like etchy kind of type anime. But I don't really do that shit anymore because like it's just weird to me now. Cause like when I was like 20, it was like, yeah, I'm drawing this girl with big titties, and now I'm like 30. I'm like, this is weird. I'm drawing this girl with big titties. Like, yeah, it's weird. Like, yeah, and all my art is like, it's public, so like, it's no secret, and I'm credited in a lot of stuff, so people know me, but like, I don't want to dox myself. But
are
yeah,
you
I've
were
worked
you
on
just self-taught, like just
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
drawing?
I actually had a scholarship to the Art Institute of Tampa, but I decided not to go because I already knew how to draw and I was already getting money for my drawings, and I was like, I don't need 4 years and a piece of paper to let me know I knew how to draw. DeviantArt, yes, I worked
You
on
draw?
DeviantArt also. Yeah, I draw. Yeah, I do a
I
lot of
draw
concept
too.
art. I do a lot. Yeah, I do a lot of drawings. I do a lot of fucking cover album covers too. Like if you ever seen like one of my older streams, like you can see me drawing like album covers for people. I do a lot of album covers. I do a lot of concept art. Yeah, I do a lot of stuff on the side. So like it's never anything bad for me. But the thing is, I never charge. I don't charge for my art because like I feel because I'm lazy. I'm lazy with my art, and not lazy in like the concept. Like it's gonna look good, but I'm just lazy on when I'm gonna fucking finish it. So if you're gonna get a piece from me,
Right.
just know it's gonna be on my fucking time because I'm not gonna rush my art. I'm not gonna do anything like that. It's gonna be when I want to fucking give it to you. So like I got a guy right now who's dropping an album in probably a year, and he already hit me up like I know I need to hit you up right now for this. So
Hey,
I've already
Resto.
started it.
Have you seen the little clip that I've done of me drawing Batman?
No, I
It's a
haven't
3-minute clip.
dived into the OTW.
I have it
Is that the
backstage,
one that's
Jen.
backstage?
Yeah. Check this out, bro. Took me 3 hours to draw it, and I brought it down to like 3 minutes.
Are you a lefty?
Yeah, I'm left-handed. Yeah.
Ah, gross.
Oh, good God.
People that can do art absolutely blow my mind.
But you play guitar right-handed.
Yeah.
You know, dude.
I actually sold this drawing for $140.
That's it? Oh, I probably would have paid for it. How long did you say it took you again?
3 hours.
That's it? Oh, God. This was heavy like a week.
That's really good, bro. I got like one stream. I'm looking for like my art. I'm looking for my
Dope.
art folder, but I do have a stream to where like yeah, I can put it in the back if you want me to. To where I was drawing something, but it's not my best, so I really don't want to put that up without having some of my best already
Oh
ready.
yeah.
Give me a second.
Well, you remember that clip of the flat Earth rap? Like the drawings behind me
Yeah.
were all the drawings that I drew.
Nice.
Oh, projects. Yeah, so it's probably in projects. Hold on. Okay, art projects. There we go. Oh, I have a folder called drawing videos. Amazing.
Fatty, you do art too, right?
Yeah. My fucking shit's all torn apart right now. I'm remodeling my fucking house. All my shit's all torn down. I'm jonesing.
It's funny
My
you're saying
fucking
that because
fingers are bleeding
I'm
though,
doing the
dude.
same.
This new Jägermeister fucking Schecter guitar I got's pretty much my love right now.
Yeah, I even spent the whole day yesterday setting up I painted that wall so I could get the green screen, a larger green screen, right?
Oh yeah.
So I got it in a bag. Like it's just like a piece of the stream. I don't really know if how it. Oh wait, do I have it muted? Sorry.
Man, it's not as pixely, but
I'll just go
That's-
through
you
it.
can always-
It's just me drawing, and then I'll zoom out in a minute.
Oh yeah.
This is digital drawing. You drew it.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the program.
Yeah.
Wow.
Resto Josh, hot bitches. Mm-hmm.
That's fucking nice.
Yeah, I drew it on paper first, so like I think I showed the paper drawing first. Oh shit, somebody's calling me. Hold on. Give me a second. I think I showed the paper drawing first.
already.
I think what the fuck? I have to, right?
Fucking hologram.
Never a bad thing. I think for that one though, I do
But
I
yeah,
just do,
like,
on-site filming, little stuff like that. I was not a,
What was I doing here? Oh, probably just some
and that's
graffiti.
how I write my initials.
Yeah, I was just doing some freelance drawing right here. Just hold on, I'll go back to the beginning of that.
Little stuff like that. I don't know, something that comes to my head. How many teeth do people have? How many teeth do people have? Yeah, there you go. I don't know how many teeth people can have.
Yeah, that's just
This
something like I
program
was
makes it
Yeah,
look
that's
so
awesome.
easy.
I like that. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I wish I can
But do
I
you
know
do
I
it with your
can.
mouse, or do you have a pen and
I have a
and,
pad. I
You
have,
have
a
a
drawing
pad.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I have a drawing pad. I have a few drawings here, but I don't know if I can share them through StreamYard. Like, let me see. Can I open this and share it? Like, this is one of the.
Yeah, you just share a window instead of a tab.
Yeah, instead of a tab. Facts.
Don't share Lauren's
Schematic.
drawing.
Skimac asks,
I'm not sharing Lauren's
AI
drawing.
generated art.
No, it's not AI. I promise I did all this myself.
Yeah, Skimac in the chat is asking, what do you think about AI generated art?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
it,
that
gives
better.
everybody,
Mine too.
it gives everybody a chance to be creative. So let's see. This one is so I'll share my window right here. Uh, this one was a cleanup that I did for a page. It's not that bad, I don't think.
Was this during the big titty anime girl days?
Well, her titties aren't that big.
That's was gonna be my next comment. But
Yeah. So, yeah, I did the. I do have some big titty anime girls that I've done before.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I do like the colors a lot.
Bangers.
Yeah. I even put it together with this. Oh wait, can I? Oh wait, why is that not showing on that one? So this was actually the original, and like I cleaned it, and then they wanted more color, so I put this, and this is the one that I ended up giving them, and they used it. So that was pretty fucking cool. Here it is in the back.
Oh.
And
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the one that they use. So that one's way better. Yeah, with the blue and the red and the flower and the smoke. Yeah, so I did a lot of anime cleanup in my younger days. Let me see if I have any more original shit. Cause cleanups are easy, dude. Honestly, cleanups are easy. Like for example, I would get stuff like this. Hold on. I'm sorry, I gotta keep sharing and stop sharing, but it's just safety, safety.
Yeah.
Cause when it comes to anime art, you already fucking know.
Yeah.
Oh, is it risky?
So yeah, so I would get stuff like this, and then I would be asked to clean it up, color it, just make it not flat. That's basically what the email said.
Right.
Like, just don't make it not flat. So
In other words, bring it alive. That's what. Yeah, bring it alive.
So then,
that's pretty much. What
so
they were.
then, I would do stuff like that picture that you just saw. It would end up like this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, now you're talking, man.
Yeah, I mean it's simple
Wow.
stuff, and that is one frame, so I have to do that 30 times. But it's fine. I'm a hustler. That's what I do.
The hustler, baby.
I have a lot of different things here, but I'm trying to see what I could show. I do sketches. The only thing I can't do is paint. I cannot paint for the fucking life of
love
me.
painting.
No, I cannot paint.
Yeah,
Can't do it, dude.
I can paint, but I don't. Actually, I don't like painting. I rather draw.
Me too. I like
Yeah.
digital too. I mean, I always hated digital, but it was alright. I have some traditional stuff, but it's like really old, so I don't really like it.
Freak, do you do any kind of art?
You plays the skin flute pretty well.
Dang.
Based.
I'm the only non-artist around here. I'm feeling humbled.
Does he blow into it? Does he suck on it? I mean, that's what I wonder. It's like,
Oh, you just smack it up, flip it, and rub it down, right?
oh,
Dang. Slim got me hard, man. I can't. I don't even.
Oh,
What am I gonna say?
Wait, did you
coming
say
in
he got
hard on
you
the skin
hard?
flute.
Hey, yo.
how can that happen if it's short, shriveled, and hanging to the left?
Is that a pun? Mindful?
I do, Jeff. Congratulations on your monetization. I do have to finish this game, or they're gonna kill me. I have
Okay.
to finish this game because if I don't, they're gonna fucking kill me. I've never finished a game on live, so this one is pretty important.
Get down
I do
on it.
appreciate you
stranger.
having me.
We're rooting for you. I hope you win.
Peace out, Resto.
Yeah, thank you. Love you guys.
You.
Everybody, drop a like. Even if you're asleep, wake the fuck up and drop a like.
Oh, my God.
At least. God damn. Yeah, I'll be
Rub
live
Jeff's
pretty
thumb.
soon. So, not for too long though. Not for too long.
Yeah, Gen
Me,
X is not
yeah, that
generation
did
X.
happen. It got weird. We got raided actually. Mel Pandora sent her whole audience over here, so it kicked back up right as we were Freak and I were doing our hour-long wrap up, arguing
Yeah.
about Russia.
Oh, I thought you said rap. I was finna freestyle. But okay.
Resta, thank you. Take care. Let's talk.
Yeah, let's talk. I'm in your Discord, so
Okay.
you can just hit me up. All right.
You're
See you, man.
Big yurts. Yurt.
big up.
Right. Well, I guess I can finally try to wind down. 3 hours
Yeah.
later.
I gotta go
Well,
soon.
it's
I
only
have
5
to.
a.m. Fuck it.
Oh, it's
How long you
going
on?
on
No,
8
you're on-
a.m. here, so
You sound like you're in Canada.
I am Canadian. Yes,
Okay. Or you, yeah, that's what I meant.
totally Canadian. I was like, I actually can't.
I'm
deny it
learning
at
the
all.
accents.
Yeah. Especially when a Canadian says "eh" after, a phrase.
Mm-hmm.
We usually say "eh,
Eh?
eh,
Eh?
eh."
We say eh
It's where
back
the,
home.
yeah,
Eh?
where the Brits say right.
Is that like, what did you say? Like asking them to, because that's
It's
how
like
we
when
use
the
it. Like, eh?
Australians. It's like when the Australians when they finish a phrase and they go "yeah."
Right.
That's pretty much
Or
what it
eh.
is. It's like
Eh?
it's
So
like
it's just
seeking-
it's just to punctuate a sentence. It's not asking
yeah.
a
It's
question.
kind of actually it is.
You
It's
know
ki-
what he's
it's-
talking about,
it's-
yeah?
It's looking for confirmation.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
eh,
That's
yeah.
so weird to me.
It's like it's completely different
Right.
language. We could all speak to each other in that particular language and use different accents, and we could have a conversation going, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't the bloody
Eh?
crows, right?
Human culture is so weird. Wow.
Yeah.
Axis
You
is
said that
wondering
right,
if you
brother.
still have beef.
I'm good with Axis, man. Much love, man. Get a life.
We only do the deep
I'm
beef here. So if you have beef, it's got to be deep. All right.
Well, you can always find beef if nothing else,
Up your
Pretty
butt.
fucking easy to run.
They say it's going up these days. The price anyway. Is going up.
Redemption.
Oh, yeah. Donkey beef is not beef, bro. Donkey meat is not beef. Come on, bro.
All right. Well, does anybody have anything they want to wrap up with or promote,
Well-
announce? OTW has a game coming up.
Yeah.
Tots and pears, bro.
It's called
Tots and
Magic.
pears.
Right. Magic the Paneling coming out in September.
So
Those
what
are
do we
all
do?
real-
Just subscribe to your channel and we'll get a notice or something.
Those are all real guitars. They're not part of the back green screen.
Is the back a green screen?
Yeah. Like here.
Oh, so it makes the whole. It
Yeah,
makes it
yeah.
look like you're in an actual studio because the guitars are real. Look at that.
But this is real.
What's real?
Cheater.
How can you tell? Welcome to the Panelverse.
Well, who else would be dumb enough to buy $100,000 worth of Marshall stacks?
It's not that different from television, really. Like we grew up in a
Oh, yeah.
medium where you didn't know what was real and not real.
Make your own
Yeah,
psyop.
Same.
Oh yes, we have one of his cards right here. One of
The game, the photo will not disappoint.
Ezra the Sasquatch.
Yeah, I showed that one earlier. I could show it again, I guess. Hold on a sec. Bring that. Share screen.
Oh, here we go. There it is.
There it is.
Fuck.
All right.
organize
Oh
this
no,
shit.
that's not you. That's
That's not Esther. Hold on a sec. Here it is.
There you are. In the house.
Now I'm gonna have to go overtime and start making Resto's card, and a bunch of people have been asking me, sending me emails, and actually sending me pictures of them
Oh,
and shit.
put on the card.
Oh yeah, they really want their card, and I'm like, oh, all right. Like, it's like
I would
people are
want the
really-
artist interpretation. I would want like whatever your brain came up with to
Well,
be the card.
Well, some people ask me, like, make me a Sasquatch. Like Ezra literally said, "Oh, I'm a Sasquatch." All right, there you go.
Oh, okay.
So I turned her into a Sasquatch, and then boom, I gave her an ability, which related a bit to her personality, if I do say so. Was it? Yeah, it deals X damage to each creature and panel walker, where X is the number of cards played during the broadcast. I think that's
That
pretty
sounds kinda
awesome
powerful.
ability. Yeah, it is pretty powerful, actually. But the card only costs $2 to play as a creature. But then as you cast the card, you can pay X as an option, and all depending on how many cards were played during the broadcast. So, and I'll be changing like Panel Walker because I haven't created those cards yet, but I'll be making also panel lists, right? So it could be creature and panel list, and because the panelists will have life points. So when your life points drop down to 0, you're dead. You're going to get kicked off the panel.
Oh man. What I was gonna ask, Resto, are they gonna send you something, Jeff? Like YouTube? Do they
Just
send you like a
emails.
plaque or something?
Like something like paperwork or something.
Well, that or like some of these people they have like an Oscar award or
Oh, your plaques.
Yeah.
Those are, I think, for like once you hit like 1,000 or like 10,000 subs or something.
Yeah, is he gonna get anything now?
Probably not. Probably not for a while. I mean,
You have
emails.
to now, or you might be monetized, but now you have to create your AdSense account and do all that stuff. and
Yeah, I had to
enter
do
your-
that before I got it. So far, it looks
Right.
like it's just all done online. I don't know that they send anything in the mail. I just have to click through a bunch of things.
Yeah, they do send something in the mail, like they got some secret code to make sure that it's you. I think it's to identify you.
Okay.
That might happen. And besides that, what's the other thing? Yeah, you get like they pay once a month. So
Yeah.
They do. Is it like direct deposit or do they send a paper check? That seems
No,
inefficient.
I think it's direct deposit. For me, it's
Yeah.
direct deposit.
That makes more sense in this age. Yeah.
There's a AI picture in the back there for the freak.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I want to see that. Oh, damn it. Accept invite.
For the freak. Why is it the black guy participate? Why is he looking? Is he like, what are all these white people doing?
Yeah, pretty much. I think so. Yeah. Let's see. I'll put this one into the music generator and make it sing a Slayer song, right?
What?
Oh yeah.
See, I can't fucking do anything with Discord.
Yeah, Dreamface. I've been working with the Dreamface guys since they started their app and helped them kind of come up with conceptual shit and whatever. But what do we got? Like, I don't know. What's this one?
This is not gonna be copyrighted, is it?
Pretty much make any picture sing whatever you want it to.
Except nothing copyrighted. Fatty, this AI is you gotta doing you some big favors here. That's you. Hey, that sounds copyright.
I clicked it off.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, anything you want, dude. Like,
Did you prompt it a certain way to make you look that way, or is that how the AI naturally saw you?
I think it's the AI that naturally.
no, that was just a picture.
Like, this is a hot, sexy
These ones are
daddy
cool,
talking to me, giving me these prompts. He must look like this.
Right.
Or did Fatty say,
talking
"Hey
ones are
AI,
pretty cool, though.
help me out here. Do what you can for me." Someone for our group to. Oh, that must be some other group. But yeah, we do have a Discord, by the way, for those that don't know. So just contact me for an invitation.
Yeah,
It's Gen X Jeff on Discord, same name. OTW has a Panelverse game coming up
yeah.
in a month or two. Subscribe to him if you haven't already. Freak, you got anything? You have a
Just
channel. You're thinking of
yeah,
content.
yeah. Actually, I need 4 more subs so I could go live on my phone.
All
And
right,
other than that, I just want
let's
to say
get you.
congratulations.
Let's get you live. Let me see.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. What's up? No freak. We're
Here,
going
I'm gonna
live.
put the Freak's channel. He's 4 subs short of being able to stream live on his phone.
Fuck yeah.
He plans to
Been looking
do
for somebody new to troll.
what? Conversations, dream analysis, and what else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for the phone, I'm just gonna do like regular. I don't know, just adventures out on the street or whatever. But
Cool.
actually, I'd like to get a little show where there's callers, calling in with their dreams, and I can do a dream interpretation because that's one of my gifts.
Bro, I fucking had a dream the other night that I shaved off all my facial hair. And
Yeah.
my kids didn't recognize me and shit. Yeah, I was in this fucking like weird ass. I've got this reoccurring thing where I can slip back into dreams from like years ago, right? And basically started when I went to jail and fucking quit doing drugs and had these incredible fucking dreams like the first month going into jail. I've taken this place that I was in. It was like a fucking asphalt shingle recycling plant where they were burning roofing shingles. And now
This
it's
is
like
the dream.
yeah, but now this outdoor area that they were burning shingles in is like a factory. But my kids and all my family work there and shit. And I've been like, whatever, like a supervisor dude, and I dream about numbers all the fucking time is the other thing too. Like, and remember numbers from certain pieces of wood that I cut on certain pieces of jobs like years ago, right? 66, the number 66 is always it always comes up on the job site. Like every day I end up with a 66 even. Beyond all that, I'll have
Wow.
like flashing dreams, like numbers like coming at me, right? Not like Matrix falling, but like flashing like at me dreams and shit, like just numbers, random numbers, like tape measure numbers and shit, and whatever. So I was dreaming about numbers, and then I was fucking dude, I haven't shaved my face I haven't seen my chin for like 10 years. And it's the first time that I've ever dreamed where I'm looking at my own face, right? Where I'm like not in the mirror.
Oh yeah,
but like
because
from
you
a
normally
third-
don't see yourself in a dream. It's all
Right.
first person point of view.
Yeah, exactly. That was fucking trip. That was after I took that big ass fucking workout the other day though too. I was all jacked up on fucking creatine and shit.
That was a marathon.
Yeah,
There's
man.
There's a lot of meat in that. I probably need to ask you a bunch of questions, like
But let's go over some shit. I write shit down every night, every morning that I have actual like, lucid dream and some to the point almost of astral projection. But I've always had third person out of body experiences and shit, especially when I'm getting hurt and snowboarding, especially, and anything with sports. I'm always outside myself, watching myself.
Is that a form of dissociation?
I don't know.
Because I have that
the
too
first
from
time I
trauma,
really-
like as a
really
trauma
had
reaction.
one- yeah. The first one I really had, we were jumping off the Spokane River Bridge. It's kind of sloped, off. You got a high side of the bridge and a low side of the bridge, and we were kind of right in the middle of the freaking river. In the springtime, water was high. Probably, I don't know, 20, 30 foot. Now, probably more towards the 30, 40 foot side. The high side's at like 60. and like 2 steps onto the rail and like a 1.5 gainer. So you're still hitting feet first, backflip style. Just fucking perfectly nailed this and just penciled and got down as deep as you normally would, and was facing downstream, and a fucking Christmas tree, dude, like a Christmas tree underwater, hit my back at like 20-30 feet underwater. So it was like getting scratched, I felt like I got hugged by like something electric, basically, is the way I imagined, like the prickly fucking, you know what I mean? Like, and I screamed. I fucking screamed underwater. And like turned around and tried to like fight this thing, and I didn't know what was, and then realized that I didn't have any breath.
And then you
and
woke
knew
up.
I was way too deep, like way too deep.
No, I think this is real, huh?
Oh, it's fucked up, dude. Like
Is this a real life or a dream?
No, this is real life, dude. This is the first time ever I really had like a real out of body experience like that. I'd always, kind of looked at, like when you're riding your bike or something, you can always kind of see yourself from the back, or you can imagine how you would look from the side doing a jump or something, right? But not like this one. And underwater, screamed and turned around and then it was like, realized it was a tree, and then realized I was out of breath. And then was basically back up on the bridge, looking at myself in the water, knowing that I was floating downriver with no breath, but was still consciously like, climbing for the top of the water. And
where was your actual body? Still in the water?
Still in the water. And
but your consciousness was on the bridge looking at it?
Yeah, dude. And I woke up about a quarter mile downstream. Lungs full of water. Don't even really remember how I even got to the shore. There's kind of an old lumber mill that used to line the bank right there, and just kind of a little dirt walking trail and shit. Now it's all developed with houses and shit. But like basically woke up on the side of the fucking river just coughing out water, and all my buddies were fucking, running down the fucking deal. They didn't know what was going on because I was just underwater. I just, popped up like way the fuck down there after like 90 seconds, 2 minutes. And since that point, like, when you're getting like a dodgeball or a soccer ball's coming at your face, and you get that slow-mo.
Yes, I do.
Right? I get that shit all the time, especially when I'm riding 60, 70 miles an hour on my snowboard. It seems like I'm going 2 miles an hour. And I fucking win every race that I'm in.
How recent was this?
That was I was 17. That was we were juniors. It was in between junior and senior year, but even still, like last year, I mean, I won 3 out of the 4. I always win my age group and the border cross and bank slalom shit. But like even just beating every like first overall and shit. Like I fucking love going fast, dude. There's nothing better than going fast. And I can ride fucking 130, 140 days in a row and not get tired. Eat like a fucking horse. Literally.
So
fucking I need to eat some more right now.
So
that was 30 fucking years ago. Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of meat there to unpack. I mean, first of all, the dream, but then the out of body experience when you were essentially blacked out, apparently, but kind of semi blacked out. And you're lucky you were so young at the time, because who knows what could have happened.
Yeah. Well, see, thing is though, too, on that one is like 3 weeks before that, we were down at the Tubbs Hill, just kind of right down on the edge of the lake. We'd run down from the high school, it was like 3.5 miles down to the lake. And then we'd, dive off the cliffs and whatever. And there's kind of a little dock where the chicks could sit down on the dock and they'd swim. And all the guys would go up on the cliff. We called it Acapulco because it was like a four-tier kind of a cliff line. And in the fall, they raised the water, and in the spring, they dropped the water, and we were down in the springtime. And they fucking dropped the water, and we were diving off these cliffs like 3 or 4 days before. Didn't realize the water had dropped like probably 3.5, 4 feet. And fucking notice how my nose is a little crooked.
Wait,
got
let's
this fucking
let's
scar
take a
right here.
closer look.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
not straight. Right, it's a little off, but whatever. Dove into the water and fucking woke up on the dock with my nose,
Oh.
kinked over like this, and big scratch on my forehead that ended up turning into, probably like a golf ball sized knot. That one definitely knocked me out underwater enough to where I floated to the surface, but still had held my breath. And one of the girls jumped in and basically pulled me over to the dock, and a bunch of the girls pulled me up onto the dock, and I didn't, cough any water or anything. But that one was kind of the start of a bunch of the shit with the kind of the out of body whatever. But like literally when I'm riding my fucking snowboard, I'm always about 3 or 4 feet behind myself and can almost plan 4 or 5 turns ahead and not really have to think about what I'm absorbing or whatever at the time. It's almost like flying a fucking drone or something.
Wow. And that was like almost 30 years ago-ish, give or take?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, we need to
But
talk, man.
That's why I never fucking I'm addicted to snowboarding. I seriously am addicted to it. I'm fucking jonesing right now. I'm actually looking to go into Australia in a couple of weeks if I can get my fucking visa.
Wow. Yeah, we should talk.
Yeah, for sure, brother.
Yeah.
We
For sure.
should talk, man. I mean, we've already had some pretty good discussions, like on your experience with
Oh, yeah.
exorcisms and stuff. That was interesting, but this is something else. And
That's another thing too that I would like to finish with you guys too, because that day, man, that just telling half of that story brought back a lot of shit that I'd forgotten in the moment. Like the reasons why I fucking denounced Christianity straight up, like for real. I mean, some fucking scary shit that doesn't have anything to do with God or Jesus or the devil or anything else. It's just fucking energy, man. It's just energy. You can't tell me that Lord Shiva or the goddess Kali Ma or fucking Muhammad or Abraham or anybody had anything to do with things that were happening to these people, like physically happening. And that's something else I really do.
What kind of energy would
dive
they
back
be?
into.
What?
I don't know, man. Just positive and negative. I don't know how else to explain it, but the way I came out of that last one that I was involved with is that basically what rang in my head for a good few months after that last one was that we're all energy, and we have the conscious choice to choose our polarity, whether we want to be positive or negative.
We'll
Okay,
have to
but-
talk more.
yeah, we
Yeah, for
definitely
sure.
need to talk more.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you in his Discord? Are you in the Outliers Discord?
Yeah. I'll hit you up in there too, for sure.
All right, man. All right,
For
Jeff,
sure.
I'm gonna take off.
Congrats on the
Congratulations.
monetization, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
You're in the big time
Figure out
now,
what to
baby.
do from here. Yeah.
Big
need to-
time.
Thanks again, Fatty, everybody, OTW,
Yeah, brother.
Freak,
Yeah.
Moose, Ezra, me, all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is out there?
Where's brother Chris
Axis.
been?
Who's Crispin? Is that Tito?
Where's Chris been?
Oh, Chris is doing his own thing. I don't know. It's been
Yeah.
we haven't talked in a while.
Yeah.
Um,
Life happens, brother. You know.
Life
Life.
do happen, and life keeps happening.
Damn right.
Me,
I'm gonna
I
cook
think
some
I'm gonna
fucking
try.
spaghetti and get carved up. We got another freaking run tomorrow. I don't know if I can handle another fucking 15, 20 mile run tomorrow, but I'm gonna try.
Oh, that close together?
Yeah, man. Fucking triathlon training is fucking
Oh
hardcore.
yeah, right.
I'm probably pumping 3,000 grams of protein a day.
Well, I think it's great that you're challenging yourself like that.
Oh, I fucking love it, dude.
Getting out
There's
there and
nothing better
pushing
than
it.
natural raw adrenaline. Everybody thinks I'm all fucking on fucking crack or something, but tell you what, man, there's no better high than fucking marathon running and 1,000 high fives.
Spike, are you serious? Oh no, this could get worrisome. Um,
Yeah.
hey, Prairie. Good morning. Um, it's good night for me. Hopefully, good to see you. All right, I'll wrap it up here.
Well,
And
if you somehow could get us all side by side, you could have yourself a little Patrick sandwich here.
what's a Patrick sandwich?
Well, you could be in the middle of two Patricks.
Oh, are you both? Are you Patrick?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, I didn't know. Are you both Patrick? See, I didn't know that. Oh, I see. Like this. Hang on, I just had it.
Oh, close.
Okay, we have a Patrick sandwich. This is a Patrick
Yeah.
sandwich, guys. We're ending
Gen X
a
fucking Patrick sandwich. What's
Gen-
up?
Patrick breakfast sandwich. Start your morning right. Right. How do I get out of this sandwich? There we go.
Yeah, buddy. All right.
All right.
Good to see you fuckers.
You too. Have a good workout.
Check
Triathlon.
the
Something.
music page on the music page on the Outliers. I posted a Willie Nelson just did a new song with what's that fucking guy's name? It's a great song, dude. You'll fucking love it. It's about how cowboys have a tendency to fall in love with each other.
Oh, Orville Peck and Willie Nelson. Cowboys
Yes,
are
dude.
secretly fond something something. In fact, I will
Cowboys are
put it in the chat link.
fucking great video, great song, dude. Yeah, good stuff.
It was AI created. Cowboys are frequently
No, this is
secretly
really-
fond
this is
of
real.
each other.
Yeah. This is real shit. It's a late, early '80s, mid '80s song that was put out by a country guy that's been redone by these two artists. And then the what's his name, Orville Pack, just dropped something. I think it's like 3 or 4 days ago with Beck. He did like 3 songs with Beck.
Beck's still around. He's still out there.
He's done a
doing
bunch
stuff.
of collabs. He's a great
Trying
artist.
to work on a second hit.
Oh, bro, yeah, dude. Yeah, Beck's dropping shit about every couple months. He's dropping a new songs. Good stuff. Oh, shit. I'm going to take the garbage.
All right, Fatty. Well, have a good day. I'll see
You too, man.
See you around.
Be good.
You too.
What up, chat? Hit that fucking like button. Sub up. Go over to Freak. Sub up to him, too. He needs a couple of subs.
Yes.
Go over to Midnight
yes.
Pro Logic because he simps for subs.
Let me. I might as well put his too. Yeah. Let's do. Oh, Barney a favor.
Yeah,
Here.
bro,
This
he
is
came up on Speakeasies
Give
earlier
him a
speaking
pity
with-
like and a pity sub. He
Absolutely.
can't ever get enough of those. He has a.
Damn right.
It's we don't kink shame here. That's.
Yeah.
Freak. I can. I have a philosophy religion channel. But do you want me to do? Is it to discuss like spiritual topics, or is it if you need spiritual support or something? Because I have a support section I could put it in, or I could put it in like the discussion section as a topic. So yeah, if hit me up tomorrow or like later today if you don't see it in there, remind me and we can kind of refine what you're looking for. But yeah, I can add one. All right, everyone. I think this is these are we could all use a pity sub now and then. Topic for now, please. What does that mean? Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, thanks everyone. I will probably not be doing a morning stream unless somehow I don't get to sleep in the first place. But I'm going to try to recharge the body, and maybe afternoon, early evening. Who am I kidding? It'll probably be midday in a few hours. But at some point today, I'll do another one. And thank you again. This is a milestone for me stream wise. It's a milestone for me professionally. It's a milestone for me personally. I plan to tie it into my other projects I'm working on mental health wise. So thank everyone. I'm surprised that kind of interest and support is even out there. So this is encouraging beyond belief. Thank you. Christ is King. Jesus is Lord. Hell, Satan. All the other deities, whichever one works for you. One or none. All or none. All right. Much love, Fatty. I'll end there. I think I'll have sleep delirium actually. Okay. I'll see you again later. Bye bye and thank you.